یک دو صدا میاد. سلام بچه‌ها، چطورید؟ خوبید؟ ردیفید؟ خوش اومدید به مرحله سمی فینال تورنمنت PGL بوخارست. بازی اول فالکونز رو داریم در برابر فیز کلن. بازی عجیبیه بازی عجیبیه. خب سلام ناتینگ جیگر طلا، چطوری های سیلور؟ خیلی مخلصیم، خوش اومدی. فرشاد بوچر مخلصیم، خوش اومدی. سلام چاکریم. بازی عجیب و غریبی است. سعدیفیلد هلو، خوش اومدی داداش. سلام آرش. بر جی تو بیاد بالا قشنگ میشه، موافقم. سلام گیمشی، سلام نوید، چطوری بچه‌ها؟ خوبین؟ سلام امیر، خوش اومدید. سلام مستر، سلام ایلیا. بازی فیز با فالکونز.
We were a bit disappointed with 3D Max that had such a good run through the group stages. They were looking so strong, and then FaZe just speed ran over them.
Yeah, I mean, Yanko mentioned the maybe lack of experience from FaZe coming through, but I also think it's like the play style that 3D Max has, that they just want to force all of these fights, especially on the CT side.
You know,
and FaZe was just ready. They kind of put down a blueprint of
سلام هامون، چطوری؟
in this match, and like 3D Max was insanely.
سلام سویپر، الو، سلام کسرا، خوش اومدید بچه‌ها. سلام میام، قربونت برم، خوش اومدید داداش. ایشالله مخلصم ایلیا، فدات بشم.
There needs to be a limit to just sending bodies at the same place on the map time and time again, and obviously FaZe was ready for it. We heard from Rain in the post-game interview, it's like very easy to prepare for them, and just the lack of depth, and it felt almost that because it was against FaZe and it was a playoff game, they wanted to prove to themselves that they're not going to play any differently than usual, but what they ended up
سلام صابر، چاکرتم، خوش اومدی. خدا به خیر کنه که نت امروز خیلی مشکل داره. ایوا آنلاک جی تو برده، جی تو بازی بعدیه. قربونت برم امیر جون، فدات بشم، خوش اومدی داداش.
It was just an easy day in the office for FaZe Clan.
You mentioned there that it is a playoff game, right? We are in a studio, but there is something that changes when you hit playoffs, and it's a concern maybe for Aurora fans when we talk about something changing.
نه اهمیتی نداره. بارون میاد شاید نت ترکیده اینجا زور یه بارونکی زد، الان فقط هوا ابریه. سلام مت، چطوری؟ خوش اومدی.
You know, the stress comes to them in ways that
سلام آرمین.
The aim is not shaky, but the team play isn't there, and they're not playing off each other as they normally would.
کشور بارون میاد نتش میترکه آجی، همیشه بارون میاد نت میترکه. داریم مگه اصلا
when it's on the big stage then it's making a difference, but now it's just been, you know, the same setup they had in the group stage. They went 3-0.
چند سال همینه ها و خدا نکنه این بارونا با رعد و برقینا باشه. نه سر جاش فرشاد 2 اردیبهشته. سلام سینا، خوش اومدی داداش. نه کسرا، بازی بین‌المللیه. آنه مراحل چیزشه دیگه، فینالشه. فینالاش سمی فاینال و فاینالشو کسب میکنیم.
They are a little bit one-dimensional in their T side. It does work for them, and Anubis is such a staple. They're probably the world's best team on the map, really, in a way. So I want to see how they look after they have time to practice and sort of widen their playbook a little bit. But similar to Mongols, right? Very concerning, missing playoffs 2 events in a row, right? We were expecting them to see if they can take that next step. Well, they seem to be regressing. So for a lot of these teams, 3D Max sort of in that conversation, you know, can they get into that next tier, or is this just
مشخص نیست فرش. معلوم میشه. خبرشو میذارم.
Interesting to look at the 4 teams that we have in the semi-finals are all international teams once again. Like there's so many.
سلام تسلا، چطوری؟
There's a Turkish lineup,
نمیدونم فرش، نمیدونم واقعا، فکر نکنم، ولی فکر نکنم.
Could have maybe done something, but it seems to be like the continuation of the trend of international king.
Two teams that seem to completely change during playoffs are, of course, FaZe and Falcons. They will be our first semi-final today, but they're not the only best of 3.
همون سعید، چطوری؟
Straight after them we'll get to see G2 face off against Complexity. Let's focus in on those two teams.
اونجاش هم میرسیم انشالله نیما.
Not a good showing in the group stages. Lots of memes online about how they were performing. Then they both come in yesterday, and it's just that big match.
بازی ساعت 5:30 شروع
It's also the
میشه.
fact that for both of them, they got major winners in those lineups. They understand how to work under pressure, and it's almost like they just know exactly how to
شنگای کریگان.
transition into the next
10 دقیقه
level
دیگه.
in time as well.
آره دیگه 10
I
دقیقه
think
دیگه.
for me,
بازی 10
you know,
دقیقه
when
دیگه
I was
شروع
on
میشه.
FaZe Clan or MIBR, it's not that that these players
Hello,
play much
Mama.
better on stages, that everyone else is worse relative to them, right? Like in group stages, everyone, you know, goes for information plays, everyone goes for pushes, all guys, you know, are gonna walk through smokes and do all these crazy things. All of a sudden, players
چی میگی
come around and,
فرشاد؟
oh, I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to be the reason my team loses this round. Meanwhile, the veteran players, they play the same pretty much, right? If anything on stage, if they get some momentum, they're going to play with even more confidence and dominating that
یه
way
می‌بینیم
even
دیگه.
more. So I think that's the
برو
big
ببینیم روز.
difference maker.
چشم.
No better
میزان.
example than Falcons versus Gamer League. I mean, we had the group stage
سلام
game.
مهدی.
It was an absolute stomp. Then in the quarterfinal, despite Falcons losing the first map, their own mapping, once they got warmed up,
کاش که
into the
زونی
game,
کم
it
مثل
was
اون روز یهو
very,
ساکت
very
نشه.
convincing, and they took care of Gamer Legion yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, a game that means a lot to both teams. We highlighted that like both of them started so poorly, and this tournament, you know, with everything going around Falcons, maybe not that important for them to win it.
کوچ
or go like
شخصی
deep,
میشم،
but
کوچ
they are
تیم
here now,
نمیشم.
so
تیم
might as well,
خیلی
you know, but for
وقت میبره.
FaZe, what a huge necessary result. Even getting to the semifinals at least, anything like going 0-3. which
الو
was like
پوریا
a
دانک
reality,
فکر کنم
obviously,
17
but
الان.
going out in the group stage was like a complete would be a complete disappointment.
Hello,
right?
MJ
The
TJ.
Putting this lineup together, bringing in Elige and all of the expectations from the roster that has been, you know, slowly but surely.
یاد
kind of
اون
dwindling
تایتیکال
in
تایمو
terms of
تز افتادم. دن سرویس.
championship ambition, right?
And both of these teams have been
ما باید یه
struggling
ران
this
بگیریم.
season, right outside of Cluj. That's the one where they played in the semi-final. Falcons lost in the final.
دکتر
to
رولا،
Mars.
hello.
FaZe even lost the third place, decided to Astralis. But outside of that, they failed to make playoffs. You know, and despite all the changes, you want to give some leeway to FaZe. It is a big change, despite it being just one player. But you know, some of the teams that you also end up
فارسی بلد
losing to
نیستی
in
اینجوری
these
نوشتی
tournaments,
من.
right? Like that's not what you're used to seeing from FaZe Clan.
خود
Really,
چیا
there's no
میگی
shame in
دقیقاً؟
losing to a Vitality,
خیلی
Spirit,
چیزا.
Mouse, you know, that's okay. But they've been losing to some.
پیش بینی رو
sort of
کاغذ فیز
mid-tier
قوی
teams
تره
like
ولی
13
خب
13
کریگان
VP, right?
یه ذره
losing to
شگفت
VP,
انگیز بعضی اوقات داره
losing
کار
to
میکنه.
Astralis, right?
باید ببین.
Complexity. I think for Falcons, similar story, right? They had that close game against Virtus Pro at Blast Lisbon, a couple of close series here and there, but also just failing to get any results. So that's why it's important here, more so for FaZe Clan,
سلام
because we
فرهاد،
know,
خوش اومدی.
Falcons are gonna undergo a roster change probably right after the tournament.
کوچ مثلا آنالیز میکنه بازی و از دیدگاه بالاتری داره میبینه. ببین مثلا آیجل بازی رو داره از خود فضای مانیتورش تماشا میکنه. اونقدر چجوری بگم، دیدگاهش با دیدگاه کوچ روی بازی فرق داره. کوچ چیزایی رو میبینه که آیجل نمیبینه. نکاتی رو تو بازی میبینه، اشتباهاتی رو مثلا تو بازی میبینه که آیجل نمیبینه اینا رو. به هر حال متمرکز رو بازی خودش هم هست. کوچ داره بازی همه رو میبینه. موقعی که تکتیکال تایموت میگیرن میتونه مثلا این نکات رو برسونه به آیجل که آقا مثلا کجا ضعف دارین، یا مثلا چه استراتژی ها رو میتونین الان پیاده کنین، تیم حریف داره چی کار میکنه، نقطه ضعفشون کجاست و خیلی چیزا دیگه. خیلی چیز عظیمیه، نمیشه مثلا ساده توضیحش داد. چرا سال ایشالا بازی خودمونم میذاریم.
two major trophies from last year. You would expect them
نه
to
این
do
اون
so,
نیست، این اون
considering
تروفی
the
نیست، اون یه تروفی دیگه بود،
experience that
میجر
they've had,
بود.
compared to their opponents in the grand
جیمی
final,
جامپ
the caliber
زدن.
of players that they have. So always two ways to
نیکو چرا جی تو رفت؟ والا فکر میکنم پول.
So even though it's in studio, one of the teams will be picking that up. We've spoken a lot about how FaZe got you. We've spoken a lot about how Falcons have got you. We've spoken a lot about the problems in both of these two teams. I want to know from you, what does this look like on the server? We're going to see the video in a little bit. What are we expecting?
Well, here's the thing. These are the two teams that they played the most maps so far in this tournament. They were both 3-2 in the groups, right? Plus the quarterfinals. And all phases wins have been 2-0, actually. And they're floating a 7-map map pool. Funnily enough, the one map that they
map ها الان خیلی مهمه توی این بازی. کنیس خیلی وقت خداحافظی کرده. کنیس الان تو کدوم تورنمنت ولی خب اومد روی استیج خداحافظی کرد.
Be tricky again. Yes, I think here he is probably going to veto Ancient. I think that would be the best veto for them.
صاحب اورگوالا رو کاغذ بیزی خورده قوی تره. ولی خب فالکونز هم نیکو رو داره. نیکو ورق سنگینی. آره فرشاد. سلام جواد، چطوری؟ خوش اومدی جیگر، چه خبر؟ والا واسه میجر خیلی زوده بگیم، چون فرض کنیم که مانسی هم همین الان پاشه بیاد تو فالکونز، استراتژیاشون عوض میشه، تیم جدید میشه، تیم جدید کلا داستان داره. هر چقدر پلیرهای قوی رو بچینی کنار همدیگه، تیم جدید داستان داریم. پلیرها باید با همدیگه بسازن، باید بازی همدیگه رو یاد بگیرن. نیکو مثلا مانسی بازی همدیگه رو میشناسن ولی مانسی بازی بقیه‌شون رو نمیشناسه. بنومالی محمد نظر که یوسف والا کستش میکنیم دیگه، کستش میکنیم انشالله که تورنمنت خفنی در بیاد. هر تیمی هم که انتخاب شد انشالله که رفت اونور بتره کنه، پرچم ایران رو ببره بالا انشالله. خب ترین بند شد. میکردم ترین بند شد. جفت تیما اصلا یه جورایی با ترین مشکل دارن. آنوبیس هم بند شد. این انشن تو داریم تو مپول. نوک مپ اول پیک فیز. فالکون سیتی رو انتخاب کرد. حدسم انشنت باشه. انشنت مپ دوم پیک فالکونز فیز سیتی رو انتخاب کرد. دو تا مپ دیگر رو باید بند کنن الان. داستوبن شد. اینفرنو هم بند شد. میراج هم مپ آخر. نوک انشنت میراج. نوک انشنت میراج. نوک انشنت میراج.
all three maps they really like, so looking pretty hot I think overall.
I think there's some big brain Karrigan moves that we're going to see in this matchup.
Oh, I don't know about that.
فکر کنم بازی 2-1 میشه. بازی اول امروز. مانسی اسنایپر پور یا دانک رایفلره. من خودم مانسی رو بیشتر میپسندم. مپا بند پیک بند پیک اینجوریه. بعد عرض کنم به حضورتون که هر مپی هم که تیم انتخاب میکنه اون یکی مپ سایدش رو انتخاب میکنه. بعدا بشم همون جواد خیلی مخلصی. آره واسه همین گفتم چون بالانسه اس میکنم 2-1 فیز میشه. رو کاغذ دیگه خیلی غیر قابل پیش بینی کانتر. من خیلی حواسشون جمع کنن تیما. الو مکسل.
I can see how that puts him a bit off of his game, but they'll need him to be good.
It's definitely one of those games where preparation doesn't come into it all too much, right? I think both teams know what to expect from each other. They play similar styles, right? It's more who shows up.
بهترین اسنایپر CS گو.
Falcons are the worst team and
خیلی اسنایپر تو CS گو زیاد داشتیم که من خوف بودن. مثلا کنیس خودش، JW، فالن خیلی مخوف اسنایپ میزد، دیوایس خیلی مخوف اسنایپ میزد، سیمپل خیلی خوف اسنایپ میزد. مانسی اواخر CS گو اومد ولی خب بازم خیلی خوب اسنایپ میزد.
FaZe wasn't really there in that semi-final, right? And
اسکودل مثلا اسنایپر پسیوی بود، خیلی خوب اسنایپ میزد اونم. گاردین جایزه تورنمنت فکر کنم $1,250,000. انک وجود. الو عرفان.
Also, one thing that's kind of flying under the radar is like Brokey's last actually good tournament was 6 months ago.
موافقم فرشاد، خیلی استراتژی اسپریت روی دانک میگذره. آره. او پردیکشن.
He's been just existing kind of on the server, and this is, you know, op is hard in CS2, but he was one of the very good oppers early on, so it's not like something suddenly changed for him in terms of the game. Like he was good in CS2, and the last 6 months he hasn't been until today in Bucharest.
So that's what's going to make it exciting, right? Nico had a good semi-final.
خودت
He was the MVP.
کوچیکتم نوتوریوس بعد بشم من. زایوو آره زایوو احسن باری کلو زایوو از قلم افتاد. زایوو آنلایک از قلم افتاد. زایوو
step up, right? Rain,
درود فرساد.
and
شروع نشده انک.
awkward, right? When it comes to that CT side, him, Elish, Frozen moved to Ram, so
کنیه سال کنیه زی فلیک شاتایی میزد قند همه میافتاده.
One thing about Nuke, I was looking into it a bit, and for Falcons, they essentially live and die by Nico. This is not something like super unexpected for Falcons in general, but this map, I think it highlights that even more.
تورنمنت ها رو اسکیپ میکنن جواد، اسکیپ میکنن به خاطر فشار زیاد تورنمنت های امسال. خیلی تورنمنت ها تو همه. بلست و PGL و ESL تورنمنتشون خیلی تو همه. این قشنگ اینجوریه که این تورنمنت تموم میشه اپمار سوار میشن میرن تورنمنت بعدی. خیلی سنگینه.
Other people to be somewhat consistent. I think like Dexter obviously on the rotation with the op will be a key point, and I feel
سیمپل هم من خیلی دوست دارم واقعا تصمیم نهاییش چی میشه. چطوری کاوه الماسی؟
Yeah, I think for Nico as well. Yesterday he had an average series. I think he was actually the lowest rated player in that quarterfinal against Gamer Legion, but luckily no more early games.
بهترین کاپیتان گلیو. اصلا بی شک و تردید گلیو. بهترین البته IGL کاپیتان که فرق میکنه. بهترین IGL گلیو به CSGO. خیلی باهوش بود. سلام محمد چطوری؟ خوش اومدید. یوتیوب لایویم؟ آخ کاوه یا اول فاز. با تو که مراحل پایانیشو کسب میکنی. سیمپل چرا دقیقا خداویسی کرد خودش هم نمیدونه. وای بال ما.
I do believe HLTV they actually do rank.
دانک بره تیم دیگه بهتر میتونه از سایه بره کدوم تیم؟ والا G2 میتونست جای مناسبی واسش باشه که مانسی داره میره. فعلا همون اسپریت بهترین تیمشه. من ندیدم همچین توییتی و سیمپل خداویسی کرده بشه. نظر راجع مارکلوف چیه؟ بهترین اسنایپر 1.6 با اختلاف.
Would be a banging team though.
Team talk?
Yeah, would be like awesome seeing them react if something goes wrong in a round. Like what would the reactions be?
Great comms all around.
فرساد خیلی زیاد. خیلی زیاد.
Would you say that because of the current reported situation in Falcons with a lot of players knowing that maybe their time
یاد بازیاشو آره و من میشه یادمون بره.
into a better position because there's maybe a little bit more confidence there, could be a little bit of uncomfortable comms happening in the Falcons camp, or does it go the other way where there's a lot of Falcons players now going, well I better step up so that people see that I'm still
جادوگر دیگه های سیلور.
You can see, I mean, Dexter is the one guy, right? And his heart is definitely in it. I mean, you can see on the player cams, you know, when they're in games, and he's just giving it all he's got, right? And the rest of the team as well. I think
میشه نیکو رو بهترین رایفلر جهان نامید. جزء بهترین رایفلر رو 100% هست.
These guys were 0-2 in this tournament. Couple of really embarrassing wins and they still managed to rally and are now in the semifinals.
الو عرفان چطوری؟ هوکسینا
a team that is dead and doesn't care about winning.
اونقدر که باید ایمپکت نداشت هوکسی.
cannot do that. Like,
فکر کنم یه
so
مشکل فنی
I
هم
think
پیش
that's a
اومده که
little
بازی
bit of
لایو
a lazy
نشده هنوز.
narrative
4
that-
دقیقه
that's
پیش
being
باید
discussed
شروع
instead
میشد
of being
بازی.
focused on, what a great turnaround they've had in this tournament. With
فدات بشم فرساد.
credit to Zonic, sort of with the talks and with the conversations, just trying to instill some confidence in the
نلو
players and
محمد.
have them to keep
نلو
believing,
عرفان.
right? It's MR12. Things can go wrong really
آره
quick.
استیل شنیدم تورنمنت
and things
چیز
can look much worse
ملبورن
than they
هم
actually
اسکیپ
are.
کرده.
We obviously have a little bit of a delay, so there is a Steam network issue, I believe. So we're going to keep on yapping over here.
Let's go.
Let's talk about the mention there that you said with Falcons with the comeback. I'd like to know from both of you what
اما
is it
رو
that you
کاغذ
like?
فیز
We've
قوی
looked
تر.
at
رو
this team and
کاغذ.
how they're playing here at PGL Bucharest. We know that this probably won't be the team we
تو
talk
اینستا
about.
دارمش فرشاد.
Right now, what do we like about
دیما
these
رو تو
five players?
اینستا
I just
دارم
have to
کلیپای
say, I
خیلی
saw
باحالی
this
هم
up in
میذاره.
Serato, and I can't stop thinking about the fact that Furia signed a Kazakh 20-year-old opera with about like 1 year of experience. And funny enough, his name is pretty much
Dima.
like, means young, which
بازی
is kind of
نکسا
similar
یاد
to
میاد.
Junior, who was their
بله.
last international opera that they picked
جی
up.
تو
Well,
زمان
what a crazy
نکسا
story,
اوکسیو
and
یادم.
honestly kind of deserved after their embarrassing exit here from Bucharest.
همین دونا
But
دوست
that aside,
دخترشه
what
دیگه.
was the question about talking about Falcons?
What do we like about this particular team?
مهندسی از جیتو میخواد بره دارن مذاکره میکنن.
I think, I mean, obviously the first 2 games, nothing. But then after that, honestly, when Dexter is on point and finding some openings, I think Kiksan comes in with some decent calls. I think
یه رو والا هر کی اوجی داره دیگه.
go up and down because
اینایی که من میگم تو اوجاشون دارن با هم دیگه مقایسه میکنن دیگه.
We know what he brings, even if he has some like offish games.
آره پوری
a
آنلاکی شد.
big one sooner or later. But yeah, I think
این بعد ما هم امروز 2 ساعت برق نداشتیم. بعد
I think unlike teams like
یک خبرهای بدی که من راجع به برق شنیدم اینه که امکان داره مثلا برسه به 2 بار قطعی برق در روز. 4 ساعت تو تابستون فکر کنید مثلا برق نداره.
taking map control also because the meta is so much activity from the
قربونت برم مد آجی بدخواد و فلان love you فدات بشم عشق من مرسی برای $5 دونیت قربونت برم دستت پر برکت بشه مشتی فدات بشم من خیلی مخلصیم داداش خاک پاتم دم شما گرم
good reactions. They're not afraid of taking
hello
initiative.
hello
Based on what's going on.
سیم کارت
How to make the best move.
این تضمینی بهت نمیده سیم کارت. hello ریکال بعد بشم من عشق منی.
You've been setting that up throughout the half with some utility, with nade combination, nade sets and whatnot. And I think that's what you like about Falcons. They play that way. Now you dislike when they end up losing second
حالا علیرضا جو حساب کن الان بهار اینجوریه که تو خیلی خونه ها نه کولر مثلا روشنه نه بخاری باز برق داره قطع میشه.
Yesterday you saw the opposite,
دیگه خود حساب کن.
and how good they can be at manipulating rotations.
خونه ما مثلا هواش نسبتا بالانسه نه بخاری روشنه نه کولر روشنه. یعنی نه گاز مصرف داریم نه برق مصرف داریم.
It's just that the inconsistency has been hurting them and the lack of results, right? I think Kiksan is one of the
مذاکره رو من نشیدم چی شده. الان که مثل که فقط دارن صحبت میکنن من نمیدونم به کجا رسید به کجا نرسید. بهترین نت ایران فکر میکنم شاتل. همه نت های لنگی دارن و هرچی بگی هر نت رو بگی یه لنگی میزنه. سیستکو بگی لنگ میزنه بعضی اوقات. شاتل رو بگی لنگ میزنه بعضی اوقات. مخابرات رو بگی فیبرا رو بگی لنگ میزنن. آسیاتک لنگ میزنه.
And if they're all having a good day, this should be a banger semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, Kerrigan and Eco, it's been 6 years since they broke up their
Mizan.
partnership phase, right? But it's, I feel like still one of the hottest storylines, something that people always want to talk about and how that ended. And then when you see them again on the server playing against each other, it still feel like there's a bit of fire.
بیبره شاتل رو پینگ آسیم 22
one more chapter to be written in that book of Nico and Kerrigan. Who knows? But I think for this one, my focus is on Elise, really. I want to see how he does.
اینم بعد دیگه الان فیبرم تو ایران یه جورایی انحصاری شده. مثلا یه شرکت میاد میگه آقا اینجا رو ما میکشیم فقط ما نت میدیم.
The semi-finals here at PGL Bucharest. I'm excited. I'm excited for Elise. I'm excited for Kerrigan, Nico as well. I think that this is going to be a banger matchup. Scrawny, Launders, do you share my excitement?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like you guys are saying, these got legends in the server. I don't know if they all expected to be here and playing for a grand final. That's the head-to-head we get today. So they better see.
وانس فالکوز معلوم نیست.
Without Mongols or
همه جا نیست. آره فیبر شاتل همه جا نیست. برای شما نفته چرا ما برای اون ساسه اومد تازه.
exciting for the grand. So no idea who's going to win today, but I don't really care.
Let's find out.
خب بازی شروع شد بچه. بازی شروع شد. از چت فاصله میگیریم. سوالاتونو بچه‌ها نگه دارید. بریم که با هم دیگه ان بازی قشنگو تماشا کنیم و لذت ببریم. به نام خدا در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم با تورنمنت PGL بوخارست 2025 مرحله سمی فینال. بازی بین دو تیم فالکونز و فیز. بازی به استاف سری برنده به مرحله نهایی و گرند فاینال صعود خواهد کرد. بریم ببینیم که نتیجه بازی چگونه رقم خواهد خورد. مپ اول نوک سمت اوتساید بازیکن فیز حرکت خودشون رو آغاز کردن. آیتم های پیاپی. نیکو شاتش رو میزنن. فروزن اثبات دیگه کارش رو تمام میکنه و موفق تو گرفتن فرست بلاد. کیکسن سعی داره ترید رو انجام بده که این پسیو تر بازی میکنه. تسس خط نگه داشته موفق توی ترید. سه بازیکن دیگه در مقابلش قرار دارن. عجله نمی کنم بازیکن فیز. تسس اینجا میتونه اینفو خوبی در اختیار هم تیمیش قرار بده که بازیکن فیز کلن نیومدن داخل. کیکسن یک لحظه دیگه میره داخل فایت و بالاخره موفق میشه برک هم بگیره. تسس به پوش خودش داره ادامه میده. موفق هم هست. 4-2 الیژ و بروکی. الیژ موفق یک از فکر رو برمیگردونه. 30 ثانیه زمان. C4 هم در رسانه بازیکن قرار گرفته. ماجیکس در کنار دکستر روی بام ساید. دکستر یه لحظه سوینگ میکنه خط رو باز میکنه. الیژ موفق توی گرفتن فرک و حالا ماجیکس ببینیم میتونه کاری از پیش ببره یا نه. تسس از راه میرسه. ماجیکس نتونه شاتاشو لند بکنه. بروکی میره برای پلنت C4 و حالا تسس توی موقعیت تک به دو گرفتار شده. یه راندو فیسیل هم بگیره. 4-2 رو گرفتن. نفر اول شکار میکنه تسس. حالا تک به تک بروکی شرایط هلس پوینتی جالبی نداره. 2 گلوله بیشتر نداره تسس. بروکی هدشات رو لند میکنه و موفق تو کلاچ تک به تک فیسیل رو نجات میدن بازیکن این تیم. دوتن فراد بشن. مرسی بستانید. اما فراد ساقول آقا امروز بهتر کنی فراد بشم. میگم آرز بازی رو برد فیز نظرته. آره رو کاغذ فیز قوی تره. رو کاغذ فیز من در همین حد فقط میتونم بگم. خیلی مخلصی. دستت پر برکت. تنت سلامت مشتی. دم شما گرم. مرسی برای حمایت و انرژیت. میریم برای راند دوم. دکستر سکات بای کرده سمت اوتساید. اسموک اول پرتاب میشه. دکستر سعی داره تگ بکنه بازیکن فیز کلن رو. هنوز موفق به انجام این کار نشده. اسموکای کلوزی هم پرتاب کردن بازیکن فیز. دکستر نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. کنترل سیکرت در رسانه فیز کلن. نیکو روی هیرو M4.
No successful ratings despite seeing him in different positions as well, right? They've been trying to give Elige a bit of a comfort zone in this iteration of FaZe Clan.
Yes. یک بار دیگه تو همون پوزیشن. او نیکو تغییر پوزیشن داده به سمت بام سایت پایین. در کنار مجلس استک کردن.
No takeovers.
چندین بازیکن روی این بام ساید. اسموک پرتاب میشه، میان داخل فایت. فرک‌های پیاپی نیکو و مجیسک موفق میشن 3 فرگ رو از آن خودش میکنن. کیکسن تایمینگ به سودش نیست. فروزن به موقع برمیگرده، خط بکش رو چک میکنه. یک بار دیگه یک 4-2 دیگه، اما این بار 20 ثانیه زمان باقی نمونده و T4 هم روی بام سایت بی دراپ شده که دیگه تایم ندارن بازیکنان فیز. به این ترتیب نخستین امتیاز رو هم در دستان فالکونز خواهیم دید. کال خوبی داد IGLشون. هیرو رایفل رو فرستادن پایین، کال جالبی بود. اریکن درست گذاشته بودیم، مش تأخیر خورد.
One step ahead of it, and I mean, they make that one look easy. Read them like a book. Obviously, no swing out from the double doors either, so it's just an all-in move from FaZe Clan. They move into the wrong part of the map.
یعنی اصلا فکرش هم نمی‌کردن که
Feels a little too tough to handle.
استک کنن بازیکن فالکونز روی بام سایت بی.
That one got kind of muted with his poor performance.
کیکسن آیجرش.
One of the last series.
یک نتیجه بازی برابر.
What does he know that we don't? Was that Yanko's way of telling us Falcons are going to buy Kerrigan?
کریگان یه لحظه اومد برای گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ، موفق نبود.
Oh man, this is a huge
اسس برمیگرده، چه چکی کرد، چه تایمینگ. نیکو در ریسکی پوزیشن گرفته، بروکی ترید رو انجام میده. ماجیکس به فایت با فروزن موفق تر 3-3 میکنه روند کار رو. تسس تغییر پوزیشن داده به سمت بام سایت بی. 50 ثانیه زمان. C4 هم در نزدیکی بام سایت بی حضور داره. دکستر موفق تو گرفتن فرنگ. هر دو بازیکن روی بام سایت بی. تسس در انتظار باز کردن خطها. الیش یه فرنگ میگیره که دکستر تیجو انجام میده. بروکی C4 رو پلنت میکنه و حالا تک به 2. یه شاتی هم زد به دکستر، اما در نهایت بازیکن فالکونز موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز.
Yeah, I mean, Prof brought up Brokey's return to form, and it is stark for this event, and it kind of validates a lot of the conversations around FaZe.
دقت نکردم مکتن بولیجم داریم یا نه. حقیقت
he's obviously a critical player. He always puts himself in important spots. And because he's missing, FaZe are also just not.
چرا مستر احتمال داره که بگیره.
It almost feels like it reduces to Brokey because of how good he
اینو
is.
سجاد. سلام محمد رضا.
And we're seeing them really reap the benefits.
میریم راند چهارم. این بار نیکو هستن بازیکن فیز. نیکو. اوه یه لحظه به سمت هم تیمیش همه شلیکی کرد. چندین بازیکن در مقابلش، باید سریعتر از موری خودش استفاده بکنه. این کار رو هم انجام میده، میاد پشت بام سایت. کاور از راه رسیده. چه فشاری دارن میارن به نیکو. از موقع خودش استفاده میکنه داخل سینگ. دابل دور هم باز الیش کارش رو تموم میکنه. نیکو فشاری رو تحمل کرد و بالاخره موفق شدن شکارش بکنن. دکستر از راه رسیده. تسس هم روی بام سایت حضور داره. دابل دور کلوز میکنه. کیکسن باید این فرگ رو بگیره وگرنه کار خطرناک میشه. خود کیکسن فرگ‌های پیاپی برای این بازیکن و امتیاز سوم در دستان فالکونز. اینو اشیا ردیف گیم چی؟
You know, Kicksen's going to have one pop-off map out of 3, and it might be right here on Nuke that we see that great start to the day here. You know, FaZe at this point, I think all the fatigue's worn off, all the doubt's worn off. They're literally thinking now.
گان راند فیز کلن 4 اکیو گلیل در دستان بروکی. کریگان و رین هنوز موفق به گرفتن فرگ نشدن.
If Falcons are going to play like as well as they have in the last 2 days, this will not be a free route to finals. crazy that we've got two lineups with supposed roster moves. Alleged roster moves taking place after the event. Both in semifinals.
اسنایپ در اسان دکستر آپگرید کرده به AVP.
And the other two teams have, players that used to play for the other orgs.
نمیتونه شاتو لند بکنه بروکی و فروزن. دو فرگ پیاپی نیکو و کیکسن
Among these rosters.
حذف میشن از راند پنجم و حالا فیسکلن فرصت این رو داره تا دومین امتیاز رو بگیر از دستان فالکونز.
Such as 4 academy spirit teams.
SS دنبال گرفتن ترید. بروکی در مقابلش موفق هم هست. دمیج زیادی رو بهش زدن اما در کل موفق تر. الیج بالای روف حتی باز میکنه موفق هم هست. نتونست فلیک شاتو لند بکنه دکستر. تو ادامه کار باز هم الیج دو فرگ پیاپی برای این بازیکن و تسس رد اچ پی تنها با قونده تک به 4. سیپا رو هم پلنت میکنه فروزن. احتمالاً میخواد به اسنایپ سیو بکنه ولی الیج از راه رسیده نتونه شاتشو لند بکنه و فرگ سوم رو بگیره. اسنایپ ریکاور میشه توسط تسس. این خط نگه داشته موفق. امتیاز دوم در اسنان فیز کلر. سلام بدرام خوش اومدید.
A gift.
Okay.
From a mile away.
I think TSS would appreciate maybe just a 1v1.
I mean, go back watch the Mongols game.
خواسته اولین تاکتیکال تایم اوت برای فالکونز.
Because they came to him so often.
اکس دوباره هم اسنایپ خریده. اونورم که بروکی اسنایپ و چوقید. جدال دوتا اسنایپر الان جالب میشه.
Getting numbers like Monasi Zaiwu or simple.
بیسکلن تو راند پنجم دوتا انتری اولش رو خیلی زود گرفت. امیدشون به دکستر بود که الیج فاتحشون رو خوند. اونجا اصلا حواس نیکو نبوده.
Sitting at a 0.96 in 2025.
سلام محمد اسچ. سلام منش خوش اومدید. بریم راند ششم. بروکی سرعت اومده و تسس. اوه چه شانسی آورد. چه شانسی آورد تسس. سالم فرار کرد. چه پوش اگریسیو و ریسکی. چه پوش ریسکی. یعنی عجیب بود این پوش واقعا.
Maybe has to find a new lineup, and he's doing a damn good job. Him and Dexter, for that matter.
یک بریک برای دکستر. دکستر یک بار دیگه روی AVP. یک بریک دیگه اسپات میکنه تو لحظه آخر. الیج رو موفق هم هست تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. نیکو شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه توی اسموک. دمیج خوبی هم میزنه به رین. الیج و بروکی شکار شدن. این هم از کریگان. 5-2. تاکتیکال تایماتشون چه جوابی داد. فالکونز زانیکلو اینجاست که چاشنه کار قرار گرفت.
Even though FaZe have picked up a couple of rounds here, I actually feel like Falcons' rotations have been even stronger. They've looked like they've been in control of rounds.
دابل دو رو باز میکنن. میان برای احتمالا پلنت C4. چه دمیجی میزنه تسس و کیکسن. به بام سایت حضور داشت. خطو باز میکنه. کلین راند به سود فالکونز.
I mean, you look at that. There's barely even a duel where FaZe shoot back.
And they scamper away on the cross spam. It all starts with TSS feeling ballsy.
That was a little awkward, I mean, it was like Brokey was watching most of that push, but he did have clearly a blind spot on the right side of the smoke.
It's a wall of smokes outside with nothing behind it, so a sudden pop into upper by the looks of it. Phase 5 strong in lobby. Flash for Kerrigan. Out it goes.
به سمت هات خط رو باز میکنن. ترید به سرعت انجام میشه توسط رین. ماجیکس اونجا حضور داره. سعی داره فرگ بگیره. نیکو هم میاد برای کاور و یه لحظه کار داشت خطرناک میشد، اما فالکونز جمع و جور کردن خودشونو. واقعا جمع و جور کردن خودشونو. کامل داشت کنترل بامسو دستشون در میرفت. امکانش جفتیمو ببازن؟ نه. کانتر نهایت اینه که بازی به اوورتایم کشیده میشه و اوورتایم انقدر کش پیدا میکنه تا تمام شه. مهم نیست چند راند بره. 1000 راندم بره میره.
Magic's turn to make a play.
Magic's aggressive.
Wastes no time. A lot of disrespect coming out of the Falcons in terms of these smoke pushes.
That bounce is crazy.
Break اسم که outside. دکستر هم موفق به دنبال شکار که الیش.
Defuse back on Ancient.
The way Elish is comfortable dueling and up.
اجازه ادامه کار رو بهش نمیده. خود الیش بالای روف به دنبال گرفتن فرای بعدی موفق هم از نیکو. شکار میشه نیکو اونطور که باید. هنوز برای فالکونز بازی نکرده. تایمینگ خطو باز میکنه. کریگان موفق بالاخره نخواستین فرای خودش رو گرفت و حالا کیکسن. بازیکن فیس کردن هم دارن برمیگردن عقب. کیکسن چه پوزیشن ریسکی رو اتخاذ کرده. یک نفر شکار میکنه. دابل کیل برای این بازیکن و حالا کریگان تو موقع تاکید قرار گرفته. رد اچ پی هم هست. 40 ثانیه زمان سوینگ میکنه کیکسن. تریپل کیل برای این بازیکن. چه پوشی، چه موقعی، چه جوابی هم گرفت.
Excruciating. It's another moment where Brokey is like, he's checking it, but doesn't check it and clear it all the way. It's right after Kerrigan falls out of Squeaky, too. Oh boy. Small moments of timing, small gaps, watching angles. And so
یه زمان فقط توی لیگا بود که بازی درام میشد. مثلا 2 تا مپ بازی میکردن. روزه مپ anyway یه مپ باید برنده داشته باشه.
or the pistol round in fact it was Tesses who found the right moment to come back up the
اینجوری نبود 12 مثلا بشه زمان سی اس کو مثلا 15 بشن بعد بریم بازی تموم شد.
very in tune with all of phases decisions.
2 تا مپ بازی میکردن شاید بازی مثلا 1-1 میشد. امتیاز میگرفتن اون موقع. 6-2 فیسکلن باز هم شرایط اکونومیکی جالبی نداره. میره برای پیستول آرمور بای. نیکو از این خودش استفاده میکنه سمت اوتساید.
Goes around, comes around Tesses. Better be careful. You poke and prod that smoke one time too often. They're going to come swinging at you. That's the plan here for FaZe. But again, you know, Swift to help out.
ترجیح میده کمی دفاعی تر
It's fine. Tesses seems comfortable. You know, there's nothing too
بازی
bad
بکنه. تسس کامل میره روی بام سایت بی. رین به دنبال فرصت موفق هم هست. شاتی میزنه تو صورت همتیمی قدیمیش. 4-3 ادوانتج کماکان در دستان فالکونز.
Getting downstairs is viable without taking over control side, which is going to be hard with these.
پرتاب میکنن تسس به زحمت. اینجا کریگان سورپرایزش میکنه. ایکی آر میکاور کرده کریگان. شاید فرصت این رو داشته باشن که امتیاز سوم رو بگیرن و این راند رو در بیارن از دستان فالکونز.
playing separately.
کریگان
Flash over towards
از
the
به
stairs.
سنگینی
Kerrigan
روی
just waiting for
دوشش
them to step up. And as they do,
داره که
matches
مجیکس
just
کارشو تمام میکنه.
fast
محل
with it.
الیش تک به سه
Unleashed Desert Eagle stuck in the corner.
نمیتونی کار از پیش ببری یا نه. اثباتش میکنن و کارشو تمام میکنن. مثل هفتم در استان فالکونز اما فیز موفق شد C4 رو پلنس بکنه. سلام پول، چطوری بولت؟ خوش اومدی.
If anybody happens to go down. I mean, Nico gets blasted out of this one with a Tech 9 bullet.
Yeah.
No problem, because the rest of this unit from Falcons is making up for the fact that you've got Nico sitting -5 and 6.
I mean, yeah, they've got like levels here, and I think
سلام
they're not
فرزاد.
even playing
نیکو
scared.
آره اومده فالکونز.
They've
خیلی
been
وقت
where they
اومده
need to be.
فالکونز.
They can multi-kill on multiple players, even if it's not Nico. And I don't know. Yeah, FaZe needs to go like that
خب
extra.
میریم من راند
distance, like,
دهم.
in that 2v3 situation.
4 کی و ای وی پی در رسانه بروکی. سمت فالکونز هم 2 کی ریکاور شده در رسانه کیکسن و نیکو.
Dexter's been able to capitalize on opening these smokes. But that one goes a little too far.
یه ذره نیدش دیپ افتاد. رین موفق تو شکار اسنایپر. الیج از فرصت استفاده میکنه. با چه سرعتی خودش رو رسونده به سمت هون. آمار هم داره. الیج موفق تو گرفتن فرگ و فرگ پروبی برای فیز کلن. فرصت دارن تا امتیاز سوم رو از آن خودشون بکنن. دکستر کیکسن از بخوام تنهاست روی بام سایز. چه فریزی کردن فیز کلن یا چه فریزی. بازی رو پیچیده میکنن برای فالکونز.
It's the bald eagle up in heaven now. Kixan decides to press out from Hut. He's worried about Squeaky, but it's mainly the bigger issue.
بعدش کارتازی بکنه که الیج و کریگان خط رو باز میکنن. موفق تر و نیکو تنها باقی مونده. تک به 5.
Pinching into Dexter, isolating a duel outside, and then getting a leash to follow forward with the momentum.
Yeah, that's already. I mean, FaZe are down 7-2 at the moment. Now 7-3, barring some kind of miracle. But you know, 10 kills is pretty much on par for Elige maps on Nuke. So he's showing.
دمیج بسیار سنگین موفق میشه فرگ رو برگردونید تا ثانیه‌های دیگر. امتیاز سوم رو خواهیم دید در رسانه فیز کلن. توتن مرسی واسه رایت قربت برم. یکی گریگان آبقند بده، یکی رو بزنه. نیکو هم امروز بد خفنه. مرسی فرد جان. مرسی مرسی مرسی. کریگان بازیکن عجیبیه. کریگان بعضی اوقات مثلا نمیزنه یهو دیدی یه کلاچ کرد برگای همه میریزه. نیکو هم اسیر C4 شد و تمام بازیکن فالکونز از دست رفتن. درخواست دومین تاکتیکال تایم اوت برای فالکونز. البته نیکو فیز بده؟ نه. سلام متین. خوش اومدید. توتن جان عشق من. مرسی بازم با استوریتت فچم. ماست کلت. ممنون. خاک پاتم داداش. مرسی مرسی.
Is it? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that means 2 remaining out of 3.
Oh, right, okay. But
Right?
it's not on their second.
I was confident. I'm always confident until you ask. But I feel like the game hasn't slowed down.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm looking at the scoreboard. There wasn't a reason to pause.
Yep, you're right.
I am right.
خب میریم برای راند 11.
But what would it say if it was their second?
پیسیلان امتیاز سوم رو به بهترین شکل ممکن از آن خودش کرد. 2 راند دیگه از نیمه اول باقی مونده. اسموکای کراس اوتساید پرتاب شده. فروزن اشته اسکویکی به دنبال فرصت.
And Falcons have been pretty adamant about poking these smokes. So he better keep his guard up in the lobby on his own. Kerrigan throwing all the grenades over the top. And Rain also, this is kind of mysterious, right? Because Dexter's been pretty adamant about playing inside of Garage. They don't see any contact.
کنه سمت اوتساید تسس
Lines it up. I think Alish was stomping.
توی
so easy line up on
smoke.
the audio. What Falcons don't have out of the gate for
دقیق شروع کرد به تیراندازی و موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ برای فالکونز. کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان برای فیز کلن. تسس یک بار دیگه پوزیشنش رو عوض میکنه. نیکو و مجیک صد بازیکن اگریسیو. بروکی و کریگان اونجا حضور داره. خطو باز میکنه. خود نیکو موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. سوینگ میکنه سمت اوتساید. کیکسن برای هیون موفق توی ترید و فروزن تک به 30 ثانیه. C4 هم در دستانش نیست. دراپ شده و فروزن الان کارش سخته. فروزن تایمی هم نداره بخواد شانس خودش رو حتی امتحان بکنه و این هم از امتیاز 8 در رسانه فالکونز. قربت برم مارک، لطف داری فرد شم. عشق منی، مرسی. تحتت خیلی قشنگ بود. مرسی.
Definitely mistakes from Mongols and big individual moments out of Falcons, but what I feel today, the Falcons that I'm looking at right now, this is the Falcons I remember playing in Cluj-Napoca. This is the Falcons that went on to get to grand finals and push Maus. This feels like the communication, right? Look at the communication between players in this first map of the series.
Oh, you can just see
you can't say that that's
G2 100% مشخص نیست با G2 پلی بده. بعدش بازی G2 با کامپلکسیتی برنده اون بازی میرسه فینال، برنده این بازی هم میرسه فینال. 100% نیست از الان بگیم با G2 قراره بازی کنه. بریم برای راند 12 آخرین راند. تیمی اول مپ اول سعی داره مولتی فرگ بگیره. کیکسن رین اجازه این کارو بهش نمیده. رین موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. راند آخر هست، محکوم به اقدام هستن بازیکن فالکونز. فرصت داره فیز کلن تا امتیاز 4 رو از آن خودش بکنه. چه فست پوشی دادن به سمت بام سایت. جواب هم گرفتن. اسموک ایمن هم رفرش شده. چه فشاری دارن تحمل میکنن دو بازیکن فالکونز. هنوز یک مولی و یک فلش دیگه هم باقی مونده که مولی هم حالا پرتا بشه. تست تو اسموک شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه، از مولی خودش استفاده میکنه. کاری از پیش نمیبره. دکستر کارش بسیار سخت و دشوار هست و دو فرگ پیاپی. امتیاز 4 در دستانه فیز کلن. 8-4 سیمپل تیم نداره. بهترین کلاچ زیپنیکس یا همون زیپکس بازیکن استرالیست معروف بود به کلاچ مینیستر. سلام گرشا، چطوری؟ بازی سیتی ساید مپ؟ آره نوک سیتی ساید. اگزیت لک 300 تومن. اگزیت لک فیری اساج نه متاسفانه. اگزیت لک آره 300 تومن. نه کجا فرق شد دیدی 300 تومن؟ من آخرین باری که دیدم 550 تومن شده ماهی. سلام احیار، قربت برم، خوش اومدی، سلامت باشی.
We're clicking now, but this will be a true test at this point. We can see that if they get by this. Now,
numerically, they got a 4-round team,
and they literally could forget about how some of those early round timings go. I actually don't think this is the end of the world with the CT side to look forward to.
توی استریم کراسر رو این شکلی میکنه که تو فضای استریم واضح باشه. کراسر بازیکن‌ها هر کی کراسر مخصوص خودش رو داره. خب میریم برای پیستول راند دوم. 4 امتیاز اختلاف. فست پوش بازیکن فالکونز به سمت بام سایت A. بام سایت گیواب کردن فیس کلنیا. این سعی داره شانس خوش رو امتحان میکنه توی اسموک، موفق نیست. 5-5 C4 پلن شد و حالا بازیکن فیز با آماده شن برای شروع ریتیک. نیکو
Nico drops vent, wraps back around main because that smoke was up.
نیکو هرچند داره باز سریعتر حرکت بکنه. نیکو داره از راه میرسه. دو بازیکن در مقابلش. چه کردن بازیکنهای فالکونز؟ چه کرد نیکو؟ وای چه فلنکی کرد نیکو. 3-4 بازیکن اومده بودن برای شکار نفر آخر. پیستوران در دستان فالکونز. وای نیکو چه فلنکی کرد.
Once you've gotten there, I mean, there's no sense in a FaZe player going lower at that moment. Fence open, so Nico knows that
DNS نه تاثیر
eventually he
نداره.
can clutch the round if things go wrong, but nothing does. Everybody hits their shots. Now FaZe have to do
اول باید ریژن تو مد بذاری ایو اگه اروپا میخوای بازی کنی، بعد اگزیت لاگ بذاری اوتو خودش سرور سلکت میکنه. آموزش کارباش هم تو یوتیوب گذاشتم. لینک بده ما هم بگیریم. آره فرشاد آمار من قدیمیه. خب نه هیچ هم اگزیت لایک بچه همون مای 550. از این ارزون ترین قیمتی که من دیدم. گرونتر از این هم من دیدم. مایکرو نه آزاد نیست. الو پایلت میریم اراند 14ام 9-4 پیسیلن فول فورس همگی پیستول از بیخ.
Whatever that what you keep that to yourself.
Life gives you peanuts, make peanut butter.
الیش هم سمت سیکرت از راه رسیده. مولی در مقابله شانس خوش رو امتحان میکنه. نمیتونه فرنگ بگیره. رین پوزیشنش رو عوض میکنه. 35 ثانیه بیشتر زمان ندارن بازیکن فالکونز. باید سریعتر حرکت خودشون رو آغاز بکنن. 4 بازیکن فیس کردن متمرکز شدن روی بام سایت A. خیلی داره زمان از دست میده فالکونز. حالا ماجیکس استرایک دکستر یه لحظه خطش رو برگردوند. حالا آمار نفر دوم ندارن. الان بروکی پوزیشنش ریویل میشه. سعی دارن بیان برای دینای کردن C4. فرک های پرپلیج و فروزن. خود الیش موفق. کیکسن تک به تک خطو باز میکنه. چه نیدی هم پرد کرد کیکسن. چه راندی و نجات داد. چه راندی و نجات داد. سلام آفت چطوری قربونت دارم خوش اومدی. فعلا که اصلا بازی نمیکنه اینجا. سیمپل لاجیتک بهتره.
Okay, FaZe, that would have been a massive opportunity. You saw they were a little bit nervous.
آره قشنگ داره بازی میکنه واقعا. این ران هم سیو اصلا فقط بروکی. MP9 چاشنی بار کرده. یک نید الیج بالای بولو به دنبال شکار. نیکو
Yep. That's Nico.
علی مدد کریگان خطو باز میکنه سمت بام سایت. صدر فرک بگیره. بازیکن فالکونز از راه میرسن. اجازه دموکار رو بهش نمیدن. بروکی کماکان پشت دابل دور. هم اسموک دادن هم در رو به روش بستن. دیپور هم پلنت میشه توسط دکستر. فرصت داره فالکونز برای گرفتن امتیاز 11ام.
Of course, it helps that no one from FaZe was there for this round.
Yeah, that last round kind of felt like, you know, they didn't want to make the mistake of losing in the second round. And maybe because it's been happening often to them, that's why they're a little more cautious.
Great irony of not wanting to make a mistake.
Yeah. You have to be cautious.
چه تایمینگی. از راه میرسه. حالا بروکی هم دارن. بروکی فرک هم میزنه اما تو ادامه کار موفق نیست. فروزن
Would you like to try that again?
Perfection is the enemy of good.
در حال سیو کردن که کیکسن
And trying to aim for
اجازه سیو رو بهش نمیده و باز هم امتیاز
away from both.
در دستان فالکونز. خیلی اختلاف زیاد شد چت. مپی که فیزه ها، فیزی که از ابرقدرت‌های نوکه ها.
May be the one and only gun round of FaZe Clan on the CT half. It's at least an op for Brokey, but he is looking like a shell of himself. The version that we've seen in Bucharest, that is. Elish stepped up to the plate. FaZe Clan just, you know, the irony. We just talked about how Elish has yet to have a good game of nuke on this FaZe Clan.
این مران 16 فالکونز این راندو بگیره کار تمام هست.
And where's his team?
الیش شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه. سمت اوتساید 5 بازیکن فالکونز حضور دارن. ماجیکس یه لحظه میره توی دوئل با الیش. 4 بازیکن حتی رد کردن. ماجیکس پوزیشن خودش رو حفظ میکنه. رین تغییر پوزیشن داده به سمت آمساید های همطور. بروکی با اسنایپ از راه رسیده. یا علی بالای بوس نتونست کاری از پیش ببر. رین هم نتونست فرگ بگیره. ای وای من. مگیس هم کامل اینور خط سیکرت رو بلاک کرده و رمپ و ونز تنها پوزیشن هایی که بازیکن فیز میتونن اقدام کنن. سیفور هم پلند شده. الیش با صبر و حوصله پوزیشن خودش رو حفظ کرده. موفق تو گرفتن فرک هم هست، ولی به نظر میرسه که ویسکلری میخوان سیو بکنن و امتیاز 12 رو بله خواهیم دید در دستان فالکونز. سفیده
many chances to prove themselves here on CT side. It's, you know, hard to argue they should have gotten more rounds. They had some chances in that first half, and this was actually a decent setup to at least get some kills. I mean, they did that, so what can you say? 12-4 justified here. Falcons one away from stomping this first map.
سلام بابک.
FaZe Clan thinking this nuke pick was going to catch Falcons. We have some claw marks on the FaZe Clan after this one. This is a no mercy moment in a head-to-head.
توجه نکن مستر. توتن خیلی مخلصیم. اول سلامتی خودت، بعدم هرچی پلیر قدیمی ایرانی که جاشون توی این تیما خالی فدات بشم من. خاک پاتم داداش. مرسی قربونت برم. مرسی یه دنیا ممنون و متشکر. ارادت زیاد. ارادت تا صبح. خیلی مخلصیم. مرسی که انرژی میدی. مرسی که این پیام قشنگو توی دونت واسه ما میفرستی. دمت کرد. صحبت پر برکت. تنت سلامت. خیلی مخلصیم.
They squeaked it. 3D Max.
یه نشده دیگه دست ما نیستش که. دی ان ای دیگه. رابس خیلی ایمپکت داشت. این جدی ببین الیش پلیر بدی نیست، ولی جایگزین رابس نیست. این رابس یه حالت یه لرک سنگینی میکرد، بازیو خیلی میچرخوند، بازیو پیچیده میکرد واسه تیم مقابل. الیش یه رایفلره. خیلی پلیر خوبیه. میگم خیلی الیش پلیر خوبیه، ولی خب جایگزین مناسبی به نظرم بر رابس نبود، چون خیلی سبک بازی این دوتا متفاوته.
So if you are one of the critics, you can blame me, and I say you've got bad taste in music because dwarfcore is all the rage.
علی آره ان شاء الله دوم اردیبهشت. مرسی واسه قربونت برم. ان شاء الله دوم اردیبهشت.
You should be going long on dwarf.
آجم جی چطوری؟ خوش اومدی. چه خبر؟ آره آجم جی نتیجه مانسی قراره بره. رابس الان توی وایتالیتیه.
This is dwarfcore dancing.
یه اول میشه تورنمنت و نمیدونم والا خیلی عجیب داره پیش میره این تورنمنت. فالکونز نسبت به تورنمنت های قبلی خیلی بهتر داره بازی میکنه. عرض کنم که عمر جی تو هم بد نیست، شرایطش اوکیه. کامپلکسیتی هم جالب اینجاست، داره خوب بازی میکنه.
dancing. On the way to the mines. It's an honest day's work.
چه راندی تکنیکال پاز گرفتن. بچه‌ها چت هایی که پاک میشه رو خورده به دل نگیرید، چون استریم فامیلی فرندلی بعضی از دوستان با خانواده استریم ها رو تماشا میکنن مسابقات رو و چتشون هم بازه، واسه همین ما یه ذره چت رو بیشتر از حالت عادی مادریت میکنیم. مادریتور رو زحمتشو میکشن. یه چتاتون پاک میشه خورده به دل نگیرید. عشقای منین همتون.
Their communication is
بعد
the
از سرت
biggest
مت.
advantage here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean,
Crazy how good that they've played. I mean,
سلام از عمان. حسین چه خبر؟ خوشی اومدی داداش.
What a showing from the Falcons today.
ناوی محو شده، ولی ناوی من خیلی وقت منتظرم ترکیب عوض کنه حقیقت. ناوی واقعا محو شده، هر کی میرسه میزنه تو سرش. مهمترین تورنمنت امسال آیم کلون با میجر. خب بریم واسه راند 17 هم. فالکونز یک امتیاز میخواد تا مپ اول رو به سود خودش به پایان برسونه. ببین اتفاق میفته آخر. نیکو سمت اوتساید به دنبال شکار، الیج در مقابلش.
PGL circuit gave them their first grand finals.
اکسر
Right back into the action here.
چه اوپنی فرایی گرفته اکسر. الیج بیچاره داشت کلن چک میکرد فقط. با چه تایمینگی دکسر خط رو باز کرد. 4-5 کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان برای فالکونز. ام اگریسیو کریگان اومده جلو اسپاتش میکنن. هم تیمیش هم حتی تروفی رو پوش داده. یک بار دیگه کریگان میاد برای ریپیک. فروزن دابل کیل. ترید انجام میشه. رین در حال حرکت. اکسل خطش رو نگه داشته بود. بروکی تنها باقی مونده. بروکی تنها باقی مونده. نمیم صداشو گرفتن یا نه که پرید روی بام سایت. میان به سمت بام سایت ای. بروکی روی بام سایت. 15 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. بروکی دابل کیل. 7 اچ پی تک به تک. 11 ثانیه زمان بیشتر باقی نمونده. دکستر کارشو تموم میکنه. فالکونز موفق میشه با چه نتیجه‌ای فیس کیلن رو شکست بده. شاید
Soared in as a flock and just grasped
GG's.
FaZe's map pick away from them. Falcons is now 1 up in the semi-final. And to be fair, gents, when they came in, they just looked sharper from the get-go. The whole way through, it just looked like they were far more warmed up and ready than FaZe was.
Yeah, I mean,
نت جیتر خودم نمیدونم از چی میاد این نت جیتر.
On a trajectory for what a disappointing map. And on the other hand, I really want to hype.
ولی anyway میدونم که باید با آی اسپید صحبت کنی.
In terms of just being proactive when needed, fighting outside together when needed, and you know some individual step ups.
خب بچه‌ها از مپ اول حدود یه رو به دیگه مپ دوم شروع میشه. میریم برای استراحت کوتاه. برگردیم خدمتتون برای شروع مپ دوم. بیایید بک. عشقای منی.
Yeah, I think Falcons just more sharp individually, not only in terms of their aim, but also in terms of their decision making, the rotations. You know, in a couple of those mid rounds, sometimes despite having a man disadvantage, they were still able to outmaneuver FaZe and win some rounds. And FaZe didn't win consecutive rounds in the first half. That was what made them sort of play the game on nightmare mode, right? And allowed for Falcons to build up a good economy that enables you to go for more plays, for more moves, and they just closed it out in the second half without too much trouble after winning the pistol and converting that second round.
That first half, exactly like you said, though, Yanko, Falcons was able to adapt. It felt to me, though, that FaZe, it was like they had nothing creative in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of disappointed with that second round. Like, your anti-eco going B, 5 people, 4 people through the small door. Like, I don't know, not a lot of pressure put on Falcons at all, and you run into Nico with an M4, doesn't really help, right? And I mean, this guy is showing up quite well, Tessus, for sure. Like, we were talking about the individuals on the FaZe side, like about how Brokey is stepping up. We're talking about Frozen. Honestly, the only guy that did something was Elige, fighting outside. You know, his opening duels didn't really work that well, but he was getting multi-kills, he was getting traded off, and he was fighting like impact in the rounds. Unfortunately, the closing part, which is usually the Frozen Brokey, weren't really on point this time around.
I mean, even Kicksan in that first half was fragging out as the IGL. It just felt like, from a FaZe point of view, do you think that they didn't expect this from Falcons when they made this map pick?
I don't know. I think it was clear that Falcons had a game plan to be disruptive on the CT side. You saw that early on, even from Tessus in that push through the smoke. Then Magus did it in Squeaky Door the following round. So I think that threw a spanner in the works a little bit for Kerrigan, who I think wanted to establish sort of yard control. I think they wanted to target Nico and Dexter outside, right? And whether it's going through secret or whether it's like we saw in one of the rounds trying to wrap with the smoke window, smoke main, that was the focus of FaZe, but the problem is you want to do that. This is what happens, you know, in one of the early rounds, the reset rounds, right? Just the peak happens, then you have Magisk in round number 8, and even in a 2v3 later on, Kicksan just pushes door on his own and finds all 3 players, right? This happened time and time again. Round 11, another reset round. If FaZe wins this one, might be 7-5, but again, we see the secret push in the mid round. Kicksan is also trying to clear yard together, and every single time, you know, they were one step ahead of FaZe, and FaZe couldn't get to the late round, right? Even if a few times they would get an opening or something, they would get some control in the early round, Falcons was able to retake all of that control and more in the mid round.
Yeah, I think that outside round was just such a nice example of Falcons being on point, playing together, being sharp as well. Like, it wasn't like FaZe was completely caught off guard, but it simply had too many people outside in the right timing to shut that down and then, you know, close the round. So yeah, really, really impressive. Honestly, really impressed by Falcons and how they're playing. And, you know, going into this match, I'm thinking, I don't know really what to make of either teams. Obviously, both have great individuals. There's going to be some, like, you know, some highlight moments and stuff like that. But really, realistically, Falcons with the Mongols win and then the Gamer Legion win, they're really tested in both of these matches. And that was kind of giving me some more hope, maybe, versus a FaZe that, you know, defeated Apogee, you know, the upstarts, and then 3D Max in such a convincing and easy way, where they I don't know, didn't really get tested the way they are tested now against Falcons, like actively being pushed at the right timing, not only in the first 15 seconds, but also late in the round, and finding these little gaps that open up in the late round.
What's the conversation outside between FaZe right now? If they're looking back on their nuke, what is being said?
I think you...
Probably nothing.
No, I think it's just, you need to say, you know, like some of these, I think Kerrigan will definitely shoulder some of the blame perhaps for a couple of calls and say, maybe we should have done it a little bit differently. But in the end, they lost key rounds and they were getting reset, right? And in the second half, you know, they couldn't get anything going. There wasn't a lot of room for them to try and mount a comeback. I think the silver lining for them is you're going to Ancient, which you still like to play if you're a FaZe clan, right? It's not a punish from the side of Falcons. It's more Falcons picking to their own comfort. So you're just trying to sort of maybe get a little bit of extra energy going from some of the guys. Prof said outside of Elige, no one really, you know, was contributing. He was incredibly sharp and incredibly impactful. So you just want to get people going so that you can start having some momentum in your individuals to perhaps even with, you know, all these teams, FaZe, Falcons, G2, they're not winning games solely off of having rounds with advantages, right? Like your players give you a couple of 3v4s, 2v3s, 2v4s, right? Like you're able to steal some of those rounds away. And I think that's what FaZe is hoping for, right? That their players just step up a little bit more as well, because some of those outmaneuverings happen because maybe we're a little bit too quiet on TeamSpeak. People aren't updating the information. This is open. They're maybe not reacting quickly enough to Kerrigan's call, and that's why they get caught in transition.
Tactically, how do you clip Falcon's wings when you're coming into Ancient, keeping in mind that they're also going to be feeling quite confident, soaring quite high after taking that win?
Yeah, I mean, the way they played yesterday against the Gamer Legion, I feel like that's the same approach they'll try here, Falcons. That is, I mean, take mid control, maybe not instantly, but with a slight delay, and then work off of it, leave a lurker, and do like some hits, try to find openings. What happened yesterday was a lot of opening kills found for Falcons very easily, and I don't think FaZe will be giving them that. I think they'll be a bit more careful, and they'll fight mid, I think, more often, like with Frozen and Elige. That's what they love to do, and that's why they are playing where they're playing. So I think that's going to be a bit of a more exciting fight this time around.
Yes, I think FaZe is definitely going to be more proactive in the mid-round compared to Gamer Legion. Last time in Cluj when they played Ancient, it was the strong CT side really from Falcons that propelled them to winning that map. Kixon he was the top performer on Ancient too, and the way Nuke has been going, can maybe expect him to continue that. I would expect for Falcons maybe the adjustment to be to their T side. Yesterday they didn't really go A all that much in terms of when they wanted to change the pace. It was mostly mid-round, oh, we kill a guy, then we go donut and we just finish the round on A. But if they are going to change the pace from the default, taking mid control and whatnot, A might be, that switch of doing it on A might be a good call also, because Elige, Frozen, they both would prefer to be mid than really to play on A.
Yeah, and just finding timings there, even if it's not like a full execute, just having like a lurker kind of test out. Is there anyone A? And we know these teams like to just chill and leave it open for periods of time. So I think that's also going to be a part of the game plan. But as you said, like FaZe pick this map 50% of the time when it's open. Like this is a map they play quite a bit. But I really, every time I see Kixon on Ancient, I just think back to the Paris Major, his amazing comeback against NIP when he called circles around Alexi B on Ancient. So, I'm feeling pretty confident about their chances here for a 2-0.
He beat FaZe at the Major with Heroic too, right? Yeah. So I think he just also enjoys Ancient a lot, and that's why we see them in this tournament too, T sides, just even when losing pistol and everything, having a slow start to the half, are still able to get it done in the gun round. So a very tall task for FaZe Clan. They absolutely need to step up or they'll be out 2-0.
This is probably an impossible question for both of you to answer, and I suppose if you could answer it,
it's impossible.
Here we go.
If you could answer it correctly, you'd end up being hired by FaZe, I'm sure. Why do they look...
I don't know if Janko wants that.
Yeah. Why do they look so uninspired at the moment?
Oh, I mean, I think anyone can have games where they look uninspired. Unfortunately for FaZe, this happens a bit too often for their championship aspirations and stuff like this. But yeah, I think it's a mix of everything. Individuals and the game planning and other people just showing up.
It's the struggles, right? And perhaps people don't click as much outside of the game yet, right? That's why Robin is there, I believe. He used to be the coach. He's just a great guy to have around the team. Obviously has known Kerrigan and Rain for ages, even Brokey now. So I think they're aware they need to work on that, right? Like you're not going to play great Counter-Strike if the energy is low and people are sort of communicating, it feels like an obligation to be there. Like everything needs to be flowing, it needs to be popping, you need to have high energy and update constantly, suggest things to your teammates, ask for things from your teammates, right? And then it's infectious both ways, right? Like then everyone is doing it. We're all sort of feeling it. You have the confidence that you're going to win, and the other way around, you're sort of sometimes like you are giving information, but it feels like things are happening to you instead of you actually playing the game.
Well, there you go. The gents have weighed in on what we saw on Nuke, and now we go to Ancient. Is a repeat of PGL Cluj in the cards? We'll have to find out after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move.
چرا همین بعضی وقت دعوت میکنن؟ بیشتر تورنمنتی که استیج داره دعوت میکنن. مثلا دقیقاً جالبه سه تا اسمی که نوشتی تو مراسم HLTV آواردز مثلا دقیقاً همین سه تا بودن. هیتون بود؟ هیتون هم فکر کنم بود، ولی اسپان و پاتی یادم بودن، یا پاتی به قول خودشون. هیرو مورد علاقه تو دوتا چیه؟ AA forever. فدات بشم رایوال. حمید آنو چطوری آنو؟ نه پدرام جان.
Into the musty swamps of ancient we
تیم
go.
علاقه
Falcons showed
نووی
no flaws whatsoever throughout that first map.
600 خورده میلیون یا علی.
They are about to sail forward to another grand final phase from their most
مپ بعدی
dominant win of the
Ancients.
year to a map that they just simply couldn't get into. What do you make of that?
I agree, unfortunately. I was really hoping this would be a closer series. I feel like this grand finals is actually up for grabs, and if FaZe wanted to play
که منظور تو متوجه نشدم لایو اینو گذاشت تو جاهای مختلف، منظور چیه؟
The fact they picked Nuke and made it look like it was Falcons pick with how well they played that map. It's hard to
فقط قبل اینکه خواستی استریمتو شروع کنی حتما قوانین سایت ها رو که ایوان بخون. توییچ ببین چیکارو باید بکنی، چیکار نباید بکنی، یوتیوب چیکارو باید بکنی، اگه خواستی استریم کنی چیکار نباید بکنی، اینا رو حواست باشه. خب بریم بچه‌ها برای مپ دوم انشنت، مپی که توسط فالکونز پیک شده. به نام خدا در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم. بازی بین دو تیم فالکونز فیز. فروزن خط نگه داشته، ترید انجام میشه، رین همونجا حضور داره در کنار الیج، برمیگردن عقب بازی کنه. فالکونز سعی دارن رکم بگیرن. نیکو حضور داره، الیج کارشو تموم میکنه، فرق تر و تمیز از الیج.
Melon, and so man advantage to the FaZe clan. Game is on.
چه بالاترین FPS رو گرفت؟ 600 میلیون دادی. آره دیگه FPS به مثبت 250 FPS اوکیه. دیگه هرچی میری بالاتر وسیعت هرتز مانیتورت هم داره، ولی خب مثبت 250 رو بگیری اوکیه. میریم برای راند دوم. راند اول معذرت میخوام. دیگه کماکان پوزیشن خودش رو حفظ کرد. اونجا دکستر دو بازیکن رو فرستادن به سمت بام سایت. ای وای من کریگان اسم گروه بام سایت پرتاب شد. دکستر میره برای پلنت. سیفور کریگان جهت درستی رو انتخاب نمیکنه. سیفور پلنت کردن، از اون ور حرکت خودش رو آغاز کرده دکستر، ولی خب خیلی زمان نیاز داره دکستر تا از راه برسه تا بتونه به هم تیمیاش کمک بکنه. 4 بازیکن فیز کردن روی بام سایت دکستر. یواش داره از راه میرسه، هرچند که فیز کردنیا کمی سرعت چاشنی کار قرار دادن. حالا دکستر از راه میرسه، موفق هم هستن تو گرفتن فرک‌های پیاپی. مجیز دابل کیل برای بازیکن. رین 7 اچ پی به دنبال گرفتن فرک. دکستر کارشو تموم میکنه. چه استراتژی ریسکی رو پیاده کرد فالکونز. وای
from a massive disadvantage. They used that Degster alert perfectly, and because they got that plant down without even having to take a fight because of their smoke and no one
ناوی تیم مورد علاوه.
Well, he had lots of time to make sure that he could walk in.
عجب استراتژی پیاده شد. تنها مون دکستر رو بام سایت دو نفری اومدن. منظر ما تنها باقیمون رو بام سایت ای 2 نفر اومدن رو بی. خیلی ریسکه.
They're playing their A game today.
و خیلی هم زمان میخواست دکستر تا از راه برسه، ولی خب رسید. رسید.
Had a little confidence going their way when they were just looking down the ramp at players that looked desperate to get into fights, but
میریم برای راند دوم.
Falcons knew what they were banking on, and Degster delivers. The Degster TSS show versus the Mongols on
Gateway bomb
Ancient is what
site.
got them here.
بازیکن فالکونز متمرکز شدن در نزدیکی بام سایت A.
As well-oiled as Falcons looked on Nuke, this is a whole new beast today.
برای محمد مهدی.
Kixan versus Kerrigan on B.
They actually must know Kixan.
روکی و کریگان در برابر کیکسن و
You can see that both
دکستر.
players are over here. This is, I think, just a really smart read out of FaZe.
اوه.
I think Kixan half is
همه
aware that,
بازیکنان روی بام سایت
they're gonna be
B
prepared for this push too, but it is a
حضور
2v1
دارن.
for
یه لحظه
the
کیکسن
moment.
فرصت داشت فرگ بگیره، فرصت رو از دست داد. کریگان کیکسن دوبل کیل.
It's one thing for Brokey to be caught crossing into the site like that, but for
Yeah.
him to snap it onto the headshot.
فایر پاور هم
That kind of epitomizes
کم
this year.
آوردن.
Okay. It's the right call from FaZe. It's the right positioning. Looks like they're going to be interruptive in a good way.
You can see Kixan's even a little nervous.
محمد
about
صالحی
making a play
درگیر
because he knows
یه
that he's
سری
often
کاره
trying
واسه
to do that play.
جابجایی، ولی خب
And
برمیگرد.
yeah, he's still that was at the very minimum phase. It had to be a 1v1, right? You're saving now.
Artillery down middle here for FaZe Clan. Frag grenades chucked out. And they do very little
راند چهارم
damage.
3-0 فیز کلن پیستول آرمور بای.
FaZe Clan not getting their money's worth, I'll tell you that.
فیز کلن باید مواظب باشه این مپ هم سیتی سایدد، اگه سمت تی سایدد بخواد ران زیاد از دست بده که واویلا.
A winnable position in round 3.
موری دقیقه پرتاب میکنه کیکسن.
More utility to try to hold them back on
اوه
elbow.
نجاتش دادن.
Keep Elige alive by
نجاتش
burning that
دادن.
last
علنا
grenade
با
for the
اسموک
FaZe Clan.
الیج رو نجات دادن.
And there's plenty more util where the
باید
Falcons
متوجه
kick
این
this
بشن
off with.
بازیکن فالکونز که اون اسموک سیتی بی دلیل اونجا پرتاب نشده. بله نیکو با تجربه تر از این حرفاست. کیکسن یه لحظه نزدیک بود تو اسموک فرگی دیگه هم بگیره
This round still has a little bit
برای
of life left in it for
Falcons.
FaZe, but we're starting to see Falcons set their targets onto that B site, and at the moment FaZe still pulling back from A, but not fast enough to get ahead of what feels like this Falcons
دو
commitment
بازیکن داخل
bound to
کیف.
come in
روکی و
before they
کریگان.
arrive. You'd think, but there's still a little hesitation here from Falcons, and FaZe keep this moving. Here's the execute.
They take time to get organized sometimes versus these pistols, but they're in.
اساس اومده داخل بام
in the
سایت.
site either, just in
بقیه
case.
بازیکن فالکونز هم دارن از راه میرسن. فروزن پشت اسموک. کریگان موفق تو گرفتن فرگ. میاد برای کاور کردن گان که نیکو جا حضور داره. بروکی اومده بود برای شیطنت. فروزن این که از فرگ ها رو ترید میکنه. آمارش رو دارن. تک به 3 صدر کیکسون رو شکار میکنه. تسس از راه میرسه برای کمک به هم تیمیش و باز هم فالکونز موفق توی گرفتن امتیاز. قربت برم محمد.
Ultimately, with FaZe playing from within cave, there wasn't too many opportunities to create some friction for the site exec. So good.
آره 540 بگیری باید یه سیسه بگیری تسلا در از که FPS زیر این عدد نیاد. بس اینه. یا حداقل مثلا اوریج باید چیزی بوده 600 FPS بگیری. خیلیه. اوریج 600 واقعا عدد سنگینیه تو CS. میریم مرانه پنجم. بروکی مسلح به AVP. دکستر هم اسنایپر رو چاشنه کار قرار داده. الیج موفق نبود توی فایتش. چه دوئلی وینگش کرد. ماجیکس فروزن شانس خودش امتحان میکنه توی اسموک. نیکو میره برای پلنت C4. آمار اسنایپر رو هم دارن. فروزن چه سنگینی میخوره اما موفق تو گرفتن فرگ. تسس چه تایمینگی. چه تایمینگی تسس. همین کافی بود تا بازیکن فیز کردن عقب نشینی بکنن و امتیاز پنجم رو هم ببینیم تو اسکوربورد در دستان فالکونز.
They're the ones who are in the power position. The bomb is down. You have to eventually go And you don't even know if he's going to lurk from elbow or as Rain was looking from caves or outside of B. Nice. So Raw duel 1 versus a Liege here over on the A site. I don't know if he's a permanent fixture on A or if that's changed.
چاکرم هاوین سلامت باشیم.
That was a rifle like just out of spawn setup, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
دی فیز
Oh, the song of my people.
At least we're going to get the op back in play here for Brokey.
درخواست اولین تکتیکال تایمات خودشون هم گرفتن.
Waiting for this
5
game to
هیچ.
start for FaZe, man.
And that strong performance from Elige as the nuke map was so swiftly robbed away by Falcons, but haven't had to talk about any kind of individual level from any of the other FaZe members. I think I speak for many when I said we were all happy for FaZe to find an improvement in form, and we were all signing up for what could have been an awesome back and forth between them and Falcons today, but
بریم راند ششم ببینیم آیا میتونن کارسی بکنن. نه نیکوچ دمیجی خورده از آیتم ها. الیش موفق تو گرفتن دوبل کیل به سرعت در اوایل راند ششم. ادوانتج در اختیار فیز کردن قرار میگیره. چه عجب. این 3-5 رو واقعا دیگه نباید از دست بدن بازیکن فیز کلن.
Rounds that we've seen so far to call it too soon. Still got some healthy players.
خیلی جالبی رو پرتاب کرد سمت بام سایت.
Falcons know they're teaming with confidence, right? Like it's one bad miss and this site gets run over. It's a double cave setup again, so FaZe are not aiming to push. And the smoke comes out
اسمو که رمپ یک بار دیگه رفرش میشه. آخی چه ایدربی تمیزی دستشه. اوفی اوفی.
Passive lines here from the A players. Not that they need more help in B.
چه فیدیه. 4 میم روش زده. اولش ثانیه زمان تیم بازیکن فیز کردن روی بام سایت بی حضور دارن. مولی روی بام سایت پرتاب شده. حالا خط رو باز می‌کنن بازیکن فالکونز. رین با صبر و حوصله دارن بازیکن فیز. تسس میره برای پلنت. ماجیکس یکی از فرایکا رو برمیگردونه اما کافی نیست. دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. میره برای سیو کردن تک ایکیش و فیز کلن موفق میشه نخستین امتیاز رو از آن خودش بکنه.
That was the firepower of Elige right there. Unfortunately, not even all the nades landed in the right spots there for FaZe. I don't think Elige was set up for success with the utility that came in, but he still reacted extremely well here. At least that second flash does its job.
Rain offers up that helping hand, and we'll go back.
20 تا فیس میگیری هادی.
Pelt it with util, dive into the donut. Huge nade damage here for Kixan to have to handle, and Elige sees that.
این مران هفتم فشار سنگین بازیکنه هر دو تیم این بار. 0 اگه پیاپی برای فالکونز. کریگان فقط موفق بشه یکی از فرک‌ها رو برگردونه. بام سایت بی خالی است. روکی به دنباله شکار. مطمئن نیستن که بام سایت بی خالی. فریز شدن بازیکن فالکونز. خط درستی نگه داشته دکستر اما نمیتونه شاتو لنز بکنه. رین سرعت میاد برای تغییر پوزیشن. کی هم سمت وسط حضور داره. نیکو داره از راه میرسه. یه شولدر زد. و حالا از فرصت استفاده میکنن. متوجه شدن که بام سایت بی کاملا خالیه. حرکت کنم به سمت بام سایت. نیکو اما داره به لیر که خودش ادامه میده توی البو.
But make no mistake, there were some
Hello,
close
Wayne.
duels that happened just now.
Welcome
Health bars
back.
are low here for Falcons, but unfortunately, the firepower advantage has been on their side for a lot of these rounds.
این نیکو رو شکار میکنه اما امتیاز ششم در استان فالکونز انیوی قرار خواهد گرفت.
He wanted the lane fight, knew he had to duel with elbow. It was forced on him by Falcons. Dangerous game for Falcons, but I mean, they change up their mid-timing. One round after losing a double kill to Elige, and it works out perfectly. So, shout out Magisk. He throws himself at middle this time. He's up to an 8-2 scoreline on the second map of the semis. And as I said, this is still FaZe unable to win 2 rounds in a row this entire series.
درخواست دومین وقت استراحت فنی برای
When Elige joined this new FaZe lineup, I think the number one goal has to be
برای فیز کلن
and the ramp up towards Austin and the end of the season, and winning an event along the way. Well, that's exactly how you build the confidence to create that tournament window, to make a deep run like that and believe through all the hard times. But despite the good efforts from FaZe so far this event, if this is the way that they go out, I mean, I think it'll harm them more than it helps.
کریگا سنگاش مثل که شارژش تموم شده آجی.
What a gut-wrenching feeling it must be to be a FaZe Clan fan, to go
بریم
from
راند
their most
هشتم.
lopsided win of the year to what could be their heaviest loss 24 hours later.
نگه داشته دکستر اما موفق نیست شاتشو لند بکنه. یک فلش
awaits any sort of contact. There's no cave pressure coming out towards Falcons. Bomb still floating
بانک های
towards
پیاپی که نتیجه خاصی به همراه نداره.
FaZe just kind of shelling up at the moment.
اسمو که
That's a smoke down.
رام رو هم رفرش میکنن تا فضا بیشتری در اختیار داشته باشن. تسس چه چکی کرد. کریگان رو بروکی از راه رسیده. چه میسی از بروکی گرفت. عنوان اسنایپر رو هم حالا دارم بازی کنه. فیز کلن بروکی سر به داخل کیکسن از راه رسید. با وولمن کارشو تمام کرد. دکستر هم از راه میرسه و رین رو شکار میکنه. فروزن و الیژ دو بازیکن باقی مونده. آخ چت کاری به فیز کلن ندارم ولی خیلی های لول بازی کرد فالکونز این راندو. اصلا خیلی های لول بازی کرد فالکونز این راندو. تسس چی کار کرد؟
teammate can come up the ramp. No, they make this as bad as it possibly can be. 5 alive here for
فدات بشم محمد رضا. خاکتم نداشت. خوش اومدی. چی تسس چی کار کرد؟ وای از پیک کریگان بگیر. آخ فروزن هم مرد. اسنایپر رو لاکداون کردن با وولبنگ زدنش. یعنی بروکی اصلا نمیدونست باید چی کار کنه دیگه. ببین خیلی سومین تایتیکال تایمو تو خوشم گرفت فیز. تا آخر راند 24م اگر برسه دیگه اصلا تایتیکال نداریم برای فیز. جدن های لیول بازی کردن. آرموری پس یه چیز شبیه بتل پس شانسی. میری تو سرور خود ولو باید بازی کنی و امتیاز بهت میداره. میتونی کیس بخری، میتونی یه سری چیز توی خودش داره باز کنی.
seriously.
اینجوریه. هلو A22 میریم راند نهم.
At 1.0
هفت،
and 2 in the
یک.
Swiss groups at the beginning of this event. A best of 3 away from elimination, and now mere rounds from a grand finals. And in a form that will have no matter their
ای
competition.
وای یک بار دیگه فروزن.
Spray, but still no kill. When you're working with less guns here,
اسپری خیلی خوبی دادم و موفق نشد فرگ بگیره. رین از راه میرسه دابل کیل برای بازیکن. رین روی بام سایت فشار بیشتر میکنه. چه نیدی هم پرتاب کردن سمت شرایط بازیکن فالکونز. خیلی خرابه. اچ پی ها همه پایین. فقط تیسیس هستش که تو 7 اچ پی اون هم. هرچند که رین هم نیمی از اچ پی خودش رو از دست داده تو ماده تک بسه. دیس ادوانتیج سنگینی داره رین. الفون هم دراپ شده. اسموک سیتی پرتاب میشه. تست میره برای پلانت C4. رین سوینگ میکنه و ماجیکس از راه میرسه. کارو تموم میکنه. باز هم امتیاز در اختیار فالکونز. سلام هستن پرایم. آره پرایم همیشه داشته باشید بچه‌ها. کلاً پرایم اونقدر که کنین چیز یوزلس نیست. پرامو بگیرید. سلام شهریار خوش اومدید.
You know, a slightly above average or average performance overall. And there is so much damage, but no kills.
از متوجه چتت نشدم قربونت برم. چجوری چی بازی کنم؟ تک بریم برای راند دهم 8-1 باز هم فری فرانک. اوه تسس سه بازیکن در نزدیکش حضور دارن. چقدر عجیب و غریب داره پیش میره این راند. یه روی بام سایت عجله نمی‌کنه بازیکن فالکونز. بالای بوست بروکی صدای پلنت رو شنیدن اما یک سی اسپات نمیکنه. الیش از راه میرسه موفق 4 به 4 میکنه روند کارو. بروکی بالای بوست بالاخره اسموک فید میشه. اون هم موفق میشه این فرق بگیره. اسموک رمپ هم پرتاب شد. حالا فرصت داره فیسکلنتا کارسازی بکنه. والبنگ سعی داره دینایی بکنه. چه دمیجی هم داره میزنه نیکو. دوبل کیل برای این بازیکن. چه والبنگ یک بار دیگه. چه فشاری داره میاره نیکو. دکستر خطو باز میکنه. یک بار دیگه میرن برای دیفیوز رو انجام میشه. بالاخره روندو گرفتن. وای خدای من.
Are they even truly in it?
I don't know. That's pretty great though from Nico in that spot, and he's smiling after a lost round. That's not something you often see from Nico, and that's just because of well how proud he's got to be of his team at the moment. Between Nuke and this is the closest that FaZe have got to scaring them. No way to deny that spam. Once the smoke came down, Banana was like, okay, no mollies.
I mean,
no one in the smoke, no one in cave either.
Compare the reactions and then remind yourself who won and who lost that round.
Yeah, right.
Finn with his hands on his head.
I mean, you can see the economic impact.
میریم راند 11 8-2 فیسکلن. چه زحمتی موفق شد امتیاز بگیره. مولی دیپ شانس آورد که این مولی یه قدم ازش دورتره و خطری تهدیدش نکرد. اما نیکو آیا چک میکنه سمت چپش رو یا خیر؟ اتکا میکنه به اسموک. الیش موفق گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ.
Molotov never spread to Alicia's feet. Man advantage here for FaZe.
گریگان کمی تواجهی. بروکی کاورش هست از اسموک خودش استفاده میکنه.
Looks like Kicksan's watching it. Yeah, Kerrigan up along the box.
گریگان موفق.
It's actually just the distraction. Brokey's off from the top
of the ramp.
And TSS returns to
ترید
favor
میشه
with
35 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. دو بازیکن فیز کماکان روی بام سایت بی حضور دارن. بروکی خط رپ رو نگه داشته. رین ناموفق. روکی ترید رو انجام میده. 3-2 کماکان از بدن تیش. ایش شوتی لند میکنه و حالا تسس تک به 3. منجا بروکی براشو تمام میکنه و فیس کردن موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز سوم. ما هم پلی میدیم شد.
I'd like to. I would like to.
Yeah.
I would hope they would.
If you're FaZe, you have to. You got 2 rounds in a row. They're also good rounds here. They're like scary, but you know get it together. Take shots like this. Some of the shots that Falcons are hitting, you've got to hit shots like that. Yeah, you got to treat every.
میریم راند 12 آخرین راند نیمه اول مپ دوم. 8-3 نتیجه بازی به سود فالکونز.
Unless you lose.
No. You win or you learn.
روکی اگریسیو نتونست اوپنینگ فرنگ رو بگیره. کیکسن بد موقع بلد شد. او هم نتونست از موقعیتش استفاده بکنه. الیش اسموک البو رو رفرش میکنه. اسموک اولی هم انداخت. بوست بازیکن فالکونز. نیکو نیمی از HP خودش رو از دست داده.
But it doesn't look like FaZe are looking to make moves. Hoping that this fourth CT round comes to them.
اسموک یه ذره به ذره خودش هم تموم شد. مجبور پوزیشن رو عوض کنه. 60 ثانیه زمان. حرکت بازیکن فالکونز به سمت بام سایت A. فیس کردنیام همگی پسیو. حالا یه ذره اگریسیو تر در حال گرفتن فضا بازیکنان فیس کلن. رین موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. فروزن دابل کیل، تریپل کیل، کواد کیل. تر و تمیز و شیک و مجلسی. ول پلیت. چطوری آجالکو؟ ساول.
That every day. What a round out of Frozen.
Just when you think it's over, they pull you back in.
They still, and you can see it in their eyes. Obviously, they know they're still playing from behind, and they're happy to get their small victories here and there. But there's plenty of work to do. Even for a chance to see this third map.
If FaZe push this series to Mirage, haven't played it since February, just to repeat that. So there's an unknown quantity. They better have sharpened their sword for it.
Wow,
that is a rock solid hold. Helps, of course, that Rain peels the first player off so that Frozen is allowed to catch them off guard with the quad kill.
خب در حال طرفدار کدوم تیمی؟ من فن هیچ کدوم از این تیما نیستم. جفتشون هم دوست دارم. طرفداری فن بیس بخوای حساب کنیم طرفدار نوین فقط. ولی خب این دوتا جفتشون واسه من محبوبن. اینور نیکو رو دارم. نیکو رو خیلی دوستش دارم. دارم که فیس کلنه. همشون دوست داشتنیه. بریم برای سوران دوم. کمی اگریسیو. دو فرق پیاپی از الیژ. تریدی هم انجام نمیشه. 3-5. الیژ فایر پاوری داره از خودش به نمایش میگذاره. استک بازیکن فالکونز روی بام سایت بی. بازیکن فیز هم دارن قدم میذارن توی همین استک. کیکسن صدر فرق بگیره ناموفق. حالا فرکو داره برمیگرده. دکستر تریپل کیل برای این بازیکن. دارن فرار میکنن بازیکنان فیس. ای دارن دنبالشون میکنن بازیکن فالکونز، اما موفق به انجام این کار نمیشن. یه لحظه اشتباه بازی کرد کلا فالکونز. دکستر دوباره برمیگرده به سمت بام سایت. بروکی و الیج در برابر تسس و دکستر.
Falcons too smart, too shrewd to leave. And this next swing determines everything.
حتی باز میکنن. دکستر نتونست کاری از پیش ببره و حالا الیش و تسس. وای من الیش نزدیک گرفتن ایس بود که کامل راندو برگردون. اصلا چجوری این راند برگشت؟ واقعا چه استکی زد فالکونز. اصلا این بازی رو خیلی وقت ندیدیم از تیم فالکونز. عجیبه.
To be honest, as a team, man, after these first two kills happened, I felt as though they could guarantee Falcons would get nervous about their stack if they waited a little bit longer. There was more time in the round. And fundamentally speaking, like it was just so
عجیبه.
fun over here.
Hey, why not?
The joy is infectious. Yeah.
چی رنگ بازی کنم؟ باید یه پرایم بخری اگه پرایم نداری.
I feel like FaZe played that a little bit lazy, man. I hate to say that.
میریم راند 14 تسس اگریسیو. کریگان موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. کیک سنتری رو انجام میده. میاد تو فایت در برابر الیج. نیکو موفق تر. 3-3 نیکو تغییر پوزیشن میده. کمی اگریسیو. بروکیچ نگه داشته. بروکیچ چک میشه یا خیر؟ بله دوبل کیل برای این بازیکن بروکی. عالی کار میکنه توی پوزیشن خودش. حالا دکستر تک به 3. فیس گلن فرصتی داره امتیاز 5 رو از آن خودش بکنه. آمار نفر آخر رو هم دارن.
Bomb to be planted on the B site still. Good health here for FaZe.
He's actually just walking fully away from this with the amount of time left over. I'm hoping to find some sort of lurk, I suppose. Honestly, based on this game and how many unlikely positions they've overcome, I would have put on Dexter to give this shot 13-6 as he comes into this map.
این ترتیب امتیاز 5 رو خواهیم دید در دستان فیز.
Excellent spot.
این دکستر میتونست شانسی داشته باشه. اسموکر رو دیگه نمیتونست اسکیپ کنه.
Every single player dies inside or outside cave.
ایتی بازی بعدی کاوه. سلام آقا جمیل، خیلی مخلصیم جیگر. چطوری؟ خوبی ردیفی؟ خوش اومدی داداش.
Oh, there's the lifeline. You know, I'd love to just start pulling all the classic FaZe tropes out of my toolbox, talk about all the comebacks that they've pulled off in history, just when you've written them off and you think the series is a shoe-in. But unfortunately, time has passed.
Hello, Aspect.
When the consistencies of these sorts of games have kind of fizzled out. You know, they've lost a bit of that FaZe clan shine.
Honestly, if Brokey didn't miss that on B-side dust too with the Shanghai Major in the final round and Shiro didn't 1v2, I think FaZe win the whole thing.
کیورد ما خیلی زیاد داریم. کورسر خوبه، ریزر خوبه، لاجیتک خوبه، هایپریکس خوبه، اکسرفای خوبه. خیلی زیادن کیوردای خوب.
But that's why you have to. That's why you
ریزر هانسمن اصلا تورنمنت‌های خوبیه.
Win even if you get very close. Like unfortunately, a lot of Kerrigan's career has been setting up some of the best records for other teams.
تلگرام اینجا واسم بذار ببین چی شده.
He's got, you know, gave Navi their win back in Copenhagen.
میریم برای راند 15 9-5 قرص کردم بازیکن فالکونز.
Makes everybody else look so sharp. Tragic at times, but that's competition. We're just lucky to have a player in the space that can create as exhilarating moments as they can.
بیش از نیمی از HP خودش رو از دست
Yeah, but
داده.
on that, you know, like Nuke was not exhilarating. That was the most unlike phase part about it. I mean, we never got the
سلام
culminating
مایکتا،
rounds.
چطوری؟
That's
خوش
the
اومدی
thing.
داداش.
Kerrigan's calling, right? It reaches its
خبر
zenith
میدونی
at the very end of the game, the round, no, 23-24. But if they don't get there at all, I mean, you're never going to see a mastermind at work in that sense. So phase
60 ثانیه زمان. رین
back is real.
تایمینگی سعی داشت از خودشون امتحان بکنه. بازیکن فیز برمیگردن
Shows what this team is really all about.
یه ذره عقب باید فضای بیشتری رو خالی بکنن.
Get there first.
Looks like Falcon's going to take a swing and cave. Trade's
Roki.
good from Nico.
فید میشه توسط نیکو.
Rain going to keep an eye on the gun. That opens up the bomb to go and join the players towards Donut. A's feeling likely at this point, but we're down to 25
Magisk.
seconds.
The bomb
Magisk
site
is
A.
MP9. Close proximity to the site. They're splitting up. FaZe chucking a grenade
بازیکن
over
فیز
towards the
ذره
B site.
جدا از
Falcons
همدیگه
aren't
دارن
gonna buy it.
بازی
Nico's gonna keep
میکنن.
an eye
فالکونز
on
داره
it just
روتیت
in
میکنه به
case.
سمت
But this
بام
stack gets in
سایت
position
ای.
at the
کال
right
خوبی
time.
هم هست.
Vixen
کیکسن
draws attention.
در کنار مجیس اونجا حضور داره. مجیس ببینیم میتونه واسه هم فرق بگیرین. این اتفاق نیافتاد و حالا دکستر دابل کیل. فقط کافی فرار کنه دکستر.
And FaZe fizzle out in the 15th. Falcons with a robbery.
فیز چند باره داره میاد تو استک بازیکن‌های فالکونز. چندین باره داره میاد تو استک بازیکن‌های فالکونز.
I mean, that's been the series for them. Beautiful rotations.
فورس یعنی هرچی پول داری بخر از بیخ. باید چقدر داری.
Indomitable crossfire and another fantastic spray down for Dexter, topping the board again.
1000 تا داری، 2000 تا داری، 3000 تا داری، هر چی داری بخر. این میشه میگن فورس ران.
Not only did FaZe have to fight
The
this
force
uphill
buy.
battle, now they're the victim of rounds like that. Debilitating.
So many
aspects.
clutches, so many man advantage rounds lost here.
ده پنج.
And yet they
اسمکرم
still have to
پرتاب بیشتر از
continue to try to
کیکسن.
march on.
اسس
It feels like they've lost more 3v5s than 4v5s in this game.
بیش از حد ریسک کنن بازیکن فالکونز. به تدافعی داره بازی میکنه این تیم.
FaZe in pain. And Falcons sharp. Quality counter-strike worthy of a grand
بیگ پاپ
finals.
فلش.
And the chase of a trophy
اومده است برای
lift.
پرتاب مولی خودش. دیسریسپکت میکنه. لیش میاد جلو. ترید انجام میشه توسط نیکو. داخل کیو نیکو جاشو عوض کرد با بازیکن حریف. نیکو زیر فشار سنگین کارشو تمام میکنه. فیز کلن فرصت داره امتیاز از آن خودش بکنه. مجیس و دکستر از راه رسیده. نید پرتاب میشه روی بام ساید. همیشه خوبی هم میزنه به بروکی. یک نید دیگه کارشو تمام میکنه. خطو باز میکنه. دکستر موفق و حالا فروزن تک به 2. یک فلش داخل کیف. آیتم های پیاپی. وای من که این راند هم ریتیک شد.
Here from the Falcons once again. There was a distinct change of heart from Elige right there. They're going to respect the utility at the bottom of Banana. He decided to run through it. He got his kill. It gave FaZe a chance to get into the site. But what can you say about that? You cannot deny those two nades that land right on default when Brokey can't move. It's a beautiful retake from the perspective of protocols. Excellent use of all the resources they had, the time, the players. There just aren't many gaps.
چطوری این فرصت رو از دست داد فیز کلن؟ راند 17 هم 11-5 2 راند دیگه میخواد فالکونز تا صعود بکنه به گرند فاینال. البته بازی کم میکنم بازی کنم. فیز کنترل وسط در اختیار این تیم قرار گرفته.
Trying to set up this A split to keep the hopes alive, but Magisk
مجیس برمیگرده عقب. نیکو هم روی بام سایت حضور داره، میره توی فایت. الیش ترید رو انجام میده. مجیس سوینگ میکنه، همینجا خوبی هم بهش میزنن. دکستر همینجا حضور داره. آیتم های پیاپی نمیتونن بیان داخل. کریگان داره فلنک رو تکمیل میکنه. تسس در نزدیکی و خط بازی میکنه. خود کریگان موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. یک 3-2 دیگه. دکستر روی بام سایه فرک هم میزنه و حالا کیکسن تک به 2. اوه چه شاتی هم رد و بدل شد. کیکسن نتونست کارت رو بکنه، تغییر پوزیشن میده. کیکسن دوباره برمیگره به سمت سیتی. این تک به 2 دیگه همه جوره به نفع فیز کلنه دیگه. سیفار هم پلنت کردین، اسموک هم نداره کیکسن.
And they are in some sense. But how's Kixan going to watch this lurk? Surely he's not going to find this, right?
Kerrigan rounds the corner.
Ooh, Kerrigan.
Some damage for it, but
big one here from Finn. He was 5-13 at the start of that round.
Kerrigan تیمشو نجات داد.
Sucks the life out of the A defense for Falcons.
دیکسر خیلی قشنگ داره بازی میکنه. آرمباز ارزش خرید داره، شانسی دادش. یه وقت میبینی ارزش داره، یه وقت میبینی اصلا ارزش نداره.
that they're missing the rounds in a row, like you can win the rush rounds like this, or even that previous round where they tech 9'd into B. There was a chance they could have closed it, but you know, it's all to make the money so you can win sustainably like you can here. Full utility, pretty damn good weapons.
این مراد 18 فالکونز فول فورس بیرو امپور در رسان نیکو. بروکی موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک ترید انجام نمیشه توسط بازیکن فالکونز. ادوانتیج در اختیار فیز کلن قرار میگیره.
Leash wastes no time just getting to the perimeter of the red room. But Falcons are in the right position here, Mohan.
صبر و حوصله دارن بازیکن فالکونز یک بار دیگه استک کرده روی بام سایت بی. یه گمبل دیگه.
Yeah, I mean, this is again a situation if we want to mirror into that where if you wait long enough, CTs have no choice but to re-expand, either pushing towards you or going to check the other side. They're the ones who are limited on information.
الیش توی فلنک ادامه کار. او نیکو یه لحظه اشتباه. روی بام سایت آمارشو دارن. کریگان کارشو تموم میکنه و دکستر میره برای سیف کردن M4. امتیاز 7 رو خواهیم دید در رسان فیز. داره برمیگرده به بازی. آیا شاهد کامبک خواهیم بود؟ باید دید مپ اول که نابود شد فیز هیچ. این مپ اگه بتونن 11 گیر کنن فالکونزو، شاید بتونن روند کار رو برگردونن. فالکونز هنوز سیو نکرده.
Falcons didn't get lucky to get to 11 rounds. I mean, they've had a pretty detailed game plan. Their players are on form. Their rotations have been excellent. Their communication, you can see it from the outside, looks like it's solid. And FaZe got to open their third eye to figure out how to win this game. Let's see if Falcons are going to feel the pressure or not. That's the other weird part. We have seen Falcons feel pressured visibly, you know, and get to nervous positions.
این بار فالکونز فولیکو.
This was an 8-1 lead for Falcons. You take that into consideration.
این بار فالکونز فولیکو 4 بازیکن فالکونز اومدن توی دونات. الیج موفق دید خودش هم استفاده میکنه. باز هم الیج دابل کیل. فروزن او هم از راه میرسه برای کمک. دابل کیل هم برای فروزن و نیکو. تک به 4. بیفورا هم پلنت میکنن. فرصت برای فیز برای گرفتن امتیاز 8. مپ 2 آقا.
looks like not. Kerrigan will take him out for alive here for FaZe Clan. We might
این هم
have a
از
game.
نیکو و امتیاز 8 در استان فیز.
Oh, they're starting to smile too.
If only temporarily. 3-round difference, 11-8 score. Dexter yet again, top performing player for Falcons on his
عزیز
ancient
فرض اوقات
game.
از این شیطونی ها میکنه. حاج امیر
Scares me about Dexter's form at
این
the
راند
moment. Feels
20
like he's just
گان
in the
راند
right
به ادی
position.
فالکونز.
FaZe come at him. Like he's been forced to save throughout these last few rounds that FaZe are picking up. And now we see him bolstering
نید
that
کمی دمیج
lead
میزنه به
onside,
تسس.
where Nico had been adding himself to the defense. Now it's the Opper instead. We saw it make a difference versus the Mongols. Could damn well do it here versus FaZe.
روکی و دکستر هر دو بازیکن
There's also
مسلح
been
به
a
AVP.
consistency in winning mid, I think, here.
Yeah.
Starting to be added together by FaZe Clan.
Absolutely. If you're the winning team, you can't just be giving this away. It's up to FaZe to use it against them. We've seen Elige go forward with a couple of window lurks. Brokey watching from behind. The CTs are here.
So Leash versus Nico.
الیش
AK tries to tap
چه
those
ریسکی
heads
داره
to
بازی میکنه
rattle
الیش
the
بروکی هم
CT defense.
قط
There's the
نگه
kickback on
داشته
Elige. Now
شاتش
on
رو
the handle.
زدن
Nico
نیکو
steps
از
up.
راه
He doesn't
میرسه
get the
موفق
trade.
تو گرفتن فرگ اومد کریگان ترید رو انجام میده کیکسن سعید رو باز هم فرگ بگیره فروزن جواب میده 3 به 4 ادوانتج در دستان فیز کلن قرار گرفته نیکو حواسش نبود رین از فرصت استفاده میکنه 4 به 2 دکستر روی بام سایت حضور داره اما کنترل بام سایت از دستشون خارج شده اصلا C4 هنوز حتی رد نکرده که دکستر تصمیم میگیره برگرده عقب دیفنسیو تر بازی بکنه به امتیاز نهم رو هم خواهیم دید در دستان فیز.
And they find this refrag both on the extremity of the map and inside of middle. And you can see the depressive positions that the CTs are dying in. They're the ones who are trying to claw back space, even though it's very early into the round. This doesn't happen if Falcons start off trying to establish inside of mid.
سلام مستر امین چطوری؟
Start to clam up and FaZe keep trying to hit them there.
بعد این بازی آره مچ G2 با
They actually
کامپلکسیتی
have a sustainable path to bringing this map to fruition. Alicia's 15 and 15, but you know what? Like, a lot of those kills have been like round winning.
این هم از امتیاز نهم اختلاف میرسه به 2 امتیاز خوب داره کامبک میکنه فیز کلن باید یه تایم اوت چیزی بگیرم بازیکن فالکونز هم درخواست ندادن چه غیری چقدر غیر
is maybe given a chance to unleash that op. He'll head over to the A site. Again, there's this constant shuffling of the positions from the Falcons. Op to try to hunt down Kixan, who's now locked in along the wall. And a smoke in front of them cools it off for the time being. Here's Dexter, freed up through Donut. Because Nico has mid control, we're going to get that op to jump up into the lane. And then Dexter's going to get a damn good chance to skewer.
دکستر او چه ریسکی دکستر چه ریسکی داره بازی میکنه دکستر بوس کرده رین چقدر قشنگ چکش کرد و کارشو تموم کرد سنایپر حذف شده الیش هم توی دوئلش موفق کریگان هم موفق فرک های پی برای فیز کلن بلاف میتونه برسه به 1 امتیاز 5 به 2 فیز فرصت داره تا کامبک رو تکمیل بکنه
It didn't fight that like he was going at a rifle.
جمیر اینا نداشته باشن کی داشته باشه
They never come at cave. It's all good. You send a legion on the entry, he'll find little resistance barring Magisk.
مجیسک موفق کسب ها رو برمیگردونه. رین تایمینگش بسیار مهم، موفق هم هست. سوینگ میکنه به سمت بام سایت، موفق میشه فرکم بگیره که بال بنگ فروزن از راه رسید.
Coming at you, FaZe within touching distance of Falcons after looking dead in the
water.
This is where Kerrigan's reputation comes into play. We finally got into those closing rounds of the game. We're on a T side here on a map that he understands deeply.
بالاخره تاکتیکال دوم گرفت.
Falcons do it on a lower buy. Are they willing to run this risk on a round where they have more to lose? A tie seemed impossible for a long time here on Ancient. But now FaZe know that they've got Falcons a little bit more scared. These shots are connecting a little too easily.
اصلا ندیدش انگار رین. خیلی یه پیکسل قشنگ ازش معلوم شد.
Multiple lurks are activating at the same time and they're seeing success.
This was an 8-1 Falcons lead out of the gate.
میریم برای راند 22 11-10 امتیاز اختلاف.
I don't know if Dexter shot or not, but Brokey lucky to get out of there.
بروکی نزدیک بود اسیر بشه که این اتفاق نیفتاد. دکستر خط نگه داشته، بروکی در مقابلش دو اسنایپر یه قدم با هم دیگه فاصله دارن تا همدیگه رو اسپات بکنن. دکستر نگه داشته، نمیتونن اوپنینگ فرگ رو بگیرن بازیکن فیز. دمیج خوبی زدن به نیکو. نیکو نیده خودش استفاده میکنه، دمیج خوبی میزنه به رین. بازیکن فالکونز حالا برمیگردن عقب.
And you can see FaZe just desperately wanted to win mid one way or another. And even if we've got Falcons turning it up a notch.
Tess again, right? These just perfect jiggles on these corners.
Yeah, that's an underrated skill to have.
از من خودش هم استفاده میکنه. تسس واقعا چه جیگلویی میزنه.
This has opened a door for the Falcons triple B stack. There's a question mark in the back of the Falcons' mind when it comes to mid control, but because they established it, they're just willing to write off that FaZe won't go for it, and they're not wrong.
Well, it is 2.5 men here.
کی آماده آیتما رو پرتاب میکنن. این پوش اگریسیو خیلی خطرناکه توسط فالکونز داره انجام میشه. دو فرگ پیاپی نفر بعدی هم اثبات کردن. رین تنها باقی مونده، تک به 3. نیکو روی بام سایت، نیکو روی بام سایت چک میشه توسط رین یا خیر، و نیکو کار رو تمام میکنه. فالکونز موفق به گرفتن امتیاز 12 و مچ پوینت.
enough to venture into middle. They were fortunate enough for Dexter to miss those 2 shots and for Nico to still stay alive. He had a cover for himself right there. But at least they put themselves
جیگر یعنی کل بادیشو نشون نمیده. مثلا شما یه لحظه یه تیکه از بدنشو میبینی.
And they had man advantage coming into this situation.
برمیگره
Nico
تو.
again, the guy who defended himself in middle.
بهش میگن
the guy
جیگل.
to end the round.
آن 23 فیز کلن 2 امتیاز میخواد تا بازی بکشونه به اوورتایم.
Well, one round's nice, but it still wouldn't be much of a comeback at this point in the game.
این بار خبری از پوش اگریسیو نیست. دکستر
Falcons have to stay sharp.
Something different. Dexter to peek in. Frozen.
موفق‌تر. فروزن مجیسک حضور داره. کریگان موفق دو فرگ پیاپی برای فیز کلن 3-5 میکنه روند کار رو.
The first time they've gone deep on A main, isn't it? And FaZe are ready for it.
احتمالش خیلی زیاد شد که امتیاز 11 رو ببینیم در رسانه فیز. فریز هم شدن.
And this will finally be a position where Falcons are unwilling to gamble.
بازیکن فالکونز هم کاملا جدا از همدیگه پوزیشن گرفتن. گمبل دارن میکنن روی بام سایت بی که فروزن به موقع داره وارد عمل میشه. بام سایت خالیس به زودی احتمالاً فیسیرانی روتیت بکنن به سمت این بام سایت.
I mean, you got to think that the money's in the back of their heads right now. They saw that smoke come down on Temple, but to be honest, from the CT perspective, they got to make sure they have money.
این حواسا رو پرت خودش کرد روی بام سایت بی فروزن. فضای بیشتری در اختیار خودش قرار میده. همچنین تیمش یه فرک هم میزنه 5-2. اختلاف دوباره به 1 امتیاز خواهد رسید.
There's no guarantee that these other two exit. I mean, this is a very bolstered attempt to clear out TeSeS and Kixan. And if they think they can cross for free, Brokey's gonna supposed to stop them. Still to kill Kixan looks likely, but maybe not. Finally, TeSeS drops here. He comes back to try to help out Kixan, I guess. Could have just ran off to the swamps. Instead, Kixan, the only survivor by the looks of things, FaZe to an 11th, a 24-round game.
اکونومی فیز کلن امتیاز 11 هم در اختیار این تیم. اختلاف یک بار دیگه میرسه به 1 امتیاز. 1 امتیاز تا پایان، 1 امتیاز تا اوورتایم. درخواست آخرین تاکتیکال تایمات خودشون هم فالکونز گرفته.
The tides have definitely shifted. Third timeout will be used.
It's not that bad of a buy, though.
Yeah, they've got guns. I mean, at least because they have that one save, it spares them from having 2 MP9s.
Game got close versus Mongols.
تاتن مرسی بسونید. ببخشید یه دونیت دیگه هم کرده بودی، ساری ندیدم. مرسی پرچم عشقش، خسته نباشی، مثل همیشه عالی. پرچمت داره فدات بشم من. ببخشید دونیت رو ندیدم، اما فرم چه با انرژی بمون برامون، قربونت برم من. مشی باشی. دم شما گرم، خیلی مخلصیم. خاک پاتم داداش، دمت گرم. ببخشید بازم ندیدم دونیت اول تو، معذرت میخوام. بریم راند 24 آخرین راند. نیکو سعی داشت اوپنینگ فرگ بگیره. فروزن موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. نیکو چه کار میشه؟ تسس توی اسمو شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه. همیشه خوبی هم زد بازی کنه. فیز هرچند داره بیش از اندازه دیس میکنه. رین باز هم موفق. 2 فرگ پناپی برای فیز کلن. قدم به قدم دارن نزدیکتر میشن. مجیس کم چه دمیج سنگینی رو متحمل شده. دکستر سعی داره فرگ بگیره. فروزن در مقابلش. حالا خطا باز میکنه دکستر. موفق. یکی از فرگ رو برمیگردونه اما کافی نیست. روتیشن بازیکن فیز به سمت بام سایت بی. کرامپ رفرش شده. مجیس که رد اچ پی، دکستر لو اچ پی. ایکسن یکی از بازیکنان اسپات پرده داخل کیو. ایکسن موفق 3-3 میکنه. روند کار رو داره برمیگرده به سمت بام سایت. تنها هم از روی این بام سایت. کریگان در مقابلش خطا نگه داشته. موفق فرگ مهمی رو میگیره. کریگان ها را فیس کردن. فرصت داره تا کار رو به اتمام برسونه. رین میره برای پلانت C4. چه کار میخوام بکنم بازیکن فالکونز؟ احتمالش خیلی زیاده تا ارتام داشته باشیم. دکستر داره از راه میرسه. چه موقعیتی از دست داد و حالا همه چیز مهیاس برای فیس کردن تا امتیاز 12 هم رو از آن خودش بکنه و بازی رو بکشونه به اوورتایم و این اتفاق هم میفته. 12-12. چه کامبکی، چه کامبکی. بالاخره لبخندها برگشت روی صورت فیز کردنی ها. سلام محمد.
And they showed us why. They took out Nico, which was the prime target, the most important piece to take down. I can't help but feel like Dexter's getting a little bit nervous here. Some of his sprays are getting worse. His op shot has missed in critical moments. He entered like round 20, one of the cleanest score lines, less than 9 deaths. And to be honest, wasn't getting a lot of action on A, but now I think in these last few rounds, starting to feel the pressure.
این منو خواستین راند اوورتایم.
Desk highlighted how Nico kind of gets choked up in the middle of Ancient, not as much space to work with. And I do think we saw that as well. Frozen getting his number a couple of times on elbow. How does TeSeS get away with this position?
Just got cast iron armor on.
TeSeS راند قبل زیادی داشت شیطونی میکرد روی پوزیشنش و حالا باید ببینیم که فالکونز تو اوورتایم آیا میتونی کار رو تمام بکنه یا خیر.
A solo operation outside the B site. Frozen simultaneous contact looked for
They're
here.
having their way with the map.
مهمترین پوزیشن ایو چک کرد کریگان سعی داره فرگ بگیره تسس موفق تر و حالا متمرکز شده بازی به سمت بام سایت A. مجیکس اونجا حضور داره در مقابل 3 بازیکن قرار گرفتن. نیت های پیاپی همتیمش میاد برای کمک. چه اتفاقاتی رو رقم میخوره. بروکی یک از ترک‌ها رو ترید میکنه اما کافی نیست. 45 ثانیه زمان 4-2 ادوانتیج رو از دست دادن. الیش توی ردروم به دنبال گرفتن فرگ. تایمینگ بسیار مهم و حیاتی خواهد بود. دمیج خوبی میزنه تسس اما موفق به گرفتن فرگ نیست. آمار الیش رو هم دارم با چوی 1 زنده مونده الیش و اینجا یه فرگ دیگه هم گرفت الیش. بروکی میاد روی بام سایت در حال پلنت C4. اسنایپر هم هست. شانس کلاچ رو داره. دو بازیکن فالکونز جدا از همدیگه دارن بازی میکنن. نتونست شاتو لند بکنه. خط رد کرده پشت دونات. یک بار دیگه بروکی نتونست کارسازی بکنه. نیکو کارشو تموم میکنه و فالکونز موفق تو گرفتن نخستین امتیاز اوورتایم. یادم نیست فکر کنم 80 خورده ایران بازی کرد.
Elige nearly brought this round back into fruition, but look at that. After the way that second half had gone, Falcons just pulled one out of the hat. Eating a lot of utility here. It's a very confusing situation. Wasn't even sure who was blind or not coming out. Watching that from Magic's
Elige با HP 1 اینجا فرگ زد و با HP 1
HE landed right on his feet.
با HP 1 سلام فراد. بریم برای راند دوم اوورتایم. نیکو زیر فشار سنگین. کریگان حالا با یه دابل کیل جواب میداره. حمله میکنه به سمت دونات. نه تغییر جهت داد سمت ردروم. چقدر بازی غیر قابل پیش بینی شده. کریگان کماکان قطع نگه داشته. کیکسن موفق توی ترید. 3-4 تغییر پوزیشن بازیکن فالکونز به سمت بام سایت بی.
This one has a more prototypical set of actions and reactions from the CT side.
ایکستر
But because they're down to 3 players.
سنگینی رو به دوش داره. توی دونات تنها بازیکنیه که قضیه کنترل بام سایت A رو بر عهده داره اما فیزگلر به نظر میرسه که B رو مد نظر قرار دادن برای حمله. 40 ثانیه زمان. مولی هم پرتاب شد. تیکس نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. تسس تنهاست روی این بام سایت. ترید به سرعت انجام میشه. 3-تک. یک بار دیگه نتیجه بازی برابر خواهد شد. 3-3. سلام تا.
They look like the stronger team from the T perspective inside of middle, but because they lost that first round to the Falcons, this overtime is still wide open. FaZe's quota may have been just a perfect overtime.
نزدیک میشیم به دیدن امتیاز 13 هم برای فیز. اکسر خط اگزیت فرگ گرفته. یه فرگ هم میزنه تو ادامه کار. آمارشو دارن. رین گردنشو قطع میکنه و نتیجه بازی برابر میکنه بازیکن فیز کلن. فول فوکسن و حالا نگرانی ها بیشتر شده سمت فالکونز. مپ دومه. نمیدونم فرزاد واقعا خیلی غیر قابل پیش بینیه.
How often do we cast teams and say, you know, you want to win this game over, you know, a certain amount of rounds, you gotta have mid, and you can see a Falcons just don't want to. They just hate that phase. They don't want to have to fight here. and they keep showing up. They're ready to go. No problems. Even when they had to make this entire comeback.
بریک اسموک رد روم.
Alicia's just been omnipresent in the middle of the map, always supported, and if he can't find entries, well, we get that carry.
آمار میگیره کیکسن. مریم پرتاش دلیل حرکت خوش آغاز میکنه به سمت رد روم. رین سعی داره بازی کنه فالکونز رو متمرکز کنه به سمت بام سایت بی. اسس خط نگه داشته تسسیر فشار سنگین. فروزن تریج رو انجام میده. مولی کیکسن. فروزن چقدر قشنگ چه کار میکنه کیکسن رو. الیش خط نگه داشته. آمارش رو دارن که نگرانش باشن کافیه برای فیس کردن. در انتظار فروزن خط باز میکنه. یک بار دیگه یک فرق دیگه تریپل کیل برای بازیکن چک کرده برای تیمش. دکستر خیلی سریع ترید انجام میشه. الیش حالا از راه میرسه. 13-14 نتیجه بازی به سود فیز کلن و حالا ادوانتیج در دستان فیز قرار میگیره بالاخره.
Oh, there was so much pressure on the Falcons. They thought they had this one wrapped up
پول
in two.
پول.
And somehow FaZe have a lead in this game.
آره تا میزونی.
It's been a series of miracles and magic and a great game plan out of FaZe Clan.
درخواست تکتیکال تایم اوت. فیس کلن حالا میاد سمت سیتی سایدت. فالکونز میره سمت تی سایدت. اپ آخرم در صورت لزوم میراژ خواهد بود. ایمان تاپ سعی کن سرگرم کننده باشه استریمات. دیگه این استعدادا رو توی خودت کشف کن. چجوری میتونی سرگرم کننده باشی. میریم بر راند چهارم اوورتایم. کریگان اگریسیو موفق. دو فرگ پی برای فیز. الیش هم موفق هست. 5-2 میکنن روند کار. با چه سرعتی این اتفاق میفته. بازیکن فالکون سورپرایز شدن از این حمله بی پروای بازیکنان فیز. وای 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 وای. امتیاز 15ام میتونه تو اسکوربورد ثبت بشه برای فیز کلن. کارشون سخته مزیز و دکستر اگر بخوان این 2-5 رو نجات بدن.
What feels like a guaranteed 15th, a guaranteed second overtime. The FaZe Clan comeback guarantee. All you gotta do is deal with Dexter and Magisk. And they're fumbling this one. Flailing around here on the exit of the
فروزن صدا بار گرفته. او روتیشن بازیکن فیز کلن رو برید. همه شروع کردن به حرکت به سمت بام سایت. دکستر حضور داره که اسیر بیشتر. کلین رانز برای فیز کلن به امتیاز 15 در دستان این تیم. یک امتیاز دیگه میخواد فیز تا بازی رو به مپ سوم بکشونه. فارمون دریم. نه امیر کوپو رو آخرین کیفیت بازی نمی‌کنن. نه تنظیماتشون توی سایت پرو سیتینگز هست. یه گوگل بزن پرو سیتینگز. تمام تنظیماتشون میاد. از ویدیو سیتینگ بگیر تا کانفیگاشون. نیکو این بار موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ برای فالکونز. خطو باز میکنه. کریگان تریدو انجام میده. تست سورپرایز میشه توسط این بازیکن.
Oh, this gap. Sometimes Tessas finds it. Nico is going to catch it. No, timing was perfect, but he still gets the kill.
نیکو چی عوا میداد. نیکو یکم زد به رین.
This closes
دیگه
no
خودش
guarantee.
استفاده میکنه روی بام
Oh, he
سایت.
smokes himself off. That's gonna give
او
Rain a chance
اسموک
to
به
exit.
ضرر خودش.
A second to catch his breath. Nico, do you
تموم شد. تغییر پوزیشن میده به سمت بام سایت. رین خط درستی رو نگه داشته بود. موری نجات میده نیکو رو. یک فلش دیگه، یک مولی دیگه. رین زیر فشار سنگین آیتم های بازیکنان فالکونز. فروزن از فلنک دارن از راه میرسه، خطو باز میکنه. کیکسن موفق توی شکار. 4-2.
Praise to Nico on this. Winning mid again, one of his harder positions.
Frozen though, unannounced so far.
فروزن آیا میتونه تیمش رو نجات بده یا
Now they
خیر؟
think about it. Frozen's been
فروزن
so
کار
clean
میکنه.
with
دمیج
these
خوبی میزنن به
kills.
فروزن.
Rotation coming in from CT. The nade here as well.
It's gonna flush them back.
باز هم فروزن موفق دو میکنه. نوند کار رو دکس ترید رو انجام میده. بروکی نتونست شاتو لند بکنه. چه فرصتی رو از دست داد. اسنایپر هم فرستاد واسه
Wow.
Dexter's gonna close this out. He hits 25.
مراحل بعدی و سلام نیکان. باز هم اختلاف میرسه به یک امتیاز. حالا یک امتیاز تا اوورتایم دوم و یک امتیاز تا پایان بازی به سود
Even though he
فیز.
wins his duel versus Elysian mid, he finds the timing to get into cave. He's not afraid to transpose the smoke while blind to get into the site, knowing his team is about to join up with him. Full trust here.
آریان عزیزم مرسی واسه دونت. قربونت برم. خیلی مخلصیم. لذت میبریم از استریم ها واقعا. فرهاد داشتم آریان جا خیلی مخلصیم. خوشحالم که لذت میبری. قربونت برم. مرسی از انرژی و حمایت. میزون باشی داداش. مشتی باشی و پرطرفدار. بریم برای راند آخر اوورتایم. روکی خط نگه داشته. این بار حمله میکنن به سمت بام سایت بی. رین به دنبال فرصت موفق هم هست. فشار بیشتر میکنن. رین سایدر باز هم فرق بزنه. دابل کیل. روکی از راه میرسه. کریگان کارو تمام میکنه. 16-14. نتیجه بازی به سود فیز کلن و بازی به مپ سوم کشیده میشه.
We go to the unknown. No phase on Mirage since February. Let's do it.
You know, every time we come into these tournaments in the group stages, there'll be a conversation about how Kerrigan and Rain are old. Kerrigan and Rain have to leave.
یا خدا
Phase is
چت.
done. It's not working.
بیاربی
out. All
من
those
برم
things
یه
happen, and
بریک.
we get to
بیاربی
playoffs and they do
اپسه
something
انرژی
like
میخواد.
this. And
دا
as
خدا.
Tony said, they
خدا
make
بخیر
us
کنه. یه
believe
مچ دیگه هم
again.
بعدش هست. من
At
دیگه فکر کنم
one
باید
point
واچ
this
پارتی
was
بریم. فکر نکنم
8-1
زورم برسه
to
که هستش
Falcons.
کنم.
Gents,
بیاربی.
how the hell did FaZe get this win?
Honestly, Frozen was a big part of that, but then also just tactically approaching it very well on the T side, like the mid fights that didn't really happen, and playing off of it. Kerrigan was just on point for FaZe in this comeback individually and calling wise.
Just FaZe magic, really. I mean, starting from that round, and Nico spamming through wood and almost not getting the defuse in there, then they proceed to win the final 2 rounds, stepping up. That gives them a buffer, even though second half didn't start off too great with them getting reset early. It's Kerrigan stepping up. I mean, in the 3v4, right, it's a very tough situation for them. He goes through the smoke, finds 2 kills with the Tech 9, breaks the money of Falcons, and all of a sudden FaZe have some life in them from that point on. Really stepped up all the individuals. The calling was really strong. I don't think Falcons really were making mistakes. They tried their best, had a couple of good rounds. This was a big round that they were able to win, pushing down B. After this, you have the round where they push A main and Dexter unscopes, then scopes again, and it just looked really awkward. And in overtime, just FaZe being able with Frozen stepping up a little bit to eke out this win and stay alive in the tournament.
But the difference between like the God phase and the bot phase in the same game, like early on in the map in the first half, they had advantages, the 2v2s and situations, 3v3s, even I don't know 3v5s that they would just lose. And it's like, what is going on? It put them towards the end of the game, the 20th, 23rd round. It's a completely different phase. It's the clutch phase coming out, and I have to highlight Frozen again. Like, he looked so sharp, and like until the end of the first half, they didn't have like 2 consecutive rounds in this whole series, and he got on the AK. Like, there was that 4K spray down, holding down A on his own, and he just continued from that point onward, being a key part of this comeback.
I just don't know how Kerrigan does it, because like you said, if you took these 2 halves and they were separate, you wouldn't even say it was the same team, right? Because in the first half, FaZe looks exactly like we were saying, uninspired. They come into the second half, Kerrigan stands up, starts doing like Yanko said, the phase magic, and all of a sudden all the players activate, and suddenly Falcons has no answers for them. It's just mind-blowing that he can do that time and time again.
I mean, it was tough for Falcons, right? Because they did, let's say, in the second round, they tried to push Cave really quick and sort of do that B crunch. They got punished, right? Like when stuff like that happens, they lost a couple of those mid-control fights. So when that happens, you know, you don't just want to do the 3D max and keep doing the same thing if it's not working. So they try to change it up a little bit, give some space to FaZe early on or on mid, try to outmaneuver them elsewhere, and FaZe just with their patience and sort of knowledge were able to come out on top in some of those situations early on. And like we said in the pregame, it's going to come down to the players having to step up in big moments, and I think it happened for both teams really, but in this one, it was the FaZe guys who sort of just managed to outlast, really to persevere. And this is what's been missing from FaZe all season long, right? It wouldn't look too great, but they wouldn't be able to win games, or players would just fizzle out, you know, and the game would just go on to lose it. This is more of the FaZe we see when they go on to win tournaments and go deep, right? Just still fight until the very last moment. Individuals finally stepping up and delivering some key rounds for them.
Yeah, I think it was also just from a neutral perspective, a fun game to watch about the whole mid fights or not or lack thereof, right? The approach that FaZe had was like, let's go out there, let's put as many bodies there fighting from the start of the half pretty much till the end if they could. And then on the other hand, like Nico, Falcons, like I think he really likes to have his more set duels where it's not that big of a coin flip. Like you want to send a leash, he doesn't really care if he's going to be dying or getting traded. But for Nico, he wants to be alive for the late and mid and late rounds, right? So putting him into these fights is maybe not the best scenario for Falcons. So they're just like leaving it open and trying to like play off of it late round, you know, find timings and stuff like this. But Kerrigan just exploited it so well.
Impressive moments from both sides. So let's focus in on Falcons first. What did we like about what we saw?
I think they just were very determined, you know, and they had great resolve. They won the early mid fights. You know, they won a couple of gun rounds just based off of how the mid fights went. They would get 2 entries, and that was it. And they were poised. I mean, everything was going well for them. At some point, FaZe just stepped up, and once they got reset in the second half, you had the problem with the economy. A couple of rounds, maybe, you know, Dexter just in the wrong place, but that's also how the cookie crumbles sometimes, right? I mean, he played towards A a lot, FaZe was finishing B a lot, and just wasn't in the action maybe with the AWP as much as you would have liked.
Yeah, I think we have the round that started the comeback actually, which is also a pretty good situation for Falcons. Like I think round 10, essentially. Yeah, I mean they get an entry 5v4 and then head towards the B bomb site and get the plant down. And Yanko, you're trying to highlight something.
Yeah, and they were like playing around the lurk smoke. It didn't work out. Okay, let's just plant the bomb still in a 5v4. But they struggled to take control of anything else. They didn't have control of Cave. They couldn't get control of Deep CT. FaZe with some patience on the retake, and then they just started spamming away, right? And they killed the diffuser the first time. You know, now the other Falcons players are trying to push through the smoke, so it's a two-pronged sort of defense, but great composure here from Frozen, right, and Brokey, I believe, who just managed to stick the defuse, you know, at the very end. And you were like, wow, you know, imagine if Falcons won this one as well, right? But they didn't, and still think they're in a good spot. But FaZe managed to win the 2 following rounds. All of a sudden, it's 8-4, and that gives you hope that they were able to do something in the second half.
Easy enough, though, once you get into overtime, FaZe wins it just because from a confidence point of view as well.
And I think this was the round. This is where you think Falcons have it, right? Like, there's a very weak buy for FaZe, only 1 AK. They're 4v3. Kerrigan on the flank, they know he's there. I don't know how he killed, like, he insta-kills Tessus, who even jumped, like, through the smoke with an MP9, you know, and they know where the remaining 2 players are. Somehow FaZe manages to win this round. And, you know, for Falcons, I'm sure they didn't think, oh, whatever, you know, they still had faith they were going to win, but that's MR12 for you, right? You get reset early on. All of a sudden, it went from 11-6 to 11-5 to 11-10, with only losing like 1 real gun round almost for Falcons, right? You get up to 12, but still the economy for FaZe is really built up, and you're unable to sort of clinch it in regulation, and in overtime. Just it was really a game of details, and FaZe came out on top.
They came out on top. Now they've equalized the semi-final. We're going to Mirage. Scrawny and Launders actually called it Mystery Mirage. They want to name an ice cream flavor after it.
Nice.
In the case of FaZe, but it's not so much of a mystery. We just haven't seen them play it much this year.
Yeah, it is. Well, like when you look at it, I don't know how it's possible that FaZe hasn't played Mirage for 2 months. Like how does that even happen? And their last 2 games are wins. It's not like they had some losses, so then they strayed away from it. But I guess that's how the veto kind of came out. They don't really pick it, but other teams are also, I guess, avoiding it.
If I had to guess, one of the reasons is Elish didn't play it in complexity, so maybe just like an adjustment period for him, also getting more reps in practice, and also just the state of FaZe this year, right? A little bit lost searching for their map pool in a way, figuring out, because on paper they should absolutely be a good Barrage team, right? I mean, the experience they have on the map, Carrigan, in terms of calling and some of the chaos in the post-plan situations definitely suits a player like Brokey. So we'll have to see. I'm sure that Falcons, you know, they're comfortable on Mirage, but they're not loving the fact, especially Zonic, with how prep heavy he is and good at anti-stratting, that he doesn't have anything to go off for such a long time, right? You always know they're going to have some things that you just haven't seen yet. And I think also mentally for Falcons, it's important to reassure yourself, you know, you didn't throw the game, you didn't make any massive mistakes. I'm sure there were details that they would be unhappy about in terms of communication and some of those things, but you should still be very confident in this series and just try to sort of do more of the same, because I feel like this is the best we've seen Falcons maybe even ever.
I agree with you. I do think it's the best we've seen Falcons, but I think we're about to see the best of FaZe as well. It looks like they're rising up. It is a decider to find out who is going to the grand finals. FaZe up against Falcons. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll jump straight into game.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Here at PGL Bucharest, I've been going around and asking the players about what resolution they're currently using. Now, 4x3 stretch, 1280x960, that was known as the God res. But CS2 has changed some things. People don't like getting 4x3'd as much. The game's different. It looks different as well. So maybe we're seeing some more players move to 16x9 or even 16x10. Now, some players, I feel, are stuck in their ways. It's what they're comfortable with. It's what they know. But others are making changes. So take a look at the results I found. We're taking a look at different players' resolutions. I've got the Turkish Terminators Antares from Aurora. I've got to get used to saying that this whole time. You don't use maybe the normal resolution that a lot of players use. We see you on the same one here. It's 1024x768. Why do you like this one compared to going a little bit up, Zantares?
Yeah, like
Hello
since
again.
CSGO, I just play all the time same resolution. Back then I try with 1280, like 1 month or something, and then I didn't adapt well and I didn't
بچا
like so much,
پردیکشنم
so
برای
that's
5
why
دقیقه‌ای
I just
آتیش
play all the time
کنید.
same resolution. I'm just happy to play with it all the time, like, you know, like it's very good.
What made you go for this one when you first chose this? Like, why was this the one you decided on?
Why? Because like models is like a little bit bigger than 1000. Yeah.
Oh wow.
1280. So I just feel myself very comfortable and all the time like confident. So that's why I just never change the resolution and anything.
I like it because it's a lot about mentality with you as well. And also your crosshair is quite big compared to players. Why have you always used the big crosshair? Kind of reminds me a bit
مرسی
like
ویکتور که داری به
1.6
مهرزاد
style.
کمک میکنی. دمت گرم مشتی.
I'm just
مهرزاد
a little bit
اگه
different than
نتونستی
every player,
ریدیمش
so I don't
بکنی
like to
به
change
از همون جایی که
a lot of things in the
گرفتید
game.
باشون در
All the time,
ارتباط
like,
باش، بهشون بگو چی داره
I
میشه
feel
که
myself, like,
راهنماییت
more
کنن
consistent
اگر
like this
نشد.
because people are like to
ویکتور دمت
especially
گرم
new
دادش.
generation. They like to change all the time crosshair or something like I'm never be like that guy like
سلام
never change
تا،
anything.
چطوری؟
I just feel all the time like myself
سلام
comfortable
تا
in the
7
game, so,
چطورین بچه؟
like no need to be change anything. Yeah.
That's maybe some good advice for the young players out there. Don't change things too much. Stick to what you know and what feels good for you. There you go. Consistency is key. I'm here with Estrada. Says Yabi. We're going to look at his resolution of what he's using in game right now. Yabi, what are you using? Why have you chosen this?
Yeah, I mean
سلام
in CS:GO,
AFK
I
for
also play
snacks.
this resolution,
خوش اومدی به استریم.
and everyone is playing it, so I think it's the best one. All the top players is using it, so I mean I have to as well try to become them. And
You are one of them. Don't do yourself dirty like that.
okay, thank you.
سلام مهرداد.
Tell me, did you ever try a different resolution? Did you ever try 16:9 or something
آره
like that?
مپ
especially
قبلی
when
که
CS2
خیلی باحال
first
بود.
came out?
I mean, once in Copenhagen Flames we had a player break. I tried it for like 2 games and then I couldn't play it. No, it didn't work out. So I just changed back and I played this for my whole career, I guess.
Okay, and you're not one of these players that changes too much on the same, right?
I mean, only crosshairs.
Only crosshair.
Yeah, that's a thing you can change easily, but not these kind of things. I don't like to
mess
work with
with
it. Nah.
I like that. Staying stable, staying with it all as well. That's Yabi's resolution. I got Yuri with me here from Furia. How you doing, man?
Good.
I'm doing very good, thank you. So, you're going into
آره
CS2. Did
والا.
you change resolution? Did you stick with what you know? What are you rocking with?
خودمونم پلی میدیم چرا؟
Since I started playing, I have been playing.
مانیتور مزاحم صنایع حالا اکثرا 360 و 540. حالا این تورنمنت یه لحظه من الان کانفیگ یابی دیدم دیدم ست کرده روی 360. ببین این الان 360 فکر کنم پس این تورنمنت مانیتور 360 هرتز.
Start playing, I always play with by 3. It's trash, yeah. So and the most of the players play with this one as well. So yeah, I never changed it. Sometimes I change for 690 by 90. Yeah.
Not a fan?
No.
سلام کریم چطوری؟
So yeah, stretches 1280 by 960.
شاکرم مشتی خوش
To
اومدی.
ask you, what is it that you didn't like about 16:9 compared to 4:3?
Bro, I don't know. It's almost like what Dong said. Like the first games, like 4 to 5 games, it's good.
You're like,
But yeah. After, but it's it's more slowly the game. So I like more fast, you know. So yeah.
Fast and furious. That's how Yuri likes it in his game. We got his settings. We'll bring you some more as well.
It's a welcome step back to reality for the FaZe clan. Belief is back on the menu, baby.
What is going to happen in this game?
I
Now, if it's 12-0 start for Falcons, doesn't matter. After that, now, we have no idea.
Yep.
We're talking about FaZe who haven't played this map since Cluj, and their last map was 28-24.
آره اورو خیلی وقتا دقیق مطمئن نیستم الان هم مانیتور بین کیو باشه ولی خب این کیو میذارن پردیتور میذارن ایسر ایسوس میذارن خب چت لیتس گو بریم برای مپ سوم برام خدا در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم با گزارش مپ سوم بین فالکونز و فیز برنده این مپ به گرند فاینال صعود خواهد کرد ببینیم شاهد چه اتفاقاتی خواهیم بود فیز کلن با یک کامبک بی‌نظیر مپ دوم رو از آن خودش کرد و حالا مپ سوم رو باید ببینیم که چه میکنن بروکی این لحظه شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه بازیکن فیز برمیگردن عقب دکسر خط کلوز رنج تهاجمی و اگریسیوی رو نگه داشته سمت پلس روزن با تایمینگ خوب یک وان تپ و فرست بلاد با یک گلوله از آن فیز کلن میشه دکستر اول شکار شد 4 به 5 نیکو روی بام سایت فرک هم میزنه، پوزیشنش رو عوض میکنه، سعی دارن فشار رو بیشتر بکنن. نیکو دابل کیل ترید انجام میشه توسط بروکی. فروزن یه تپ دیگه و موفق باز هم توی گرفتن فرانک. تسس در نزدیکی کانکتور، سیفر رو پرنت کنن بازیکن فیز و بازیکن فالکونز جدا از همدیگه توی سیتی و کانکتور پوزیشن گرفتن، در حال نزدیکتر شدن به سمت بام سایت. در مقابل کریگان تسس موفق تر. کیکسن فرق بعدی برای این بازیکن خط باز میکنه. فروزن سعی داره فرق بگیره، خود فروزن کواد کیل برای این بازیکن. فروزن چه کرد برای فیز کلر، چه کرد. یکیچ نتیجه بازی به سود فیز.
They read it a little wrong, thought he might have been up in Palace. And the clutch comes through.
اوخیش.
Opening and closing. And that's the
شروع خوبی رو تجربه میکنه فیز کلر. بازیکن فالکونز فول فورس. اسکات فاماس دو امپینان و دیگل در رسان تسس.
And we started to see some really aggressive plays coming out of Kerrigan towards the tail end of Ancient to really just hammer that nail into the coffin.
بالای بوست سورپرایز میکنن الیژ رو با این بوست ادوانتیج در اختیار فالکونز قرار میگیره. که میلر رو رفرش میکنم بازیکن فیز. استک سه بازیکن فالکونز روی بام سایت بی.
I think very smart that Falcons start surveying their opponents again, making use of the boost all the time. Great to do on ecos.
در نزدیکی پلس کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان برای فیز. دکسر توی سیتی سپان. بازیکن فیز هم از راه رسیدن در نزدیکی بام سایت A. 45 ثانیه زمان آمادن برای شروع حمله خودشون به سمت بام سایت. آیتم ها رو پرتاب میکنه. دکسر خط نگه داشته. مجیسک نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. دکسر کماکان به دنبال شکار. بروکی شکار شد. نیکو در نزدیکی بام سایت. فروزن بر رین دو فرگ پیاپی و حالا کار رو برمیگردونن به سود فیز. هنوز سیفور هم پلنت نشده. تسس از راه رسیده. موفق خطو باز میکنه. کیکسن دو فرگ پیاپی. کریگان 13 ثانیه بیشتر زمان نداره. تو موقعیت تک به 22 فالکونز شانس اینو داره که امتیاز رو به سود خوش به پایان برسونه. این اتفاق هم میفته. یک نتیجه بازی برابر. کانفیگشون رو کیا از سلام از پروستیتینگز گوگل بزن. پروستیتینگز برو تو سایتش، برو توی کانتر، کانفیگشون اونجا هست. هر پلیری که بخوای.
My synapse is not firing as fast as his. It's the guy in the back. That's why.
Oh, that was on ramp?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's the ramp kill.
I thought he just missed really badly.
No, yeah, because the player on site was still alive. I was like, damn, that was
میریم برای
close.
راند سوم. این بار فیز کلن فول فورس.
We take those.
Wow. All right.
نیکو یه لحظه خطرناک کنترل میکنه. اسپریش رو موفق هم هست. دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. کیکسن یک بازیکن رو اسپات میکنه توی بیافس. الیژ به دنبال شکار. سموک پرتاب شد و کمی کار رو سخت میکنه برای فیز. فروزن اومده بیرون. مجیسک در ارتفاعات بالای تیکت. دوال بین این دو بازیکن. مجیسک موفق تر. دو بازیکن دارن حرکت میکنن به سمت تاپ می، جایی که دکستر حضور داره. یه فرایک هم میگیره. بروکی در مقابلش. خود دکستر کار رو تمام میکنه. کلین رانز برای فالکونز و امتیاز دوم به سود این تیم. Elomoid, welcome back.
Pervasive with his boosts. Very good activity on the map here for the CT side. And although a clutch goes the way of
علی جون چطوری؟ قربونت برم.
3 very strong positions created out of Falcons.
نه نیازی به انجام این کار نمیبینم علی جون.
giving Nico a chance to get some
امیدوارم
early
از استیم
impact
لذت
and with
ببرید
that
داداش.
connector hold.
این مره رانده چهارم. این بار فیز کلن فولیکو.
More of a stress break here for FaZe. Think about what comes next.
Stress break and a Hail
هم
Mary.
میکنم به سمت بام سایت بی تسه سعی داره فرقگیر موفق هم هست
Easy cleanup here for the
و
Falcons.
خیلی راحت فالکونز امتیاز سوم رو هم
TSS up to a 6-1.
میگیره و میریم برای گان راند فیز کلن.
The second highest rated player in the series. It's still Dexter and TSS. The two of them putting the work in. Nico not far behind them.
قربونت برم علی جون عشق منی.
Be happy to bank on their performances if it means grand
سلام بردی.
finals again for Falcons.
میریم برای راند پنجم. پنجه که در دستان بازیکن فیز.
A little bit delayed. FaZe Clan have guns.
Kerrigan had a fantastic map back on Ancients.
یک نده دیپ کمی دمیج میزنه به رین. اسمو که ویندو رو رفرش میکنم میرم برای بریک تاپ مید. نیکو
And especially those late map
آنده
frags.
رو نگه داشته. پوزیشنش باز هم از رین.
There's no
وو
real fallback opportunity right there. I mean, it's
به
possible
موقع
Reign
خط رو
missed
باز
that
میکنه
chance,
و
but
موفق هست رو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک به سود فیز کلن.
congregation of T's here on the ramp. And a smoke to make it feel like it could be a cat split, but they've got Degster in ladder with vision on middle.
So smoke on Palace, but not on ramp, and I think that's an invitation here for FaZe. Frozen and a leash to try to join
50
forces.
ثانیه
They
زمان
tried to do
دارن
all the
حرکت کنم از
heavy lifting
سمت
back on
بام
Ancient just to
سایت
push it over the
ایس.
line.
بازیکن فالکونز حضور دارن در نزدیک این بام سایت. تسس یه لحظه شانس خودش رو امتحان کرد. دکستر شات رو لنز میکنه. 4 به 4 میکنه روند راند رو. کیکسن موفق پیدا انجام میشه واسه هم 3 به 3 مجیسک موفق 3 به 2 ادوانتج رو برمیگردونن در دستان این تیم. الیج یه پوش اگریسیو تو اسموک 2 به 2 مجیسک موفق و حال الیج تک به 2 آمار الیج رو دارن. دکستر خط نگه داشته موفق میشه شات رو لنز بکنه و فالکونز باز هم موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز.
Extreme patience when it came to middle. They had a lot of teammates alive. It's his vision that gave Falcons the opportunity there on A to play it slow.
کوچیک همتونم انیمال ورد.
Smoke Palace and wait. And they knew that hit was going to come in. Lurker got killed by Degster.
قربونت محسن جان.
I like the decision making there from Magis. Goes for the win on the climb up.
ریزر هم خیلی دارن مثل کیلر. خب آره لاجیتک طرفداراش بیشتره. لاجیتک از قدیم موسیقی که تولید میکرده خوب بوده. اعتماد پلیرها به لاجیتک یه ذره بیشتره. سشم خوب خداییش لاجیتک موسیقیش خیلی خوبه. خودم هم لاجیتک دارم.
Yeah, that was a real skill diff, man. They were both looking like they were playing so well, and Mzinho still just outdid him every single peak.
این مرانده ششم پیستول آرمور بای فیز کلن. به نظر میرسه برنامهشون بام سایت باشه. نه اسموک تاپ کان روتیشن به سمت آندر. نیکو شاتو خورد و شاتو زد. اساس هم موفق به فرقی پیوپی برای فالکونز. کریگان برای خودش رو میرسونه داخل سیتی که دکستر اجازه این کار رو بهش نمیده. باز هم فروزن و چه کار داره میکنه فروزن برای فیز. چه کار داره میکنه مجیسک. دو بازیکن در مقابلش درجه خوبی هم میزنه به فروزن و باز هم امتیاز در دستان فالکونز.
It's just every time he touches that op, something tragic happens.
A great shot gets hit on him.
He really should know better by now.
5 straight for Falcons.
You said it, though. You said it at the very beginning of this game. You said, even if this game starts 12-0, we still have to believe in FaZe. It's contractually obligated.
I mean, because of the proof in this series.
سلامی قربان برم پدرام جون عشق منی داداش.
We just saw what FaZe did.
آخ همین. ایوال.
One of the best comebacks of the year.
Not allowed to write them off twice preemptively. You gotta wait for that result to hit the
یک
board.
بار دیگه اگریسیو به سمت وسط. برمیگرده عقب. فیس که رایتون رو داره پرتاب میکنه به سمت بام سایت. نیکو خطو باز میکنه به تایمینگ خوب. کریگان رو چه کار میکنه خود کریگان. الیش جواب میده. دوبل کیل برای بازیکن فروزن موفق تو گرفتن فرگ سوم. یک نید عالی کوبی از رین 4 به تک. چه کرد الیش توی این راند برای فیس.
His kills are starting the round out. It's going to be his entries. He gets
واقعا فایر پاور قوی داره. الیز اینجور موقع‌ها به داد فیز کلن میرسه. الو ایکس 69 بعد سر دمید جون بابا همه توی کشوریم. ایکستر حالا سیو کردن AVP و این هم از امتیاز دوم به سود فیز.
And Naf talking about each other and like Naf is such an intuit when it comes to CS and he has like a flow chart but he couldn't even really verbalize it. Just he's all the rounds he's played he's just got the idea. He knows how to sneak into different situations in a Liege. On the other side of it's writing down the flow charts, taking notes, thinking about exactly how he's going to approach everything. And yet he chooses and is an aggressive player, the higher volatility play style, the one that has just more variance in every single round. And he really commands it.
Just really prefers to be the person who kicks off that flow chart.
سلام معیار کوچیکم داداش خوش اومدی. من جی پرو سوپر لایت.
It's definitely less common in CS and well you see there's like multiple situations where the practice routines that they use on refrag, Liege will put it on display in a live.
بریم برای راند 8.
I think still remains like the best example.
امتیاز اختلاف تسس. اوه رین چه سوینگی. اکسر جواب میده. کریگان میتونه ترید بکنه ولی اتفاق هم میافته. فروزن و کریگان 3-2 میکنه. روند کارو بام سایت بی خالی از راه رسیده. نیکو هرچند که یک پلیر به بام سایت حضور داره. فروزن نیکو فرگی بسیار مهم و حالا 2-2 مجیسک و نیکو در برابر روکی و کریگان. لحظه تایمینگ به ضرر نیکو. کریگان موفق است به گرفتن فرگ. مجیسک حالا تو مات تک به 2 قرار گرفته. 50 ثانیه زمان برای بازیکن فیز.
And now FaZe, because of that information, they're respecting this. This is one of those spots that even if they did go back to B, if they go back to A, they really just need to wait because you have to create both timings in the head of the CT. And here, Magis will be very happy to see that smoke.
اسمو که فیک. ماجیسکو سر جای خودش قشنگ مهروموم کردن. حرکت هستن به سمت بام سایت از آیتما خودشون هم استفاده میکنن و حالا با پلنت C4 کار مجیسک سخت خواهد بود.
FaZe don't give him a thread to pull on, and so Magisk has to concede it. That first wave of util had him hoping, but out-positioned FaZe Clan to take a third.
اسنایپ هم دراپ شده توی کانکتور. منجیس به نظر نمیرسه که بخواد تک به 2 رو براش کاری انجام بده. C4 هم داره به ثانیه‌های پایینیش نزدیک میشه و منجیس در حال سیو کردن M4. فکر نمی‌کنم آمار دقیقی داشته باشه از اون اسنایپ. تصمیم میگیره M4 خودش رو سیو بکنه و امتیاز سوم در اختیار فیز قرار میگیره. اختلاف میرسه به 2 امتیاز. کلاسا رو اگه چیز میخوای اطلاعات میخوای X69 تلگرام به آیدی RApTOR 7G پیام بده. ادمین اونجا اطلاعات در اختیارت میذاره.
Took over multiple rounds is arguably one of the bigger reasons as to why we're even here now. Beyond the calling.
یه ذره اگریسیو داشت بازی میکرد. فول بای هم اصلا بازیکن فالکونز.
I like TSS as a catwalk player and seeing him off to a strong start could bode well for Falcons hanging on to mid as time goes on.
شات اول رو لنز بکنه. باید پوزیشنش رو عوض کنه سریعتر. دکستر و رو هم داره انجام میره. تسس حتی بنچ رو نگه داشته. فیز کلن با صبر و حوصله بسیار.
But if they're not going to hold on to ramp or palace and this goes towards connector, he doesn't really have open lines. It's a weird spot. I think in the back of Falcon's mind, they're, assuming this round is going to end A. And
داره بازی میکنه. اسموک شورت پرتاب میشه. کیکسن تنهاست روی بام سایت بی. تسس بوشه اگریسیوه.
وسط
و حالا آیتما داره پرتاب میشه به سمت بام سایت بی. کیکسن نتونست فرگ بگیره. سعی داره ترید بکنه که 3 فرگ پیاپی به سود بازیکنان فیز کلن رقم میخوره. تسس فرگ هم میگیره ولی تأثیری روی امتیاز نداره.
The early smoke, they still use the tail end of that smoke on Cat to feel confident coming in on the exec.
اینو واردون خوش اومدیم.
It wasn't anything bad about the way that
فینال
Falcons
فرداست.
approached this. They had full on mid control. They used TSS on that flank. They had 3 players to defend B. And for the first,
SS موفق یک اگزیت فرگی برای این بازیکن.
It was simply phase just like not showing up mechanically.
این هم از امتیاز 4 و اختلافی که میرسه به 1 امتیاز. الیش همش حذف شد با C4.
Closest start to a game so far.
They just dodged the right pieces that last one. Right, you got TSS who's playing well, but TSS who's chasing ghosts, and a bomb site that falls before it even gets a chance to swing at them. FaZe may look better mechanically, but TSS sometimes still looks best.
آنسی معلوم نیست. شاید بره فالکونز.
Looks like Kicksan's got a buy for him on this round anyway. Everyone's got their guns.
درخواست دومین وقت استراحت فنی برای فالکونز. ریفت بشم همین نوری. خیلی مخلصیم. مرسی واسه این همه قلب. دیگر حامد چطوری حامد؟ میریم برای راند دهم. قربونت برم من امین جون. مرسی واسه قلبای قشنگت. خیلی مخلصیم داداش. دمت گرم. عدد بشم حامد. میتونی خوش اومدی. جون همه جون نوشته قلبا رو بذارید انرژی بگیرم اون فری. خیلی مخلصیم. دمت گرم. یک نید به خوبی هم بود، جواب میده با یک نید بهتر. اوه چه میسی گرفت نیکو. دکستر هم موفق سر فشار بیشتر بکنم. ماجیکس زیر فشار سنگین. فروزن میتونه دابل کیل بگیری یا نه؟ این نید میتونه کار رو تموم بکنه. نه این اتفاق نیفتاد، نیکو زنده موند. با یکیشون صدای گیم رو میگیرن، با یکیشون میکروفونه.
Brokey could have alleviated some pressure. Open window and Nico decides to peek, but he doesn't
فورورد
fold it
برم
in on the
هومن.
swing, just a shoulder.
مرسی سید، مرسی اکبر، مرسی مستر، مرسی حامد، مرسی جواد، عشقای من، مرسی واسه قلباتون، خیلی مخلصیم.
Nice one here for the Falcons. And a chance to 8-4 this half. FaZe will be broke if they win this round.
کریگان جوف اسموکا رو پرتاب میکنه. اسموکی کانکتور و ویندو. ایسکلن آماده است برای اگزیکیوت ای. آیتم ها پرتاب میشه. اون دکستر چه شاتی رو لند میکنه. دکستر سعی دارن زمان بخرن بازیکن فالکونز. دکستر یک بار دیگه شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه توی اسموک. پوش خواهد داد کریگان. سعی داره فرگ بگیره. الیش هم در نزدیکیش قرار داره. فشار سنگین نیکو. والبنگی زد به الیش. ماجیسک در نزدیکی سیتی. بروکی به دنبالش. کار نفر برای اسپات کرده. دمیج خوب میزنه به تسس. ماجیسک موفق تر تو ادامه کار. نیکو هم از راه میرسه برای کمک. فروزن زیر فشار سنگین و در نهایت کلین راند به سوده فالکونز. سید مخلصیم، خوش اومدید داداش. بعدت بشم موین قربون رفیقات. رفیقای مشتی داریم.
We saw him out of the gate back on Ancient as well, just winning rounds for Falcons.
آره فکر کنم خیلی سنگین شد.
It tapered off.
درخواست دومین تاکتیکال تایم اوت برای فیز کلن.
To another grand finals. Here he goes again.
قربونت انیمال کوچیکت هم داداش. نیکو پول گرفته علی. پول.
Dexter's always got that fire in his eyes. And his overall output is remarkable.
Magisk also a key component of that retake. We see him line up his two. Basically coming through on cleanup duty.
قربونت برم مهدی جون. فدات بشم. میریم راند 12 آخرین راند نیمه اول مپه. سوم 7-4 اوپنینگ فرنگ در دستان فالکونز. کیکسن خط بی‌اثر رو نگه داشته. در کنارش تسس. مولی جواب میدن. یک اسموک دیگه هم تاش کار قرار داده میشه. کیکسن دابل کیل. رد اچ پی پوزیشن رو ترک نکرد کیکسن. 5-2 بروکی و الیج دو بازیکن باقی مونده. C4 هم در اختیارشون هست. 1 دقیقه زمان.
Brokey can take a swing at this site if he chooses to. He's got the bomb, he's got the Galil, so will Elige. But that smoke on connector gets Elige ever closer. Tessas has this angle held from Van.
ران اسپریت بیو پیاده میکننده بازیکن.
But he goes for the jump. He gets a
چه دمیجی زدن به
both these CTs this low.
تسس. کیکسن پوزیشن خوبی رو اتخاذ کرده بود. الیش حالا تنها 33 ثانیه زمان. نفر سوم هم از راه رسیده. بقیه بازیکنان فالکونز هم دارن تغییر پوزیشن میدن. الیش موفقی از استرایک رو برمیگردونه. سعی داشت دابل کیل بگیره که اجازه این کار رو بهش ندادن.
as they go up 8-4.
خیلی مخلصیم مهدی.
لایو هم دیگه
محمد ایزا.
We're going to have 2 miraculous comebacks in one series.
الیش در حد فیز هست. میگم جایگزین خوبی برای راپس نبود. پلیر خیلی خوبه، خیلی هم با تجربه است.
Even if it was 12-0, we would have to give them a benefit of the doubt. They have shown us today they can tap into it.
Yeah.
And then the logic in all of us watching is, yeah, but look at the scoreboard. Barring Frozen, the rest of the team's just not online. Yeah. But Kerrigan wasn't there until the later portions of Ancient.
Just a bunch of slow starters on this team with the highest ceiling that you've ever seen.
Meanwhile, Falcons continue to swing.
جو علی مرسی برای 2 میلیون تومان دونیت ماندی. خیلی مخلصیم داداش. مرسی برای انرژی سنگین. چت ها قلب بزنید تو چت، اسپم کنید به مولا. 2 میلیون دونیت. آقا خیلی مخلصیم، خوش اومدی به استریم. قلب داداش دم شما گرم. خیلی مخلصیم آقا، خیلی مخلصیم. دستت پر برکت باشه، مشی تنت سلامت باشه، پرچمت بالا باشه. مرسی داداش من، مرسی فدات شم. پاکمون کردی رفت. خیلی مخلصیم، دم شما گرم. به شما میرسه. مرسی فدات شم. مرسی مرسی مرسی. و بچه یوتیوب هم اسفامن. مرسی قربونت برم. مرسی مرسی. بچه ها دمتون گرم. مرسی مرسی.
He's firing up above. CT's trying to come at it. It's a 1v3 and it gets denied. Rain comes out with the final kill for the pistol.
خسته باشی، سلامت باشی فرچم. مرسی قربونت برم. بازم یه دنیا ممنون و متشکر از این انرژی خفنت، از این دونیت خفنت. خیلی مخلصیم مولا، خیلی مخلصیم.
So many consistent fraggers outperforming everyone on FaZe besides Frozen himself.
خیلی مخلصیم داداش، به مولا که خاکمون کردی. دمت گرم. انرژی خیلی خفنی بود. مرسی 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 مرسی. انشالله که بچه‌م همیشه بالا باشه، سفرت بزرگ و پربرکت باشه و هر چی که دلت میخواد آرزوشو داری برسی. مشتی باشی. خیلی مخلصیم. خب بریم برای راند 14. بچهای چت مرسی به خاطر قلباتون، مرسی به خاطر پاگاهاتون، دمتون گرم. چت عاشقتونم. مرسی. راند 14 پیستول راند از آن فیز شد و حالا اختلاف رسیده به 3 امتیاز توی اسکوربورد. دسه سرعت و چاشنی کار قرار میده. کریگان سعی داشت دابلش بکنه که اتفاق نیفتاد. نیکو اسیر بریک به موقع بازیکن فیز شد. فرک‌های پیاپی و امتیاز در نهایت به سود فیز کردن. اختلاف میرسه به 2 امتیاز. مخلصم سید، شاکرت هم داداش. حضورت حمایته.
This game's about to get very tense.
Round by round, that's FaZe.
2 امتیاز اختلاف. این ران هم بازیکن فالکونز سیو هستن و فیز کلن. شانس این رو داره که اختلاف رو به 1 امتیاز برسونه. پلی اگریسیو بازیکن فیز. فرک‌های پیاپی الیژ. بلاد سیکر داره بازی میکنه الیژ و این هم از امتیاز 7. 1 امتیاز اختلاف و میریم برای گان راند فالکونز. به سختی و پیش رو فالکونز در برای فیز کردن توی تی سایدد مپ میراش. تا به اینجای کار که فایر پاور خوبی از خودشون به نمایش گذاشتن فیز کردنی ها و باید دید این راند چه اتفاقاتی رقم خواهد خورد. این نید دیپ اما دمیجی به همراه نداشت. اسمه که ویندو رفرش میشه. الیش با بریک
style of defense, like watching for the window lurk, holding for Palace, being able to refrag into
سعی داره شانس خودش رو امتحان بکنه.
top of connector. You know, a player like Nico will be here by himself, but the weakness, of course, is Cat and V, where Kerrigan is.
مالی‌های پیاپی نیکو توی آندر. اساس یه لحظه اومد برای یک پری فایر، اما نتیجه همراه نداشت. تصمیم میگیره که داخل اسموک حرکتی رو انجام نده. الیش آماده است تا تایمینگی خط باز کنه. موفق هم هست. قبل از اون دکستر فرگ گرفته بود. 4-4 45 ثانیه زمان.
That's the value of the double connector play. That push was supported really well.
تایم زیادی از دست داده فالکونز با سایت حرکت خودشون آغاز کنن بیون به سمت بام سایتی وارد استک فیس کلنی ها میشن. الیش در نزدیکی استر توی فایت موفق که باز هم تاید انجام دکستر هم فرق گرفت. 3-2 میکنن روند کارو. 20 ثانیه زمان. فروزن پوزیشنش بسیار مهم و حیاتی است. میان برای پلنت C4 اسپاتش کرده. مجلس موفق میشه کارش رو هم تموم بکنه و تسس خطو باز میکنه. امتیاز در اختیار فالکونز. چه راندیو برمیگردونن بازی کنن این تیم. دکستر چه کار جدا حس میکنم این که حس کرده مانسی قراره بیاد جاش. اصلا پرفورمنسش زمین تا آسمون عوض شده. دکستر درخواست آخرین تکتیکال تایم متفیز کلن.
But when it came down to the 4v4 and then more great shots being hit, we see again the talent from Falcons shine through. The critical kill in that spot from Magisk. As well up on Tetris. On to Frozen, who has been one of the scariest players in these situations.
فیس هنوز شانسی داره که راندو برگردونه.
Oh, that's how that went down.
چه شانسی آورد که کانکتوریه نکشتش دکستر رو. میریم برای راند 17 هم.
I love this sandbox.
This guy's playing prop hunt.
فروزن کمی اگریسیو این بار.
What are you up to in Palace, Magisk? Think he's considering a swing?
Doesn't often go out by himself. You know, it's the kind of spot where you pick your 1 or 2 rounds and a half. You use those very carefully because you just want to be a threat the entire time. Much more effective trading. Usually, you know, if something goes wrong, then you have like a way to ruin the A site in a spot where there's no ticket player. If he gets that to default, you know, he's pretty safe, even if there's other players on the site. But this is information that he doesn't have right now. So past a minute smoke here comes out.
اسموک ویندو رفرش میشه همینطور. اسموک کانکتور.
Split though. It's all T's. It looks like coming back to the ram.
40 ثانیه زمان بیشتر باقی نمونده. فروزن به موقع تسس اومد که دیگه کاور رین روی بام سایت حضور نداشت. کریگان بر رین در نزدیکی این بام سایت. خود کریگان موفق تو گرفتن فرنگایت ما رو پرتاب میکنن. بازیکن فالکون سعی دارن بیان داخل. خود کریگان موفق تر فشار بیشتر میکنه رو بازیکن فالکونز. 3-4 خطو باز میکنه. کیکسل موفق روکیتید رو انجام میده. فشار بیشتر میکنن بازیکن فیز و امتیاز در اختیار فیز کلن قرار میگیره. سلام میلاد خوش اومدید. نمیدونم دقیق محسن، نمیدونم. یه دستمزد از خود پلیر رو میگیرن، یه دستمزدی هم هستش که تیما میگیرن من اینکه پلیر رو بفروشن.
Grand finals on the line.
Both teams now out of timeouts. This is the last timeout in regulation.
حالا درخواست سومین وقت استراحت فنی، آخرین وقت استراحت فنی فالکونز هست. باز هم اختلاف میرسه به 1 امتیاز. کریگان چه بازی داره میکنه. کریگان چه بازی داره میکنه. جدی میگم. مپ قبلی هم عالی بود کریگان. آمان IGL خیلی حرف اینجوری ایمپکت گذاشتن روی بازی. بازی بعدی آره همون جواد بعد اینه از تقریبا 1 رو 20 دقیقه شاید نیم ساعت بریک داشته باشیم بینش.
I think simultaneous to the Kerrigan performance, you also had this kind of petering out of Degster.
It's not a
Equal
sexy
someone's
buy
going
here
to
from
Falcons.
Falcons either. Magic because the Galil, they've got a small amount of utility, enough for a one-layer exact, not anything to bait out utility. There's got to be a commitment behind this smoke once it leaves his hands. Brokey with 5 kills.
تا اسموک هم بیشتر در اختیار نه اسموک هم دراب شده. میتونن فول اکزیکیوت ای بزنن ولی براشون سخته. بروکی آماده از آیتم ها پرتاب میشه. اسموک سیتی، اسموک جانگل، اسموک استرز. بروکی تغییر پوزیشن میده به سمت بام سایت، نمیتونه شاتو لند رو کنه. بازیکن فالکونز سعی دارن بیان جلوتر. یه بریک عالی دو فرگ پی برای بازیکن فیز. یک بریک دیگه خطو باز میکنه. الی سعی باز هم فرگ بگیره. تا به اینجای کار هم عالی عمل کرده فیز کردن. نیکو میره برای پلنت C4 تا به اندازه کافی داشته باشن. دکستر موفق به گرفتن فرگ. اسراپ رو ریکاور کرده. دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. 2-2 میکنه روند کار رو. نیکو اسیر مولی هم نشد. قطعه کراس سندویچ رو نگه داشته، نتونستیم با شاتو لنز بکنه. نیکو زیر فشار سنگین تو محیط تک بدو قرار گرفته که کارشو تموم میکنن و بیزگلن موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز. اوه چقدر خطرناک بود، چقدر خطرناک بود. بعید نیست بول فوریچ. بعدات بشه امیر نوری قربونت برم من. جی تو بعد این بازی داره. آخ اگر دکستر میرفت پشت تیکت بازی میکرد نفر اولو میزد راند بود، راحت راند بود. نفس ها توی سینه فیزکلنی ها حبس شد. فلش های پی نیکو.
His teammates trying to support him with flashbangs of their own. It's a lot of posturing here, but not actual any points of contact. And Dexter doesn't have
پوزیشن خودش رو حفظ کرده. یه ذره پوزیشن خطرناک هم هست. یه بوش اگریسیو سیتی بده ادوانتیج داره واسه کشتنش. اسمو که ویندو رفرش میشه. بروکی اسنایپ خط تاپ نگه داشته. میتونه اوپنینگ فرگ رو به ارمغان بیاره برای تیمش که این اسموک هم جالب نبود. نتونست بروکی چطور لند بکنه. هرچند الیج موفق تر توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. ایکسن چه کار میشه توسط این بازیکن. ماهای پیاپی بروکی هم مجبور میشه برگرده عقب. الیج یک بار دیگه شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه. هنوز گیواب نکرده. دو بازیکن داخل جانگل 35 ثانیه بیشتر زمان ندارن. بازیکن فالکون سریع باید تصمیم خودشون رو بگیرن. خطو باز میکنه. نیکو موفق نیست. رین برمیگرده به سمت بام سایت ای. فشار سنگین رو بازیکن فالکونز. مالی پرتاب میشه. دمیجی هم زد. رین هنوز خط رد نکردن به سمت بام سایت. دکستر موفق. کرگان از راه میرسه. باز هم ترید میشه. 2-2 میکنن روند کارو. 11 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. میره برای پلنت C4. الی شاتو لنز کرد بول بنگو اما موفق به گرفتن فرگ نشد. 2-2 فرار کردن داخل پیت. ماجیک سعی داره سریع ریپوزیشن بکنه و از ای پلس یا جلو. دکستر الیش کارشو تمام میکنه و حالا ماجیسک توی موقعیت تک به تو قرار گرفته که فروزن کارشو تمام میکنه. فیز کلن موفق توی گرفتن این 2-2. وای من عجب بازی شده.
but he peeked out and saw both targets. Oh, it's a flick as well. Aiming for the head on the ramp. Another chance spot for Brokey to get into this game. The op doesn't do anything in his hands, but every time it goes to someone else, they get a kill.
بروکی توی اسموک چانس خوش امتحان میکنه. فالکون سیفو رو پلنت کرده بود. این راند هم بایی هستن بازیکنان این تیم. کیکسن کمی اگریسیو قطع کانکتور رو نگه داشته. اختلاف رسید به 1 امتیاز. قطع بازی رو کم میکنه بازیکن فالکونز.
He has to believe that round is coming in for Falcons. They have to take advantage of this opportunity while it exists.
الیش یه لحظه خطرناک فشار داره تحمل میکنه. الیش رینو شکار کرده. فروزن کمی پرواکتیو دنبالش میکنه. کیکسن که فروزن از راه میرسه برای کمک ترس سری رو انجام میده. 4-3 مجیز خودش رو رسونده به استرز. خودش رو رسونده به استرز. اسمش که سیتیو بدن شانسشون خیلی بالا خواهد رفت. الیش باز هم موفق تو گرفتن فرگ. 3-3 میکنه روند کار رو الیش. در نزدیکی استرز پیش بینی نمی کردن تا اینجا رسیده باشه یک بازیکن. کریگان و بروکی در پی گرفتن این 2-3. مجلس موفق. رنج خوبی هم زدن به بروکی. سعی دارن کارشو تمام بکنن. یک نید دیگه هم از راه رسید. زیر فشار سنگین بازیکن فالکونز قرار گرفته. یک پیک دیگه اسنایپر هم فرستاد بالا و اینجا دکستر کارشو تمام کنه. یک بار دیگه نتیجه بازی برابر 10-10. یا خدا.
Falcons were taking it. I mean, Frozen tried his best to save that situation. Elish as well when Rain died behind him after he got spotted. This game is so close, of course, anything can happen. And we've also seen Falcons come up clutch in close games. Ancient versus Mongols. That was a match that looked like it was finished.
آوه از 3 ساعت و 39 دقیقه است داریم کست میکنیم. یا علی تازه فقط بازی اوله. بازی دوم هنوز شروع هم نشده. الیش اومده بود برای یک شیطنت دیگه. آیتما رو پرتاب میکنن. کنترل بام سایت در اختیار فالکونز قرار گرفته. فیسکرانی و فولیکو 4 بازیکن در حال حرکت به سمت سیتی سپان. در پوزیشن نیکو موفق هم هست به گرفتن فرک. کیکسن نیکو فرک های پی و امتیاز 11 در اختیار فالکونز و حالا از ونتیج بال دیگر در اختیار این تیم قرار میگیره. میریم برای گانراند بعدی.
This one will be max pressure. Again, we are out of timeouts here on Mirage.
اشارمون افتاد چت. سلام ترول چطوری؟ قربونت برم امیر نوری فقطتون بشم. بچه یوتیوب حتما استریمو یه لایک بزنید. دمتون گرم. اینم حمایت خیلی خوبیه.
Everyone getting into the perfect posture to prepare for round 22. No op in play.
اوی.
Maybe it's a blessing.
نفس گیر شده بازی. نفس ما بند اومد.
Sometimes when you're having an off day.
الیش اگریسیو این بار سمت وسط در مقابلش کیکسن موفق تر. رین او هم کاری از پیش نبرد. مجلس کنترل بام سایت رو در اختیار داره. مولی های پیاپی. بروکی کباب شد. بروکی کباب شد. 5-2 شد روند رون.
Unless there's a way for a 2v5 retake to take place. But look at the CTs cowering in fear. Knowing that they hold the only hope for a chance to bring this game back into the next round if they're allowed to live. It's an honest duel one at the top of mid from Kixan over Elish.
آخ کریگان فروزن در حال سیو کردن این 2 رایفل هستن. به شدت هم نیاز دارن به این 2 رایفل. تسس خدای من فقط 1 رایفل در اختیار کریگان. قرار داره میان برای هانت، ببینیم اسپاتش میکنن یا نه. ثانیه های پایانی کریگانی فرک هم میزنه، دابل کیل موفق میشه سیو بکنه این امپور رو. یا خدا یا خدا.
Incredibly low economy. We're talking less than $3,000 for every single member of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this would have been one rifle if not for that saved gun, and Kerrigan will be generous enough to give it away.
And who better to wield them? It will be Frozen and Elige coming into this round with M4s. MP9s for the rest.
It's a 2-round game just like Ancient, but Falcons, there's been so much
بریم
parity in
مرانده
the second half. They look so much better on average.
12-10. یک امتیاز دیگه میخواد فالکونز تا کار رو تموم بکنه. در نزدیکی وسط الیج متوجه حضور اسنایپر میشه و برمیگرده عقب.
FaZe do not want to give up mid instantly, but last round they fought for it, they lost. If this goes into a late round situation and they've got these MP9s, you can forget about a retake. With no pick play in place, CTs have limited options. Maximum fog of war and a T default that's coming into middle to really expose how weak these guns are.
گرفتن کنترل وسط.
Down to the double smokes.
4 بار پیک کردین. چقدر سیف دارم بازیکن فالکونز. 3 بازیکن متمرکز شدن روی بام سایت A، 2 بازیکن روی بام سایت B.
And awaiting a chance to strike, they will position Nico, who sometimes goes through with this window
45 ثانیه.
Other times waits it out. Elige
همگی در انتظار که ببینن چه استراتژی مد نظر قرار گرفته. الیج اگریسیو نتونست فرگ بگیره الیج، اما رین اینجا میتونه جبران بکنه. این کار رو هم به خوبی انجام میده که او هم ریکاور کرده. بروکی در نزدیکی تتریس. نیکو یک از فرگ‌های مهم بازی رو از آن خودش میکنه. اما یک پلیر دیگر داره توی کانکتور، از راه میرسه برای کمک. سیفور میتونه دیرانی بکنه. بروکی اتفاقا میفته. دکس ترید رو انجام میده. 3-2 هنوز سیفور رو موفق به پلنت نشدن. دکستر از راه میرسه برای کمک و دکستر کارو تموم میکنه و فالکونز موفق میشه 2-1 فیز کلن رو شکست بده و به گرند فاینال صعود کنه.
Want to see their downfall, but today is not that day. Today they are going back to another PGL final.
Wow.
Team Falcons does it. It was such a close series, such a close game, but all smiles for the Saudi team.
Yeah, the Saudis just love PGL, it seems like. I mean, what a game, a third map going down to the wire. This last round.
خدا همینجوری مادریتور هم شدیم.
Some curious
decisions
with the time being so low, everyone peeking. Okay. I don't know. I have to say the Brokey third map and series in general. What a disaster from the Latvian.
They
needed him here. They could have definitely won this game, but wasn't meant to be.
It might be the single worst map I've seen Brokey play. I mean, with the amount of missed opportunities, but Falcons more like Team Phoenix. I mean, the way they've risen from the ashes, they were 0-2 down, you know, managing to battle back in the series. A little bit differently, you know, being 1-0 up.
اصلا من ندیده بودم دکستر اینجوری بازی کنه. چه کار کرد؟
Then on Mirage, I think they showed some great patience. I think this absolutely is the best we've seen Falcons look, because so many times, you know, in previous tournaments,
قربونت برم اون سعید. صعود آره دیگه تیم فالکونز مال عربستان دیگه.
winning rounds and having entries, you would see them try to go for these rounds just because they have money in the bank, and the rounds aren't really winnable. And here they stayed patient, they saved guns, saved up, enabled them to keep buying, and managed to win 8 rounds in the first half. Which I think was absolutely crucial for them to be able to close it out on the T side.
Can we give this team some credit though? The mental fortitude that they must have to have lost on Ancient the way they did with that Kerrigan comeback is hard for any team. But it's not only that, it's how they started the group stages. Like, they had such a bad start, and yet they continually pull themselves up and then put in results like this.
I mean, the narrative that they're out and don't really care, that, you know, the players...
Is this a guy who doesn't care?
Yeah,
that's look a guy who's done, like, who doesn't care. I mean, look how much it means to them, to every single player on the team. I think also, considering the struggles they've had just in terms of results, you shouldn't underestimate them, you know, winning a semi-final and being in there, obviously...
بعد این بله بازی G2 در برابر کامپلکسیتی.
Do you think it kind of blows my mind though that was the conversation that like Dexter doesn't care? I was like, these are still full-time professional Counter-Strike players. He might have known he was on the out, but he also knows this is a really good advert.
فانال سریت اگه توی استریم ها هستی مادریتورت کنم. توی یوتیوب مادریتور من نیاز دارم.
I think it was a bit difficult for them to get in the right mental space, like to kind of get over that hump and actually get into the server and do their job essentially because of all the noise. But when it started going well, obviously, you know,
نظر بعدی تابستون.
He's getting benched and also playing like shit, right? He doesn't want that. He wants to go out with a bang and have a great
سنگین هاومت به ملاکی داشتم این کارو میکردم.
Which obviously there's a lot of them might even be the one that he beat today.
Yeah, I think it's just crazy. He had 10 multi-kill rounds.
دو تا ریکوست دیگه داشتیم.
Right? Just the sheer output of frags from him was tremendous, and also people talk. I mean, if someone wants to pick him up and, you know, players with other teams talk,
چاکرم سید
نزنید checked out, you know. I mean, that's not a good sign for anyone trying to pick him up. So yeah, we talked about how that narrative might be a bit lazy to begin with, and they've proven people wrong one more time.
بریم برای بریک سنگین.
But right now, Banks is with Kicksan to celebrate Falcons going through to the finals.
تا بازی بعدی.
I've got Kicksan with me here and
نمیدونم دقیقا چند دقیقه دیگه است ولی بین 20 دقیقه تا نیم ساعت دیگه باید باشه. امیدوارم بیشتر نشه. این تایم تقریبیه این تایمی که بهتون گفتم. حالا میزنن گوشه استریم به زودی که بازی بعدی چند دقیقه دیگه است. ولی خب بیاریم ما بریک بریم یه چایی دم کنیم یه هوایی بخوریم برگردیم خدمتتون برای بازی جی 2. امیدوارم انرژی داشته باشم که جی 2 بازی کنم. خیلی این بازی سنگین بود. عشقای منین. میریم برمیگردیم بازی بعدی جی 2 versus complexity. Yeah, be right back.
Well, I just think they played better on Mirage than the other maps, let's say, and it was obviously the third map, the decider, which is obviously the most stressful one. And at one moment we lost the lead, which I mean it was just not nice to play the T-side at one point because they were aggressive, doing some YOLO moves that worked for them. So yeah, I'm just happy that we managed to reset at one point and we closed the game.
Did it feel though like at one point when you said they managed to take the lead that you were kind of falling down to what happened on Ancient as well?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, felt like we are in control in the city side. Suddenly we lost the pistol, we lost the first gun round, and it was already like they had the lead. So that's what I mean when I say that it was not nice to play this Mirage in the second half. But I'm happy that we found a solution towards the end and we won.
How were you able to find that solution? Who was helping you out with trying to understand what to do next? Because I know you've got some other good voices in your team.
Yeah, I think when like the rounds we lost, you know, it's a stressful game, so everyone is talking a bit more, giving some more ideas, and I think that was the biggest problem because there was a lot of chaos on the TeamSpeak. But in one of the rounds, I just said that we need to relax and just listen to each other and just stick to the one plan that we have. I think that was the most important thing in the last rounds that we managed to win and come back.
Now, making it through to the grand final, though, how much does that mean to you when you guys have got a lot of noise around you, there's a lot of other discussions going around you, and it does seem like every member of the team is still giving their absolute all to make this possible, that you could go ahead and lift the trophy?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of noise since the first day we came here, and obviously maybe it affected us in the first games, but then we just talked that we just came here to play CS, and I'm happy that in the last few days after we had bad start, we managed to bring back our game, our A game, let's say. And yeah, I'm just excited to play in the final again.
Now, you won't know yet, but I want to ask you who you might want to face out of G2 and Complexity tomorrow in that final.
I don't care too much, to be honest. I just think that we need to be focused on ourselves as we were in the last few games, and we should just try to do our best. And if we do what we did today, I'm pretty sure we will lift the trophy.
I like that confidence. I like that answer as well. Very diplomatic. Sam, we'll get back to you.
I mean, it was a diplomatic answer, but I didn't like it. I wanted him to say
agreed.
because that's the timeline we all want to see, right? Sorry, Complexity fans. It could be interesting. Let's focus in on the Mirage, though. What was it that Falcons was doing right that allowed them to take this map in the end?
I think similar to the Cluj game, again, they win the force buy. I mean, in the first half, right, on the CT side, they were 1-0 down, and then they were 5-1 up just based off of that one force, having FaZe play from the back foot. And again, I have to say patience. You've seen it on the CT side, but T side too. They didn't get desperate on the T side when Kixon pointed out, they actually FaZe took the lead at some point, and you didn't see all of a sudden, just some set calls and just executes, just trying to sort of, break the mold. No, it was still a default style, a little bit changed with more pressure towards A, but they didn't lose their patience, and they managed to punish some of that aggression from FaZe Clan and close out the game.
Yeah, MR12, we talk about it over and over again. The details are important. Every round is important, especially losing the second round. The economy gets out of hand very fast. But we also saw how FaZe kind of started the comeback on CT, and how similar that was to the ancient comeback. Also 8-4 on the half. Everything was 8-4 on the half today in this series. So yeah, I mean, Mirage is always going to be a decent map for Falcons when they have Neek on the team. That's something you can't ignore at any time.
Yeah, I think you can also see why we said at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the individuals, right? And just Brokey, unfortunately, also shout out to Shev observing. He was on him every single time. It felt like when he was missing shots, because at some point, it's how does he miss? Not just him, but this shot is harder to miss than to hit, because it's almost like three guys swinging and he's holding ramp, and somehow he shoots in between the first and the second, right? And I think people would say, it's just one kill maybe, but no, that's what enables the opponent to gain ground, to gain space, instead you could have stopped them in their tracks. And it's just unfortunate because he's had a bit of a resurgence this tournament. He's had a good tournament in general, but just this final map is definitely one to forget.
It's also just concerning that kind of Falcons beat FaZe in a FaZe fashion, in a chaotic game. Kixan also said it. The prep and the game plan was out of the window, and we're just playing Counter-Strike 5v5, doing the defaults and seeing what happens in the late rounds. And yeah, I think that's the part of the worrying part about FaZe this year is they're losing that identity and that fear factor that they have, because the individuals are not as good as some other teams. Even Rain and Kerrigan, as some of the entry pack is not as sharp as a Donk and a Magic's coming in. They don't have the same explosive power, and then it comes down to the game plan, the tactics, and your Opper is also becoming super missing. It was Frozen, Elige. I think two of them looked pretty good, and that's a positive, but the worrying signs are still the same that they were kind of entering this tournament.
It's unfortunate for Brokey that he doesn't appear in the last map, because that's the map everyone's going to remember, and it's the one that lost the series. But overall, if we take a look at the whole series, is it just a matter of FaZe individuals not stepping up when they need to, or are there bigger concerns that FaZe fans should have?
I mean, it's difficult, right? Because when you look at some of the rounds that have been happening, if you go all the way back to Nuke, it was just the aggression that caught him a little bit off guard. The aggression from Falcons on the CT side, and it's been poor starts, really. I mean, they either lose pistol or lose the second round. A lot of these games outside of the last half on Mirage, where things went their way, and they've always had to. I think if you look it up now, I think for sure FaZe won significantly more gun versus gun rounds in this series against compared to Falcons, but unfortunately with the timing of those round wins, they didn't get as many freer rounds, anti-ecos and whatnot, so it was constantly an uphill battle for FaZe Clan in this series.
Talking about the openings as well, throughout the series, I think it was 41-29 or something, so 12 opening duels more for Falcons, and this is something they've been really good on throughout the tournament, and it's been everyone. It's not on FaZe, it's mostly Elige, right, that is doing this and finding success. For Falcons, it's been 20% practically every player, so everyone is contributing. Kixan on some of his tricky rounds, sometimes it's Magic's on a bomb site entry, sometimes it's the classic Op or Nico or whatever. So they've been just putting FaZe on the back foot from the start of these rounds. So that's also it's basic Counter-Strike. 4v5s are harder to win.
Obviously, it's not the end of us watching FaZe. They're going to be doing a third place playoff tomorrow. So Again, that's correct. This is a complete repeat of Cluj, which we spoke about. But now My question to both of you is, who does FaZe face off against in that third place playoff?
I'm not gonna go against m0NESY on the server, right? I know Complexity put up a great fight when they met in the group stages, right? But we saw playoffs being a different beast, especially when you go up against a team as seasoned as G2 is. Sure, not all the players anymore, but you still have Hunter in there with m0NESY, and you still have Snacks, who's a veteran of the scene, right? So I think this is where the sort of fairy tale, I don't want to say ends because they'll play the third place decider, but takes a little detour for Complexity, and we do get that Falcons G2 Grand Final.
Yeah, and then FaZe against a very hungry team in the third place decider. Again, another mirror from Cluj, right? Because that would mean so much more for Complexity than it would for FaZe in any way.
I think that's the thing, because a lot of people will say, oh, well, it's a third place playoff, we don't care. But I'm like, that's cool. For Complexity, they're probably one of the most underfunded teams. If they do make the third, fourth playoff, the money that's on the line if they come third is important.
Yeah, from 80 to 150K, I'm pretty sure it's a huge difference.
Yeah, and I think because people will be like, what do you mean they don't care? It's not that FaZe wouldn't care about the third place decider. It's just for a team that has championship aspirations, and also the caliber and the type of players that they have on the roster. You know, being in a third place decider is not really something that is going to motivate you super hard, even with the added prize money, even with what it means for the rankings, right? Like, you're obviously going to try to win, but it's going to be hard to find that intensity because you're not in the fight for the trophy anymore, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah, their main goal was to win. That's without a doubt, and that's out of the window now. They failed.
And I think for me, just this, I feel like FaZe Clan is definitely making changes. It's just a matter of time. Like, I just can't see this roster of 5 being like a real contender, you know, despite the magic when the major comes around, and then maybe having another run, you know, best of ones will actually help them there. It's not clicking. It doesn't feel like, you know, they've managed to build a proper team. They don't feel like a real team from the outside, and I'm not sure what necessarily the problems are and where the issues lie, but I think they're definitely on the horizon if they don't even pull the trigger earlier.
Do they make a change before the major? We're seeing a lot of teams quickly scrabbling to try and change up their roster.
I mean, Janko knows better than anyone, but I don't think FaZe move that fast, so I don't think that's possible in any way.
True, probably not. You know, and it also depends on what change do you want to make. But yeah, I think in the situation in which they're in right now, they just ride out the major, and that's what Kerrigan's been saying all along. It's like we're trying to peak for the major, right? We know all these tournaments prior are going to be hard. We obviously try to do our best, but this is a lot trickier maybe than we expected.
Well, if the vibes are a problem, Olaf is free, right?
Or JKS.
There we go.
On that note, of course, there is another semi-final coming up. G2 currently undefeated. They have made a clean run all the way through to the next game. Let's see if they can make the finals. They are going up against Complexity, the plucky underdogs who are punching way above their weight. We will find out who is going to join Team Falcons in the finals. However, there is a break before that begins. We've made it a little bit longer, so you can do a Carlos Science if that's your vibe. Otherwise, get some snacks and make sure you get right back here for Richard and the gang. They'll be taking you through all the action a little bit later.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Here at PGL Bucharest, I've been going around and asking the players about what resolution they're currently using. Now, 4x3 stretch, 1280 by 960, that was known as the God Res. But CS2 has changed some things. People don't like getting 4x3'd as much. The game's different. It looks different as well. So maybe we're seeing some more players move to 16 by 9 or even 16 by 10. Now, some players, I feel, are stuck in their ways. It's what they're comfortable with. It's what they know. But others are making changes. So take a look at the results I found. We're checking out the players' resolutions here. I've got Elise with me from FaZe Clan. I know he's known for having nice setups, everything all put in the right way, but we're going to look at the in-game resolution. How are you doing, man?
Doing good.
He's doing good, but show me this, because you're not playing 4x3. I thought it was 16 by 9. What are you rocking with? Why did you decide on this?
It's a 1680 by 1050, so it's a 16 by 10 stretched.
Okay.
And I pretty much went with this because it's like in between 16 by 9 and 4x3.
Yeah.
And 16 by 9 is just a little bit too thin. I felt like everything was really slow. But then 4x3 stretched, I didn't like not being able to see like on the sides of like my screen as much. And also it was just a little bit too fast. So for me, this is like a perfect in between.
So 16 by 10 is actually like a middle ground to what a lot of players, like, I remember Dong saying that he's like, oh, I tried to go 16 by 9, but it was too slow for him. Yeah. So you feel like with this being stretched, and do you still get the same vision as 16 by 9 as well?
It's a little bit less, but it's not, I've never died because of it pretty much.
Okay. So this is a safe way to play. How long have you been rocking with this?
I've been on this res since like 2016. Wow. So very, very long time.
Okay, well there you go. For Elise, it's 16 by 10. He's got it all set up here. And I like the idea of this, Maui, trying this out. We're having a bit of a speed go on the bigger resolutions. I got Senzu with me from Mongols this time around, and we're going to be looking at his resolution and see what he uses in-game. So Senzu, you're using 1280 by 960, 4x3 stretched. Why do you choose that one?
Yeah, just using auto like pros.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just what a lot of people use. Do you ever try 16 by 9, 16 by 10?
No.
No?
No, didn't try.
Do you ever try change settings? Do you mix with things?
One time I tried. Just I didn't remember actually.
Okay.
Yeah, just I don't like. Just I'm using normal. Yeah.
Normal standard. Do you change crosshair much?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I just
Crosshair can change.
Yeah. I think every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Every day you change crosshair? Yeah. But it's same for you. You're just easy.
Yeah, it's not easy.
I like it. Well, thank you very much, Senzu. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
I got Gravity with me from 3D Max. What are you rocking with? Did you change anything from CSGO into CS2? Talk to me through it.
Actually, I never changed it.
Okay.
I'm playing since the beginning, I think, with this one. On CS2, I mean.
Yep.
And yeah, I just feel smooth with this one.
Feel smooth, feel comfortable. Did you ever try 16 by 9, 16 by 10?
I tried 16 by 10 on CSGO.
Oh, okay.
But on CS2, not really. I think it's not how you can play the game.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fast game, you know.
Yeah.
You need to move everywhere. You need to swing when you are picking. So you need to like have a fast sprint also.
Yeah. You don't want it to be slow at all. Now, do you change any other settings sometimes? Like, is it something you're always mixing, or are you one of these players who just keep what you've got and you're consistent with it?
Maybe the crosshair. Sometimes I'm changing, like maybe every month or every 2 months. Yeah, that's it.
Why the crosshair change every month? Just you want to see something different?
Yeah, sometimes I don't know. I'm bored of the crosshair, so I just need some changement. But it's like I have only 3 crosshair maybe.
Okay. So you just cycle through them.
Yeah.
That's all right. Well, there we go. We got his settings. Thank you very much. Here at PGL Bucharest, I've been going around and asking the players about what resolution they're currently using. Now, 4x3 stretch, 1280 by 960, that was known as the God Res. But CS2 has changed some things. People don't like getting 4x3'd as much. The game's different. It looks different as well. So maybe we're seeing some more players move to 16 by 9 or even 16 by 10.
Hello بچا. Hello again. چقدر زود داره بازی شروع میشه جدی.
It's what they know, but others are making changes. So take a look at the results.
صدا دیلی داره؟ صدا دیلی داره بچا.
Come in hot here when it comes to PGL Bucharest. I'm with Damao. He's been playing lights out, and I'm going to see what resolution he's using. So, what have you got for me here?
I'm using this 1280, 9600.
Yep, on 4x3.
Yes, normal one. I use it. Yeah, it's stretched. I use this because it's the most comfortable for me.
Okay.
I tried another ones. I think everybody tried native.
You did try.
Yes, everybody tried native already.
Yep.
I think because of RApTOR too.
Yeah.
Yes, it does very well. And yeah, that's the best for me.
When you tried native, why did you not like it? What didn't you like about it?
I think it's too slow.
Yeah.
Of course, maybe it's easy for somebody like Nissim. He uses native.
Oh really?
Yeah, he plays very well like that. But I don't feel that fast in the game. I don't feel that I hit all the shots. So this one I felt better playing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Jamal. All right, guys, I'm checking out the resolutions of the players here at PGL Bucharest. I've come to Hulza because this man, often rocking wild stuff, often changing a lot of things. Show me what you got right now, dude. We're 4x3, but what is this?
I mean, I think it's quite normal, or on the normal side. It's like the 1152 by 864. It's not like crazy, but it's on the more uncommon side. But it's not like insane crazy.
It does seem crazy. Like I've not seen anyone else use it. Do you know anyone else who uses it?
I think I might have seen Nico.
Okay.
Before, I could be just completely wrong. Yeah, I could be imagining it, but I've seen some players use it before.
But you change resolution and styles and everything all the time. Does it, like, do you notice a difference, or what's the reason behind it?
I just like to look at new stuff sometimes. Sometimes you get bored. I play the game 10, 12 hours a day. I want to, sometimes I get bored of it, get a new look of the game. I feel refreshed, feel new, and more time to grind. So, like, I don't feel any difference at all, because I played with everything at least like 10 times, so it doesn't matter anymore.
So you are just multi-resolution, multi-style, it doesn't matter. Do you change during a tournament, mid-tournament ever?
Oh yeah, multiple times. Yeah, that's no problem. I like probably the last few months I've been good actually. I've stayed at the same at least I've stayed on stretch for a while now.
Okay.
But like I still switch rest. Like I did
4-0 فورور.
1 week ago I was 1280 by 960.
سلام خانده داشت، بیا چطوری؟ خوبی؟ خوش اومدی.
It's not a big difference. Just did a new look of the game.
And just to look at this, you're playing double mousepad right now just because you had it yesterday and it worked?
Yeah, it was like when I came yesterday, they had a mousepad on the table. I'm like, I'll try this, and it felt nice, so I'm gonna keep going.
Hopefully that luck works out for you. We're gonna just turn the attention quickly here. Like, you're rocking a cabled mouse still.
Yeah. G300S, that's what it's called.
How old is this?
I mean, I think it was released in like 2012, something like that.
Okay.
So.
And they don't make them anymore.
No, they just discontinued them.
سلام اسپارتان، چطوری؟ خوش اومدی. جان.
How long has this one lasted you?
اینو ایده بزن یه رفرش بکنم کار از محکم کاری
They only last about 6 months or so.
10 years, no, 20 years in. So you should be fine. 20 years of mice is good.
Hopefully, yeah. They're getting pretty
خب
expensive now.
ببینید اوکی
You don't
شد.
want to have to keep running. Look at this. Pull it up so we can see. Look.
تعداها.
Even still got this. Wild times we're living in the complexity camp.
صدای من ایکو میشه؟ واقعا؟
Yeah, welcome back. We're about to see who is going to join Falcons in the final.
Big
We'll get the other semi-final
Mizon.
underway. I'm the host, Richard Lewis. I'll be in the studio for this one. And joining me, we've got Maui Snake and we've got Dust. And I do want to just say, you probably noticed it yesterday if you were paying attention to the broadcast. Maui asked to be on the complexity game because he didn't believe they would win and he didn't believe they would be here. And he had all this good stuff he wanted to talk about. So I'm going to start with you. We're going to start setting this one up. Why was that? Why did you have no faith?
سلام هادی چطوری؟
They were playing against an Aurora team that should have by
آه
now
خیلی نامردی
won
خیلی
at
زود
least
شروع
one
شد.
playoff series. There's so much map overlap. Felt like complexity was playing into all of Aurora's strengths, but they actually defeated the odds and good on them and continuing their style. That's for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we were having dinner last night. I even sent Jason Lake a little video, you know, congratulating him. It's been a big deal.
13 دقیقه دیگه است که بابا من فکر کردم 5 دقیقه دیگه است.
Certainly a nice surprise, I think, right?
بیا بی من چای رو بذارم بابا. بیا.
More contenders, more teams that can have some strength to bring some competition to the table, and they have made this tournament far more interesting, I feel like, just by what they've been able to accomplish. And I feel like every time they get to the next stop, we're like, okay, surely this is where the ride ends. It doesn't. Like, they find, and they've beaten some of the best teams in the tournament to get here.
I mean, look, the crazy aspect of it is as well is just kind of how long this streak has kind of continued. If you include all the qualifiers and everything they were playing in, they're really in a good groove right now. They've played a lot of maps. They've won a lot of maps. They've got a map pool that I think is super interesting because they're one of the better teams on train. So I'm gonna just say before we even start breaking down into the minutia, like Complexity definitely deserve to be here. They've done it on merit.
Without a doubt, and I feel like the way they've done it by, like let's not forget that they're led by a guy who has no coach behind him that is just trying to do it all by themselves. Like Complexity, to start this season, when they picked up 60, when they picked up Nyx, everybody's like, oh shoot, is this kind of a write-off of a season? Are they just it's almost like a long-term trial for those players, but they've really popped off, and I feel like a lot of the credit has to come from the man upstairs. I mean, it's from JT, I mean, not Messioso, from JT, because JT was, you know, as an in-game leader, he always flexes into the awkward maps, the maps that are a little bit newer in the pool, the ones that the tier 1 teams want to stray away from, but that's what makes them an upset potential roster, and they always do it with a little bit of their own flair.
Yeah, and look, you saw there in the results. I mean, you know, a 2-0 over Falcons, finalists, 2-0 over FaZe, who just lost in the semifinals. I mean, they're incredibly legit results, Dust.
Indeed, they are. And even G2, the team that they are now facing, that they lost to, incredibly tight series. I mean, it went all 3 maps. The final map was overtime, which is Dust 2, which is G2's one of the better Dust 2 teams in the world. You know, tons of skill. Like, you feel like that's a map they should probably breeze Complexity on, but they didn't. You know, it was a struggle. So, yeah, every single match that Complexity have played has been impressive, even when they've lost. Like, it's been really cool to follow them.
Yeah, and obviously as well, we'll just drop this in the narrative strand, just in case you've been living under a rock or whatever, which don't recommend, it's bad for your back. But the m0NESY storyline, right? I mean, this is the last time you're probably going to see him in a G2 jersey. He had this incredible ascent. He was the most sought-after rookie in the world. I remember the old CEO of G2, you know, came out to an event specifically to arrange the transfer with the CEO of Na'Vi. They did it over dinner and drinks, like a proper backroom deal is meant to be done. $600,000, and they got this player that's done so much for G2, and now it looks like it's coming to an end. You know, you want him to sign off with a trophy.
I feel like you could look at it in 2 ways for why G2 is gelling. I mean, it's one that just m0NESY is the best player, one of the best players in the world. He's always going to play at the highest level he can because he knows that every single tournament, you can't take it off. So he's performing at a level you want. And for the other side of things, G2, in a way, even though they're losing m0NESY, they're auditioning themselves to still try to be a destination. They're trying to still look like a roster that, even, yes, they have a star player right now, but they themselves, with Snacks at the helm as an in-game leader, with Mobs as a star rifler, with everybody else, these pieces, they're still competitive. And if they just kind of floundered while m0NESY popped off the page with a supernova performance, then they would just be like, who would want to join that team after? I don't think many people would be interested.
I think you kind of bring that up, and I think that's a good point, just when you look at the top performers of G2 right now in this tournament. Like, we've already kind of talked about m0NESY, but let's just talk about the combination of players that has come together for this team. You know, m0NESY obviously is #1 rated player in the tournament, you know, killing it in pretty much every single metric. But Heavy God, the newest member of the team, has been fantastic. You know, he's come in on some maps. He's, you know, kind of taken Malbs' old roles to allow Malbs to ascend to some of the Nico positions. In some situations, he has just been a 1-for-1 for Nico on a couple of maps. And you can see here, these two have been absolutely fantastic throughout the course of this tournament. Both of them essentially top 4 players in the event.
I'll bring you in then, Maui, because I know how much you advocated for Heavy God prior to the move to G2. You used to talk a lot about this guy and what he was capable of. I mean, this tournament, I think he's been a bit above where he is usually, but I mean, he's been a good acquisition. He definitely belongs in a roster like this.
I mean, one of my hot takes on my podcast was just that he's going to be a
podcast, bro?
A few actually. Is that Heavy God is going to be by the end of this year a guy that was fitting of a top 20 HLTV placement. As in my eyes, he is a top 5 anchor in the world. Like, he just is. He's just so talented in those spaces. But when he first joined the roster, admittedly, there were growing pains. Okay, he tried to flex his muscles a little bit too much against all levels of opposition, and he got punished for it. Now he's reeled it in just enough, but he still has that anchor mentality. When he's on a bomb site, they're executing on top of him, he's going to find a multi-kill.
I think the really cool thing about G2 as well is, like, you know, we kind of talk about the two top performers, you know, Heavy God and Muncie, but look at some of the other performances they're getting out their other two players. You know, first of all, Malbs is still one of the better entry fraggers in the world right now, putting out an outstanding, you know, entry performance, even if his overall numbers haven't been fantastic. I think he's still kind of learning some of those positions that he's taken up where he has to make some more critical decisions in the mid to late round, something that Nico was very fluent in as he's been doing it for years. It's going to take some time for Malbs to kind of figure out and limit test what's possible, what's not with the rest of the team. But then also, let's give a huge shout out to Hunter. This is a guy who is having a fantastic year so far. If we take a look at it, he's really been kind of warming up throughout the year. Yeah, he had kind of a couple of off moments, I guess you could say, at EPL and Katowice, but when you look at the last couple of tournaments he's played, and then the first tournament of the year, he's been fantastic, and this is all while taking on additional responsibilities as now a guy who's calling it on the CT side to make up for the void that Nico left behind, calling their pistol rounds, and just doing whatever the team needs to be successful, and he's fragging while doing it.
I got one piece of context, though, where the numbers just lie. The numbers are a lie. I'm gonna be honest, Dust. I watched a Hunter demo before this segment. I watched what he was doing. He's just saving more. I looked at the stats on top of it. He's saving twice as much as he did last year in the last month, okay? That's the only his ADR hasn't changed, his KPR hasn't changed. The only thing is that he's saving more, and HLTV rating just loves boosting people because of KAST. So those numbers, in my eyes, fugazi.
Yeah, it was really mean of you to, like, just lecture Prof about that while he was here working this event constantly in the green room. Probably a bit of overreach.
Just DPR farmers the world needs to know, okay? Just because you die less doesn't mean you should be 0.1 rating higher.
No, I agree with you there. But we can talk about complexity a little bit as well. I know you got some stuff there. I mean, obviously, a little bit of NA bias because the scene has just been decimated. You know, even the big names in the space. You know, we don't have a Cloud9 right now. You know, Team Liquid, some, you know, international lineup. And so complexity are the ones that said, look, we're going to stay true to what our identity has always been, which is, you know, a kind of talent incubator for NA. And they've made some good pickups, I have to say. I always own my big opinions online. I said when they announced this new lineup, I said, this ain't it, and this isn't going to do anything. And honestly, they've proved me wrong. They've made me for a fool because the two guys they've brought in definitely show they can hang it 2-1.
Indeed, like I think Sixy's had an incredible tournament as an entry. There were times this tournament where he was one of the better rated players in the event, and then Nick X, I mean, I think there's still a little bit of growing pains with him, and I know that Maui kind of echoes that sentiment, but all in all, he's still at least being willing to go out there and make plays and try to fulfill what the team needs. But I think it's that two of the veterans on this team have stepped up tremendously in this process, and I kind of want to start with Grim because, you know, Grim's a guy who has been around the NA scene for a long time, and you're going all the way back to like 2020 when he played with Team Liquid. Obviously, you know, that whole situation didn't work out. He goes to Complexity after that. He's been here ever since, and, you know, while he has kind of remained in a lot of the same spots, like in defaults and things of that nature, he is on executes leading a lot of these, or at least being second guy in. And his success in opening duels, his entry numbers are absolutely insane. And he's just one of the best players in the tournament. In fact, this is right now currently his career best event in international LAN.
Do we talk about the post-Elige buff, Maui, or do we save that for tomorrow?
We were saving that one for tomorrow, Rich. Yeah, no, I'm already cooking that one.
All right,
okay?
Good, okay.
I feel like, you know, regardless of the fact that, you know, Elige is still cooking it on phase, it is without a doubt that, you know, Grim just felt a little bit constrained when Elige was around. It obviously kind of, it wasn't like he was negatively affecting him necessarily, but it's just that Elige really strives for perfection. He was probably a critical leader, despite being one that educated Grim. And the Complexity guys have talked so favorably, so positively about Elige, but it's just that if you have a guy that's always telling you a better way to do things, you're going to question what you're doing a little bit. So now Grim just looks a little bit more freed up, that he's willing to take the next fight after the first one, and he's letting that aim just talk because he really is just so sharp with it.
And look, I'll talk about a player, Holzerk. I think this may be his best tournament for Complexity. I want to say, you know, smash less tables, smash more heads. Turns out it works.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think you'll like the title of this graphic we got coming up because this was in reference to exactly what you're talking about because he has indeed been smashing on the server this tournament, man. I mean, particularly yesterday. Like when you watched him yesterday against Aurora, some of the stuff he was doing, particularly on Nuke, was unbelievable. Like he was killing people with the Scout, killing people with the killing people with the AK. Obviously his op has been fantastic. Again, he's one of the best players in the tournament. And as we were talking about Grim having one of his best international events, this so far is probably Holzerk's best international LAN as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a career high
so many
point for him.
contracts.
And the worry I always think is right now at a time when AWPers are at a premium, we've got all these pieces moving around. You know, are Complexity capable of holding on to players? I could see Holzerk maybe having a few offers if he can maintain this level of performance, but we'll shelve that. I'll get your opinion, Maui. Oh, that's a scream. We'll get your opinion, Maui, about how Holzerk's been doing.
I feel like Holzerk's just been playing out of his mind. I mean, the last time I saw him play like this was the EPL of 11 months ago, where they made it to the semis because Holzerk was on contract negotiations were happening.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
It almost felt like fool's gold, but he's actually rolled it back to being even better then. And so, I mean, this right here just tells a huge story that there has just been so much firepower on the Complexity side when it comes to Grim and Holzerk, but in some ways almost overshadowed by Monacy and Heavy God. Queserato kind of oddly just sticking out there.
چای رو آوردیم چت میزان
Either way, I mean, this
چند دقیقه مونده پردیکشن بزنیم.
The composite picture right now is that everybody just knows how to play off of each other. Like macro
PGL $1,250,000 فکر کنم.
Nick X is like not the highest rated player, but he's always collecting info. Sixy is always collecting info. That's the main thing I have with Complexity. They're never at all in the dark when they're playing these rounds, and it's helping people like Grim. It's helping people like Halsey because they're so frequently in the right positions.
Yeah, as we get into the pick ban here, no surprise, Complexity permabanning Mirage, a permaban of Train coming out from G2, which actually really hurts Complexity a lot. We know that they're such a Train specialist. To not be able to implement that in this series is going to hurt. I imagine we're probably going to wind up with a similar map pool to what we had last time.
Yeah, is anybody even going to change it? I just don't see a real reason because it was so close last time, you know? So
خب مپ اول آنوبیس
G2 last time went for the Dust 2. Decider was Ancient. And again, we'll see if
مپ
they change
اول آنوبیس
anything,
مپ دوم
but I kinda
داستو
doubt it does.
I doubt it as well.
Okay.
مپ سوم انشن آنوبیس داستو انشن آنوبیس داستو انشن.
Every single map was at least 13-10. Dust 2 went into overtime as the third map in that match.
کمپلکسیتی خوب بازی کرده این تورنمنت.
It was the exact same veto order. Yeah. I mean, for some reason around actually G2's, I don't know why this happens in this tournament, is the first map, because some reason last time the first map played was Dust 2. But I don't know why that even happens. I don't know why veto order actually occurs the way it does, honestly.
Well, whatever. I mean, the important part is obviously we're going to get the run back. We have a rough idea of where these two teams are, and look, there were a couple of key rounds where it could have easily swung, the other way.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. That was a really close game. If you're looking at if you think G2 went and just stomped that, Complexity were in that series for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're getting into Anubis, I mean, this is going to be a fun map to watch because, Complexity have looked sharp on it throughout this tournament. I mean, they beat G2, they beat FaZe. Obviously, G2, on the other hand, their Anubis hasn't looked that hot. Like, one of their only wins this year was against, Bet Boom with stand-ins. Like, they really haven't been able to get... Granted, a lot of their losses are to Aurora, who's, the best Anubis team in the world, but they just haven't looked as depth here. And what I really like about this is we're taking a look at how things are going to kick off. I like how proactive the CT side is for Complexity. This is something that Maui brought up earlier, where Nick X, he'll push A for information, or JT, he's willing to take a fight outside of Long B to try to get information. And Sixy has impressed me so much, playing mid on both sides of the map against some of the most skilled players in the world. He had to play against Xantares on Anubis, and he actually played pretty well despite losing that game, obviously. So I really like just how dynamic they have been. And also, here's the other good thing about Complexity. They're just playing with such gusto. Like, you would think a team that's an underdog would maybe play a little bit timid. No, they're playing with tons of confidence and aggression.
And one of the reasons that this went Complexity's way is not only was there so much aggression from Complexity that allowed them to have info, it's that G2 were so one-note in their attacks that sometimes they were just doing 5 people B main, and then Complexity, because they had that little shred of information, just stacked the bomb site because they knew that nothing else was going to be happening.
I mean, we got a couple of minutes here. We're just having a few people connecting to the server, so we can continue talking about Anubis. I love the way Complexity, obviously, as you rightly said, not getting trained definitely hurts them, but I like the way that they're an Anubis-trained team. I think that's so good right now in the current meta up against other teams, just being able to religiously kind of pull those out.
I'm going to say that one guy that Dust already brought up that I'm going to say to look out for Dust already talked about his aiming aggression, and the thing is that Nix came from Timbermen. Like the only thing Timbermen were known for as a roster is for saying slurs. Okay, that's all they were known for. And honestly, the way Nick X plays, I think Heavy got it last time, wanted to type some slurs to him because he was just owning it.
Well, anyway, we'll bring our commentators in and get their opinion. A bit of sweet day for you, I imagine.
انسوی لاجیتک والا یکی از دوستام سید داشت احمد اسمش داشت خیلی راضی بود ازش میگفت تو گوشم راحت صداش هم میگفت خوبه من خودم استفاده نکردم ولی اون رفیقم خیلی ریکامندش میکرد ساقولیتو و برکات توت ریگازیوس
Didn't look like we were going to have any positivity at the start of the year, but Complexity have somehow turned it around very quickly.
Amir Random.
It feels like we're supposed to be giving the people what they want, and obviously with Falcons in the final, we got to have
Amir
G2 in the final. FaZe in that third, fourth place to start with
منظور اون چایی بدون قنده
Complexity for the upset, who knows?
خب امیر نوری فدات بشم مرسی از قلب و انرژیات خب آماده ای چت بریم من واقعا نمیدونم چقدر بکشم این مپ رو این بازی رو گزارش کنم ولی خب زورمون رو میزنیم هر جا نشد حس کردم دیگه داره زیادی بهم فشار میاره متوقفش میکنه باچ پارتیش میکنه عشقای من خیلی برام خدا در خدمت شما هستیم با بازی دوم مرحله سمی فینال مسابقه PGL بوخارست G2 در برابر کامپلکسیتی برنده به فینال صعود خواهد کرد در برابر فالکونز مپ اول آنوبیس کامپلکسیتی سمت سیتی سایدد و G2 سمت تی سایدد فلش تایمینگی سعی داشت کارتازی بکنه نیکس که مرز موفق میشه فرست بلاد رو از آن خودش بکنه هانتر به دنبال شکارت هم توسط تایمینگی خط رو رد کرده JT اسنکس در مقابلش دو بازیکن خط رو باز میکنن هانتر حالا از راه میرسه برای کمک ترید میکنه ولی بیش از این به فایتش ادامه نمیده مانسی هم حتی از راه رسید برای کمک به هانتر همگی به هم کمک کردن یک لحظه هلزک تنها باقی مونده از واسین چت یه ذره دراپ داریم
I think it's such an interesting tournament so far. You know, we had so many upsets throughout the group stages. So many teams that you would expect to play a lot better. You know, I think Falcons into the final. FaZe, one of the teams. There's a lot of early upsets, but I think the most compelling storyline has been Complexity for me because they start upsetting Falcons and they show that they're at a different level and they continue to throughout the event.
سرور رو عوض کردیم ان شاءالله که
G2
اوکی بمونه.
The only loss that Complexity have is against G2. It was a close series as well.
These probably are the two best teams in terms of how they've performed at this event.
میریم راند دوم یکیش نتیجه بازی تا به اینجا کار به سوی G2 کامپلکسیتی فول فورس
Yeah, they've got 4 players in the server or in the top 5 players at the event. Sixy is down there at number the
هلزر کم تو مانیتوره چی قضیه همه تو مانیتورن مودی ستار محمد خوش اومدی ویلکام بک مرز باشه دابل داره وسط بازیکن G2 به نظر میاد که اسپلیت ای رو مد نظر قرار داشته باشن نیکس خط بازیکن مانیتور به سرعت ترید رو انجام میده سیتی روی بام سایت مرز کارش رو تمام میکنه اجازه ادام کار رو بهش نمیده خود مرز دابل کیل برای این بازیکن اسنکس میره برای پلنت C4 پریم و JT دو بازیکن باقی مونده کامپلکسیتی که به احتمال بسیار زیاد G2 موفق خواهد بود امتیاز دوم رو هم توی اسکوربورد برای خودش ثبت بکنه.
And for complexity coming into this event, you mentioned
علی مددی بچه من چت رو داد قبل از چت جواد نداشتم اگه چت دارید دوباره برید بچه تویچ یکیندار افتاد بیرون یکیندار رفت نمیدونم کدوم تیم الان نه اصلا تیم داره یا نه این از امتیاز دوم در دستان سامورایی ها
just shows you what a little bit of confidence can do.
نمایندگان اینهی هستن ها کامپلکسیتی.
Just a couple days too late to get that top spot.
Yeah, that's pretty depressing.
They still have to travel from here from the grand finals or the third, fourth place decider tomorrow. Travel home to the States and play in the Americas and our
yeah, and that's very scary because you know you're going to be tired of from the travel going back online CS is such a different environment.
Complexity این بار
where you've been playing the best players in the world and going toe to toe with them on LAN at a very tough tier 1 event.
پیستول آرموربای داریم. نه پیستول آرموربای هست.
Yeah, the Americas region.
MP9 هم که سیو کرده بود گریم. از یک بار دیگه سمت وسط 4 بازیکن کامپلکسیتی روی بام سایت A متمرکز شدن. یک نت کمی دمیج میزنه به فیکسی هیوی گارد. حتی این رو نگه داشته مانسی از راه میرسه برای کاور به موقع هم از راه رسید. مبز یه لحظه نایف کشید بیرون آفگارد شد و از همون موقعیت هم استفاده میکنه. سیکسی کارشو تموم میکنه. اسنکس موفق توی ترید نفر بعدی هم اسپات کرده. اسنکس 2 بازیکن در مقابلش دارن تغییر جهت میدن به سمت بام سایت بی جایی که گریم با MP9 پوزیشن گرفته.
Towards the platform, and a Deagle is spotted in Temple, and once again,
Hunter
just rotated
ignited deep.
by the smoke, takes some nade damage as well. G2's
میخوره خود هانتر موفق. نفر بعدی رو هم اسپات کرده روی بام سایت.
Yeah, well, an AK save is the best case scenario here for Halzerk. G2 could move through in towards the A site. We talked about the sort of environment change that's gone down in some complexity, and when you lose a big star player, a big vocal player in the league, you will look to your more experienced player that's left over, and that's Grim, who we know is traditionally
معتبرترین خرید از کجا میشه انجام غیر استیم. اگه گیفت کارت تو اینا میخوای جی 4 A4 به نظرم خوبه. اگر عرض کنم که آیتم CS میخوای ایزی استیم رو تایش.
not as worried about making mistakes.
Well, it's easy to feel that way too.
این هم از امتیاز سوم که تا ثانیه های دیگر به سود G2 ثبت خواهد شد در حال سیو کردن آرمور دیزرت و AK. یا دید هم ندادن خوب دارن بانک جمع میکنن. وضعیت مالیشون بسی خوب است.
But they've been through the emotions and they understand how the distractions can affect them from the outside.
این راند چهارم نخستین گان راند کامپلکسیتی. همگی مسلح به رایفل.
Snacks is calling simple in this first gun round though. Just
از اسنایپ نیست.
Smoke at the B bomb site. JT and Grim defending.
اسموک دیپ بی مین پرتاب شده. اسموکی به سمت بامب سایت کشیده میشه. آیتم ها پرتاب میشه. گریم به سرعت سعی داره دینایی بکنه. جیتی موفق تو ادامه کار. هیوی گارد با دابل کیل پاسخ میده. سیکسی سعی داره فرگ بگیره. اسنکس اجازه این کار رو بهش نمیده. 4-2.
Yeah, shots a little bit off the mark for complexity for Grim and Sixy in particular in their exchanges. Heavy God with some very important kills coming in. 2 of them to clean out the B defense behind the bomb site. He's been excellent for G2. Modest is the number 1 player at the end with a 1.28 rating. Heavy God's 4th. He's not far behind at 1.22. And he's been having a very good event, which has got to make G2 happy in the world where they're losing another star player. Having this talent that you've brought in for the future deliver good performances for you has got to make them feel just a little bit comfortable.
Right, you bring it back to what Maui was saying before this game, and if you're G2, you don't want to just look like you get solo carried by Monacy. You want to be
اومده برای شکار.
for other players to want to come into the squad in the future.
موفق نیست. هنزک نخستین فرعی خودش رو میگیره در ازای امتیاز 4 به سوی G2. G2 تا به اینجای کار که خیلی چیل و راحت داره بازی میکنه و هنوز چیزی از کامپلکسیتی ندیدیم، در صورتی که کامپلکسیتی این تورنمنت رو خیلی خوب بازی کرده بود.
Here's Heavy God, the first kill on a JT, snaps over to Grim, who couldn't get the kill fast enough, and the Galil spray connects onto a lack of helmeted Sixy.
این مرانه پنجم هنزک آپگرید به AVP نخستین AVP این رقابت.
Grim is just being the main talking point for Complexity. 0-3 start for him. He's going to try and turn that around as quickly as possible.
گریم هنوز موفق به گرفتن فرگ نشده، در نزدیکی بیمه این پوزیشن گرفته. الزر کمی اگریسیو در کنار نیکس. هیوی گاد ایمین رو نگه داشته که الزک موفق میشه اوپنینگ فرگ رو از آن کامپلکسیتی بکنه. بر مانسی حرکت خودش رو آغاز کرده، یک فلش عالی ترید انجام میشه توسط هانتر، اما کمی دیر مرز هم شکار شد. 4-2 کامپلکسیتی فرصت اینه داره که تو نخستین امتیاز رو به سود خودش توی اسکوربورد ثبت کنه. او چه لرکی داره میکنه، چه فلنکی کرده نیکس. دیگه تاپ مید صدای اسنکس رو که فکر میکنم گرفته باشه به راحتی کارش رو تموم میکنه. تو ادامه کار خود نیکس تریپل کیل برای این بازیکن و نخستین امتیاز در دستان کامپلکسیتی. بدی این G2 فالکونز جذاب میشه. فینال مانسی جلو نیکو جذاب میشه به نظرم. بریم مرانده ششم هنزک این بار توی کانکتور.
Monesi's got the AWP out. He's going to be at T-stars at the moment, going for a peek, combined with the flash to get Holzerk off of the angle.
با یک فلش دیگه مانسی خطو نگه داشت. چقدر لیت هم شاتو زد ولی دقیق. مانسی آیتم های پیاپی کمی دمیج میزنن به اسنکس. 3 بازیکن دیگه روی بام سایت بی حضور دارن. مانسی حالا حرکت خودش رو آغاز میکنه در نزدیکی کانکتور، شات رو هم لند میکنه. موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن.
Of the sniper. Yeah, this is the problem with playing against Monesi. He's so good at so many different styles of AWPing, going for entries, going for picks.
آتش مولی اصلا نذاشت.
And single-handedly found 2 openers and taking
ویژن خوبی داشته باشه مانسی. اگه نزدیک بود اگه سومش رو هم بزنه. سیکسی از راه رسیده ناموفق. نیکس داخل ایمین اسیر دیروپ هم شد. یه لحظه باشی سوری خورد افتاد پایین. دابل پیک بازیکن G2 این هم از نیکس و گریم یک بار دیگه تنها باقی مونده. تک به 5. فیسیت رو با استی مچ کنم. میگه شما پرمیر پرایم فکر میکنم پرایم باید داشته باش. آره ها.
Knowing he had no options, no good fights to take, no need to pressure him because he's got to make a decision at some point. Perfect play from G2, and they're going to be up by 4. This map was played back in the group stage.
امتیاز پنجم در دستان G2.
The series in the group stage at the 2-0 mark in the Swiss system. It was 2-1
عالی کار کرد تو این راند.
This was the only map complexity won 13-10. Looking like a very different game so far in these first 6 rounds, but there's plenty of time to recover still.
لند کرد اینجا موفق شد دابل کیل از اون خودش بکنه. مرزم چه به موقع برگشت تمپل رو چک کرد. چقدر به موقع. لایف سیو میشه. قیمت ندارم فرق بشم آج ابلیس. اینقدر قیمت و وحشتناکه اصلا عجیب غریبم میره بالا. اصلا قیمت ندارم قرمت برم. هنزک موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. برمیگرده عقب.
G2 will just have to lick their wounds. They're down to 4 players.
And they were bringing pretty much everyone in middle, it looks like. They've got 3 players there still. Hunter just backs off to check and watch the flank. But G2's plan was really to bring bodies towards middle. So the pick from Alzork is huge to slow them down.
مانسی به دنبال ترید هنوز چیزی نصیبش نشده. ادوانتیج در دستان آمریکایی‌ها قرار گرفته.
We'll use Monacy's op to carve out information in middle, and then a smoke into camera. Freeing up Malvs' rifle to start to move
کامرا میرن برای یک بریک. چه بریک به موقعی. هلزک موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. اوه حواسش نبود به بوست. هانتر موفق، اما مانسی یه لحظه آفگارد موقعیتشو از دست میده. هانتر او هم مالیش به موقع پرتاب نشد. چه دمیجی خورد گریم. و حالا تک به 2 هانتر. 30 ثانیه هم زمان داره. C4 دراپ شده. آمار نفر دوم رو نداره هانتر. اسموک ایمین رو پرتاب میکنه میاد برای پلنت C4. جیتی هم داره از راه میرسه. مولی بک ساید پرتاب شده. هانتر چقدر به موقع با هم دیگه خطو باز میکنن بازیکن کامپلکسیتی و موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز دوم. پرایم سودی هم داره تا حدودی، ولی آره باید باشه رو اکانت. خلاص سیستم چی پیشنهاد میدی دیگه؟ یه i5 و یه 3060 حداقل باید رو سیستم باشه که بتونی گیم بزنی دیگه. میشه پایین ترم گرفت. ولی خب اذیتت میکنه پایین تر بگیر. الان دیگه بودجه‌ایه. اسموک استرز پرتابش مانسی موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. چون زود این اتفاق افتاد. هانتر از گپ استفاده میکنه. فرگ هم میزنه. هانتر جیتی فرار میکنه پشت بام ساید. مالی پرتابش مدکارشو تموم میکنه. فرصت برای G2. 60 توی کانکتور. مانسی خطشو نگه داشته. کارشو تموم میکنه به راحتی هرچه تمامتر. سکس میره برای پلنت C4 و نیکس تنها باقی مونده. تک به 4. الموین welcome back.
But still the aggression through the smoke that Grim can't possibly predict. A beautiful opening kill from Hunter that puts so much pressure on JT.
رو چشم MMA الان جوین سرور میدم بازی رو تموم میکنم. i5 12900 کار 360 تی آی. جواب تو سال دیگه. آره باز این کانفیگ خوبی. آره ایز باخت. ارشیا چطوری؟
T-side woes go away.
And the biggest issue for complexity right now is so much conversation has been about, oh, nice quick shot from Monacy.
They both landed them. It looked like Halzerk hit his through the
wall, perhaps, yeah. I mean, the biggest issue is with the success Monacy's had with the op early on and some opening picks, negating some of the aggression. He's 3-0 in opening duels. Like some of the aggressive stuff that complexity likes to do on this map is getting taken away from them. Those moves that have been so impactful.
این مرانده نخم 4 امتیاز اختلاف. برتری 6-2 توی اسکوربورد به سود G2. نیکس لحظه خطرناک. چه خطوی رو بازی کنن. چه ریسکی کردن بازیکن G2. چه جوابی هم گرفتن.
G2 are going to go through the motions with the utility, but they will soon realize they have 7 rounds.
کامپلکسیتی کامل سورپرایز شد. اصلا فکر نمی‌کردن اینجوری تو اسموک ایمین خطو باز کنن بازیکنان G2.
As they exit the bomb site. And that positioning will be over towards Ruggs for Grim. Halzerk down the stairs to punish anyone exiting through A main.
5-3 C4 هم پلنت شده. G2 فرصتی رو داره تا امتیاز 7 رو هم از آن خودش بکنه. بازیکن کامپلکسیتی اما در انتظار هستن تا اگزیت فرگ بگیرن که بازیکن G2 فرار بکنن به سمت سیتی سپان.
Grim looking for a steal away. The AK caged in.
I bet you could stick your arms through those grates.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Just like that, Jason.
Just like that.
پیداش کردن یکی رو.
Well, they made it difficult. They had to go
رکب
and find it,
خوردن.
and well done.
They did their best.
They got the AK.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort. They might be a little bit bummed when they hear that AK-47 shooting this round. They're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
They added a few extra steps, but you know, we're looking at Complexity needing to get a few more CT rounds here. We're getting to the later stages of the first half, and obviously 2 rounds is not going to be enough. So
I think what's more worrying than the scoreboard is hold the phone. We got some aggression. Okay, Halzerk has an angle. Yeah, Grim really.
یه پوش اگریسیو هالزرک و گریم جواب نگرفتن، برمیگردن عقب، کامل کنسل کردن پوش اگریسیو بیمین رو.
A lot of risk, not a whole lot of reward.
I was going to say, what's more worrying, I think, than the scoreboard to me is I've seen like 60 and some heads-up duels.
مولیه وسط G2 قدر فضای بیشتری رو در اختیار خودش قرار بده.
Aim hasn't felt as sharp. Same for Grim, but I think his is more at the B bomb site with the different number and styles of hits that G2 has shown them.
Yeah.
And the confusing nature of kind of lurking through some of these smokes. I think Grim just hasn't been able to find a clean fight.
Well, they do decide to go towards B again. It's not exactly the strongest setup here. JT committed to connector. He's used his final piece of utility and it's useless.
Yeah, it's gone into the smoke.
And he's only got an MP9, but he's up
MP9 میتونه خطرناک باشه، اما اسنکس توی این دوئل موفق تر. اوپنینگ فرانک در دستان G2 35 ثانیه زمان. اگه بخوام بیان سمت A این اسموک میتونه کارو خطرناک بکنه کامل. باید الان آلردی از اسموک خودش استفاده بکنه. سیکسی خیلی دیر بود برای پرتاب این اسموک. حتی رو باز میکنم بازیکن G2 هانتر دابل کیل هیوی گات هم توی فایتش موفق و گریم تک به 4. چقدر بد بازی کرد کامپلکسیتی این راندو، مخصوصا فکر کنم 60 بود. 30 ثانیه باقی مونده بود بندازی اون اسموکو، بندازی. منتظر چی هستی؟ قشنگ خط کامرا رو رد کردن همه. ریم موفق میشه فرایک هم بگیره دنبال سیف کرده ایدال پی شاید باشه. نه ایگال از سی سپان در از راه میرسه. هانتر هم چه به حد موقع بازی کنه گان سویچ میکنن. نایف کشید چه بد موقع. چکار کنیم پولدار شیم؟
He's feeling better now.
Should be 8 and 4, leading the way for G2.
سلام پدرام، چطوری؟ خوش اومدی.
Where you get all the impact with the opening frags. Here's Snacks finding the first kill, but these two right here are what sealed it. Spray down, instant headshot onto 60 and Nix.
کار کن کتاب
Trying to
بخون.
find some kind of safety runs right into
راهشو پیدا می‌کنه.
Complexity. Knocked off their game on Anubis. This map has become their second option after
کتاب خوندن
training
خیلی
that's taken
مهمه.
away from them.
یک بار دیگه باز هم اوپنینگ فرگ در اختیار G2 مانسی. 3-5 میکنن روند کار رو. JT روی بام سایت.
I don't think there's anything crazy that we've seen in this of G2 reading anything, but I think one of the issues that Complexity is going to have to start figuring out and learning is, you know, at an event like this where you've made this kind of a run and you've taken the scalps that you have, teams are going to look into you a lot more than they did previously. Like, they're always going to look into you.
باز هم مانسی دابل کیل.
Habits of individual players. But when you start upsetting teams on this run and playing close games against G2 and you're upsetting FaZe, you're upsetting Aurora, previously Eternal Fire, you're beating Falcons and Furia, people are going to take note.
ایکسی تنها باقی مونده. امتیاز نهم رو هم خواهیم دید در دستان G2. دارن نابود میکنن کامپلکسیتیو.
Right now, a different story on Anubis. It was a tied game at half just a few days ago, but we're looking at a very different story at the moment.
Yeah, anything but tied, really.
گفتم.
Well, Complexity might be tied up.
رضا باید کنارش کتاب بخونین. اطلاعات باید ببری بالا.
G2 not going to let them out.
But really, just no fragging. Like,
there's no one hitting back.
Look at the kills
across بتونی یه بیزینسی رو راه بندازی و مدیریت کنی که درآمدش رو بتونی بیشتر کنی.
there's just
بس
not
نمیخوایم
any frags coming out
بره
for the
تو
complexity
بیزینس از
side.
گیم خارج.
And I mean,
ولی خب
as we all know, that kind of makes it impossible to one, win rounds, and two, stop anything coming in your direction.
Yeah, especially, you know, it's depressing when Grim's been the second highest rated player.
آره فینال ولی کتاب بازم ایمپکتش بیشتره.
Right now they're getting their ass handed to them.
کتاب خیلی تاثیرش بیشتره از پادکست و پادکست نمیگم بده پادکست خوبه یوتیوب خوبه اینترنت خوبه ولی کتاب یه قدرت دیگه ای داره اصلا.
True. They better get started now.
سلام علیرضا خوش اومدی. میریم برای آخرین راند نیمه اول مپ اول 9-2 نتیجه بازی به سود G2. آی چه مدوسای خوشگلی دست اسنکسه. فینال فرداست. ردبندی و فینال فرداست. دمج خورد از مولی مجبور شد تغییر پوزیشن بده. سیکسی داره اگریسیو میاد جلو. مانسی خط موقع باز خواهد کرد یا خیر؟ بله این اتفاق میفته. مانسی موفق دو مولی پیاپی مجبور میشه گریم پوزیشنش رو عوض بکنه. مانسی شاتو خورد و شاتو زد. گریم حالا سعی داره اگریسیو بازی کنه که ماسکارش رو تموم میکنه. 4-2 جیتی و نیکس جودو از هم دیگه مثلا یکی روی یکی رو بی. درستی رو نگه داشته بود ایلیا. بازی داره به سمت بام سایت بی کشیده میشه. جیتی فعلا که تنها هم تیمیش داره روتیت میکنه و سریعتر این کار رو انجام بده. از راه میرسه نیکس و جیتی دو فرقه پاپی 2-2 میکنن. روند بازی رو تا هم زیاد ندارن بازی کنن. جی تو شرط هیت پوینتیشون هم اونقدر جالب نیست. یک نید دیگه نیکس سعی داره فرق بگیره. موفق هم هست. هانتر 6 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده فرار کرد و خود نیکس کار تموم میکنه. 9-3 چه 4-2 رو گرفتن بازیکن کامپلکسیتی.
Those are two of the three rounds they've won. Is Nick stepping up massively and performing individually very strong. He's done it again to close out the half. So 3 is all complexity will leave with on the CT side of Anubis. I know it's a T-sided map, but that doesn't feel like nearly enough.
No, especially when you had a 6-6 half just a few days ago, right?
And when you're playing Monasi, who's in this shape, I feel like, you know, whenever he stepped into a shot, whenever he stepped into a fight, stepped up to take an angle, he was successful at it.
بله لجند.
I think the CT half for Hunter was particularly tough for him at the B bomb site. In the previous game they played, he finished with 4 kills total on Anubis.
Sure.
So, you know, he's not going to have that same bad game today. We're already seeing he's playing better. So, you're not going to have that same gaping hole weakness that Complexity could possibly abuse here in the second half either. And to be honest, they might not even get much of a second half if G2 get a pistol win and convert it. You know, we're right down the end of the path. But yeah, I think it is, you know, touching on it again, it is kind of a weird scenario.
9-3 نتیجه باز تو نیمه اول. بریم برای پیسو راند دوم. G2 سمت سیتی سایدد و کامپلکسیتی سمت تی سایدد مپ آنوبیس. G2 بتونه پیسو راند رو بگیره فکر میکنم خلاص بازی. مانسی مسلح به دوالیست آماده است. خطا رو باز میکنن. نیکس موفق تو فرق پاپی برای بازیکنان کامپلکسیتی حمله میکنن به سمت بام سایت A. 3-5 C4 هم در حال پلنت شدن و فرصت داره کامپلکسیتی تا پیسوراند رو از آن خودش بکنه. فینال غروب حوالی 7:30 ایناست فکر میکنم چون قبلش بازی ردبندیه. فینال 6:30.
So Grim gets an easy pick on
ولی
Snacks.
امکان داره عقب جلو بشه.
Timing to look away as that Mobs peek comes in, but he gets the instant goosh, and so Mobs no longer confident to fight. He'll fall back, and Hunter right at the end secures
Hunter یه
another
فرق کم
kill,
تونست
but Complexity, the
بگیره.
extra one too, not bad at all. But 4 rounds for Complexity picked up. That's the first step. Super long road back into this game, but in terms of grabbing the pistol, they do it easily.
Let's see if they can handle the conversion. Things can always get a little bit a little strange in the round like this. We'll see G2, they're going to invest into the round, try and stop Complexity from building up any momentum, prevent the comeback from even starting. So smokes are out in round 14. Complexity, a lot of bodies towards the B bomb site. Looks like Halzerg's going to set them up behind the MAC-10 to lead their way into the bomb site.
مبز موفق یه پوش اگرسیو تو ادامه کار. هانتر نتونست برای بگه. گریم شاتیو میکوبونه تو صورت ماز و 3-4 ادوانتیج در دستان کامپلکسیتی. کماکان خط کانکتور رو نگه داشته گریم. نیدی که یه دونه دمیج داد به Heavy God.
Said and done in this round. It's Snacks, Monacy, Heavy God just looking to grab some weapons in the save.
هر جا راحتی شب جفت جلوی. شنیدی کی مرده؟
You know, in terms of having the checklist of things you need to
نه
accomplish,
کی مرده؟
if you are going to pull off a huge comeback, Complexity ticking the first few boxes.
Well, obviously, pistol round, second round is nice. I think even, you know, we'll say in this kind of a situation where 3 weapons are brought forward, the third round is going to be very nice as well, because they'll still have some elements on the map that are dangerous from G2. I think the biggest element, if you want to make a comeback happen, is in the fragging department. You know, like, you just need people to be killing things.
Yes.
من گفتم چی شده بابا مردی.
But Grim at 7 kills, Halzerg at 4 kills, 60 at 4 kills. The last time when they played in the group stage, this was really like a story. Like Monacy and Grim were going head-to-head. Monacy is 67 and 44 in that series. Grim was 67 and 54 in that series.
درخواست اولین تاکتیکال تایم اوت برای جیتسو.
A lot of the games
کامپلکسیتی شانسی داره که اختلاف رو برسونه به 3 امتیاز.
He was just fragging out and he continued that, whereas now he has to try and he started slow and he's got to build up into the game, and we'll see if he's capable of doing so in such a high stakes game here in the semifinals. Timeout taken. First timeout here for G2.
So they've given some extra pistols out. No armor on Hunter.
سیمپل معلوم نیست لجن فعلا که نه.
Monacy who wants to be able to afford the AWP. Not the most difficult round
دونم نیکان ماشاءالله.
Its chances to go south.
میریم راند 15 هم پیستول آرمور بای
Snacks, Monacy and Hunter. Heavy got at the A bomb site. Mobs over at the B bomb site.
جیتسو آیتم ها رو پرتاب میکنن. نیکس در نزدیکی بام سایت. سه بازیکن رو متمرکز کردن به سمت وسط. هانتر آماده است برای پرتاب فلش.
And applies a decent amount of pressure over to G2. Hunter gets pulled away from the mid stack just as Sixy and Grim start to make their play in middle.
Alzerk.
Well, Heavy God. Get the info in time for this Molly to be effective, okay. Does flick the Molotov down in front of him.
یه زیادی طول کشید داداش بنداز اون مولیو. من نوکرتم. فرکای پپی برای کامپلکسیتی. Hey.
Yeah, that's a beauty of a shot.
Goodbye, Grim.
Smoke and AK picked up. That's a nice thing to have for the next round. So Mob's going to try and hang on to it.
60 داره میاد برای شکار. موفقم هست. پدسپی هم بود نتونست مالز از موقعیت خودش استفاده بکنه. برای هانتر تک به 4 آمارش رو دارن. جیتی کارش رو تمام میکنه. ششم در دستان کامپلکسیتی اختلاف رسید به 3 امتیاز. همه مپا هم رندوم سیتی سایده تقریبا به جز آنوبیس.
We'll see what Complexity's first gun round is going to look like into this stronger defense. And Monacy with that op had so much impact in the first half, tearing Complexity apart. Can he do it from the CT side as well? Op gonna start towards Temple, towards the B bomb site. In support of Hunter and Malb, Snacks in middle, Heavy got it A.
بریم ببینیم گانرانده G2 چگونه پیش خواهد رفت.
Flash into Con and
پیاپی مابس موفق میشه فرق بگیره. نیکس از موقعیت استفاده میکنه. مانسی روی بام سایت خط کانکتور رو نگه داشته، میاد برای شکار بیمین. نو اسکوپ زد، نو اسکوپ سعی کرد شانس خودش رو امتحان بکنه. هانتر دابل کیل برای بازیکن. هلزرگ تک به 2 حرکت میکنه داخل اسموک سیتی. اسنکس آمار دقیقی از این بازیکن نداره. 60 ثانیه زمان برای هلزرگ.
He knows the position of Snacks from the trajectory of the Molotov that was thrown. Gonna try and wrap around him, but he
خوش اومدی داداش.
He could just choose the
slide the camera
as well. Like he could go with the aggressive call.
Honestly, I think it's a little bit of a bummer. Snacks keeps moving out of his gaze. Like he's actually yeah, he's been in a position
Snacks رفت سمت سیتی. چه اتفاقات عجیبی داره رقم میخوره توی این تک به 2. نیمی از زمان خوش از دست داده. هلزرگ داره میاد داخل کانکتور، همدیگه رو اسپات میکنن و حالا تک به تک. هالزرگ در برابر اسنکس.
And so now puts that bomb down in the sight. Snacks steps up again.
سنکس آهسته آهسته از راه میرسه. آمار اینو داره که توی بیمین نیست. ندیدش سنکس؟ فکر کنم اثباتش کرد موقعی که داشت میرفت داخل، اما خط رو نگه داشته. سنکس موفق تر تو کلاچه تک به تک.
And Snacks will get to that defuse.
Classic Halzerg death
پریمیوم فیسی نمیدونم، فکر کنم 8 پونده فکر کنم.
I mean, like I said, I think it's so unfortunate. I actually think he played that clutch really well. When he looks back at that and sees the X-ray of Snacks just turning every single corner just before he's got vision, it's going to be such a bummer because it felt like he had Snacks in prime position to pick him off, run back to the A bomb site, and just have all the advantages in the world.
This is sick from Hunter, though. I mean, both of his teammates in the bomb side don't do enough initially, right? Malbs gets traded by Nyx to that connector smoke. Monacy misses every opportunity.
Oh, he didn't actually death slam. I thought I saw one before he rubbed his eyes. Yeah, okay.
No smash and death.
امتیاز دهم نه در سال G2. 3 امتیاز دیگه میخوان تا کار رو تموم بکنن توی مپ اول. Monacy روی AVP.
Straight through middle.
قرار فشار بیشتر بکنن روی بام سایت A. هیوی گاد و سنکس از کنترل این بام سایت رو بر عهده دارن.
How do they want to use this?
Got Monacy to contend with. Hunter's going to
اسمو
join up
که
with them. Malbs
ایمین رفرش میشه. مانسی
I hear and see nothing. No presence.
وسط به دنبال شکار. هانتر هم
Monacy watches for the swing through window. 3 players here now.
حضور داره. هانتر خطو باز میکنه. موفق تو گرفتن فرگ. هلزرگ خود هلزرگ دوبل کیل. هانتر ترید رو انجام میده. سه میکنه روند کار رو. هیوی گاد نیکس توی فایتش موفق تر. چه شاتیو میزنه تو صورت هانتر. و حالا مالبس تنها باقی مونده. تک به 3. عالی کار کرده بازیکن کامپلکسیتی.
Really solid. So just waiting behind the smoke as it fades. Malb slips away. Yet to see if he wants to go for this. Might just pick up the op on the ground and call it a day. Money for G2 is a problem. Monacy's got 1,000 in the banks, but everyone else is dead broke. This ult might be the only thing they have if he can hold on to
چه
it.
بلایی سرشون اومد.
Zero impact. Come into the second half, 11-5, looking at 12-8 at the moment. So you've had 2 gun rounds where he's had 0 impact. This is exactly what
سلام مجرمی رسمی گل. خیلی مخلصیم.
Previous round he missed shots. This time he just gets his head blasted off by
نمیدونم کوانتوم خیلی دکسر خوب بازی کرد. حالا فردا هم باید بزنه. البته تموم نشده ولی فعلا که خوب بازی کرده دکسر.
It's gotta feel so paranoid here. Mobs is going to be pushed on so many different sides. Will he be able to hold on to it? Yes.
Mobs موفق و امتیاز هفتم در رسانه کامپلکسیتی. بازم بچه ها باشن خوبه.
to talk about what they want to do around this op. Do they really want to force buy around it at this stage of the game? Do they just want to kind of stay on pistols, go for a low buy, see if Monacy can do a miracle?
بچه ها که گلن. بچه ها چه تو توییچ چه تو یوتیوب همه گلن.
A little bit of utility on Mobs, who had already had armor and a kit from the previous round.
Well, we mentioned no impact last 2 rounds from Monacy. This round, it has to be all of his impact.
Ended the first half with 11 kills, Monacy. He's got 12 now, so only 1 in the second half still so far. Early going. 5 rounds of play completed since they switched sides.
Monacy, Hero AVP. یک بریک. او متوجه حضور اسنایپر شدن بازیکن کامپلکسیتی.
From the CTs will allow him to slightly reposition. He wants to blow it himself and have a look down into the site, but Monacy's
دیگه مالی اونجایی که باید پرتاب نشد. هانتر موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. هیویگات فرار میکنه. فقط باید زنده بمونه هیویگات تا شانس بیشتر بکنه. هیویگات 3 بازیکن در مقابلش. JT.
JT's going to have a little bit of pressure coming around. He can hear the footsteps.
پوزیشنش
Mobs takes an AK away.
مشخص شد اما موفق تو گرفتن فرگ.
JT should go down to the T-spawn player. Now going to step forward.
ایکسیم از راه میرسه. مانسی موفق توی ترید. JT خطا رد کرده تو ادامه کار. موفق است. حالا سنکس از راه میرسه. واو چه ویفی داره سنکس. در 8 اختلاف پرسه به 2 امتیاز. بازی داره حساس میشه. بازی داره حساس میشه چت. بازی 9-3 بود اگه اشتباه نکنم.
Knicks up to 13 kills now. 5-1 run since we switched sides.
بازی 9-3 شده در 8. میریم برای گانراند بعدی جی 2. بعد فیلم ساعت 6 و نیم.
From 60 in this tournament. Knicks has definitely had moments, but this is a
great
time to step up and really start to perform. He's getting put under a lot of pressure this time from Snacks's window drop.
فایدی برای بازیکن سیکسی به دنبال چه کار. مانسی موفق دو فرگ پرپی برای بازیکن جی 2 گرفته شده. سیکسی
Huge advantage for G2 with the 2-man lead in the round.
می‌کردم بپره پایین. این کار انجام نداد.
Up train towards middle. Complexity still spread. So really it's just going to be individuals trying to create something from their respective positions. Sixy flirting with this mid double doors.
Monacy با تایمینگ خوب.
Monacy's going to peek up, nail the shot, and Halzer JT separated for one another. The only player
دابل کیل تا اینجا این کار برای بازیکن.
JT to try and come through B main.
2-5 در حال حرکت به سمت بام سایت بی هستن بازیکن کامپلکسیتی. اسنکس او هم موفقی. دابل کیل هم برای این بازیکن. خالزک او چه شاتی بلند میکنه اما به سرعت ترید انجام میشه و باز هم امتیاز در اختیار بازیکن جی 2.
There's your Monacy impact double kill in the round. He does fantastic work to help shut down that attack from Complexity. 3 rounds separate these two teams. Here's the opener from Snacks with his aggression. I haven't seen a whole lot of the CT aggression today. G2 did a good job of holding Complexity back and preventing their aggression from having any success, so eventually they just went away from it. G2 busting it out in targeted fashion. And a little bit of frustration now. Complexity losing their grip on this map.
راند 20 مانسی همین اگرسیو خط ایمین رو نگه داشته. نیکس رد کرده. خطا گریم اومده بود واسه یه فایت رو در رو. نیکس موفق مانسی ترید رو انجام میده. نفر بعدی هرزه اونجا حضور داره. تو این نمی کنه. سنکس یه لحظه کارش خطرناک بود اما در نهایت او هم موفق توی گرفتن فرگ و 4-2 هرزه جی تی.
Right into a headshot.
It's got to be a 2v4 for Complexity to flip this back. They got a minute 10. JT up on the bridge. Once again, it's the duo of Halzer and JT to try and do it.
بازیکن باقی مونده کامپلکسیتی 60 ثانیه زمان. C4 هم در اختیارشون هست.
This time, at least wherever they go, It's even numbers. It's a 2-2 setup.
Might be even numbers, but
مانسی اومده عقب، خطا رو
16 kills.
پسیو و دفاعی نگه داشتن از روی بام سایت ها دارن بازی میکنن بازیکن جی تو. و
Monesi primed.
گرفت فکر کنم صدا پا رو اسنکس دیگه.
Towards heaven. It's gotta be just this smoke out to disrupt his cross up. He even has a little gap.
مانسی
That's
موفق.
all he needed. A little vision of Monesi closes the kill.
اسموک جی تی دمش هم خورد از مولی و اینجا هانتر کارشو تمام میکنه. جی تو موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز 12. یک امتیاز دیگه میخوان تا این مپ رو به خودشون به پایان برسونن بازی کنه. جی تو
a map they didn't have in the last series, and then move on to Dust 2 of their own. It was an overtime victory for G2 back in the group stages on Dust 2.
با یه جالبی اصلا در بازیکن کامپلکسیتی در حال حمله به سمت اونسوات کم کردن. مانسی روی بام سایت حالا سرعت رو بیشتر میکنن. مرز مانسی فرک های پیاپی فقط جیتی باقی مونده. مانسی ببینیم کارش رو تموم میکنن یا نه. جیتی تک به 4 سعی داره شانس خودش رو امتحان بکنه که مانسی از راه میرسه و با یک نایف سامورایی بودن خودش رو به رخ کشید. قربونت نداد فدات بشم.
It's all business for complexity. They're going to be thinking about one that maybe got away as they look into the abyss as this series gets incredibly hard for them. But let's just talk about
بچه میریم برای استراحت کوتاه برمیگردیم خدمتتون برای شروع مپ دوم. بیاریم
to PGL Bucharest from a group stage to taking complexity's map pick away from them. Just a much more well-rounded offense from the G2 side versus the last time these teams faced off against each other. I saw simplistic calls. I saw 5-man B executes. This was more well-rounded. The defaults were more spread out. They covered their bases so much more, so the little antics from complexity couldn't really occur.
Yeah, I agree with Maui 100%. I think one of the things they did very well was split pressure, like Mao's being able to pressure middle. They varied how many numbers they were actually having at middle, so sometimes Mao could kind of just puff his chest and solo do it, but sometimes they'd stack like 3 or 4 and attack camera really quickly. I thought they also did a great job just how they positioned Monesi's AWP throughout the course of the round. And he was taking picks in Canal, he was taking picks in E-Box, he was taking picks, you know, in middle. They were really kind of just setting him up for trades and countering any type of aggression that Complexity were trying to throw out there. So it was just, as Maui indicated, a much more well-rounded G2, which is I think what makes them so frustrating for us sometimes is that we know they're capable of playing well-rounded CS. It's just some games they don't, and you kind of wonder why. But this game, that wasn't the case. They played very well.
Yeah, and look, I think G2 have been in a weird spot, but, you know, coming to this tournament, all the speculation about Monesi, we saw that, you know, Monesi won't be doing interviews at this event or whatever, but just they have been locked in. They've you know, barely put a foot wrong in the tournament so far, and have this adjustment on a map that they gave up last time. Really, really good sign for me.
Just goes to show that there's actually something going on in that camp in terms of the adjustments, in terms of what I'm imagining Taz and Snacks are conjuring up, that, you know, even though they, like, you know, we know they come up with the ridiculously simplistic game plan sometimes, but this was a pretty night and day difference in terms of how they wanted to run their T side. Even just the fact that Monesi moved around. Like, there was a stretch of time I watched Monesi where it was like, I think it was like something like 5 Anubis games straight where he would just go for like the same 3 picks on T side. This one, I think he probably had 5 different ones just on this map. So they moved him around and just changed it up a lot more. So it's good to see that there can just be improvement on a series that they already won last time. Like, they didn't just rest on their laurels.
Exactly. I think the other big thing was that this time around they understood what type of aggression that Complexity were going to throw at them. They didn't fall prey to, you know, pushes on the extremities or pushes in the canal. They also did a really good good job. I remember last time they played, Complexity was doing like this really weird, like 2 players on mid door, like kind of bait and switch setup. And it's like when they try to do that this game, G2 were not going to allow that to really cause them any problems. Like maybe they lose one guy in that scenario, but they would instantly trade it. So it was just like way more efficient in handling the defense that they were up against, as well as just being very well versed. And look, I will give credit where credit's due. Complexity did, put together a little bit of something on their own T side. We definitely praised them throughout this tournament for being a team that can play good T sides that are aggressive and dynamic, but they were just in such a hole after the first half, and I just really couldn't get it going.
Anubis defenses are like, you want to be the most off meta possible. I feel like when I watched Complexity play the first time versus G2 at this event, I almost was like, am I watching a Chinese team? Like that's how off meta it felt. It felt like I was seeing something from another planet. But then this time around, yeah, if you run the same tricks, they're just going to be used to it. And everything that you do on CT side of Anubis is almost inherently a gimmick. Like everything is just kind of like you're taking a risk, like the double door setup that Dust is talking about. Anything that you try to throw at your opponent, you're trying to just kind of like create curveballs and sliders the whole time, when in reality, like none of these are substantial. And if you ran it 100 times, it'd still probably fail under 50.
We can talk a little bit about Hunter as well. I think, he had a good showing. Saved a lot, Maui, which I know you're a big fan of. You can see here the numbers.
Okay, bringing up the joke from the pregame segment where Hunter has just been saving a lot more. He did obviously play really well in this one. The trading was very good. Like that's something that Hunter has always been good at. Positioning off of an opponent after, or off of a teammate after they make initial contact. Like he is probably, that's really been his bread and butter. That's why he's been such a good co-star to Nico in the past, who can take point.
I think for me, it's like when I'm thinking about Hunter, I'm thinking like realistically, he's supposed to be the 4th best player on the team, right? When you have Bonus, when you have Mouse, when you have Heavy God, that's probably just where he slots. We also have to take into account that with Nico gone, that mid-round voice they used to have is now mostly Hunters. Like it's been very well publicized that he's been calling their pistol rounds for ages. He now calls their CT side for the most part, like Nico used to do. And so he's taking on all these added responsibilities. He also is probably very aware of the environment that he's in. Pieces are kind of going in and out. Like I'm sure he's aware of the situation, and yet he's still finding ways to be valuable. And I really do truly think it's only a matter of time before he's the IGL of this team.
Yeah, you read my mind there. I was going to say, I mean, first of all, I never bought the idea that Hunter, I mean, look, we obviously remember him when he was kind of almost like a secondary star in previous lineups on G2. We remember his output and how tremendous he could be individually. But, time makes fools of us all. You get older, and you have to adjust your game. I was never one for thinking Hunter was ever meant to be anything better than 4th on this roster. And I think in the future, I agree. I think he just moves to IGL. I think Snax will transition out of his team eventually in time. And we'll end up seeing a Hunter IGL-led project with a new lineup. Maybe that'll happen after the major, depending on how they do.
See, this is why we need someone like Yanko on the desk, honestly, just because we're all kind of this opinion, which seems to be right now a hot take, that Hunter should just become the IGL. And it's like in a position where many people would want to be celebrating G2's win, we're already kind of thinking about like the next step, which almost feels a little bit rude. But in reality, like, I mean, if he's already doing the pistol round on T sides, all of CT side, he's already a respected figure on the team. He already
I'm right there with you,
can play some of these active roles that a lot of IGLs like, Shuhei in the past and Apex plays now in terms of CT positions. It's like, it seems all right there for the taking. It's just like, when are G2 going to make that next step in terms of GMing?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the next thing to address is figuring out the permanent op situation for this team, but you would imagine that that's the next step. Because look, here's the reason why we're talking about this, is because G2 is a team that's right now, like, in my opinion, just outside of the top 5 right now. They're probably like 6th, 7th, probably in the world. It's probably a reasonable take to have right now, although with what happened to Aurora in this tournament and what G2's doing now, maybe there's a little bit of a chance to slide past them or something like that in a power ranking, but this team, with the talent they have, should be contenders for titles, not just outside the top 5 team, you know what I mean? So I think that's
maybe
why
not anymore.
That's why we're critical.
Maybe without Muncie, they're not. I don't think that's real.
That's why we're being critical, though, is we know what is possible.
Well, yeah, I agree. I think you're right. They've got hurdles to clear. I mean, we are talking about them almost as if they lost that map, but
they played well.
They're now favourites to take the series and make the final of this event. And with that, we'll turn our attentions to Dust 2. Obviously, We've explained before, this is an exact rematch. We're playing all the maps we played when G2 played Complexity last time. So, how do you see this one going now?
Well, the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was a battle of just two halves, two T sides practically. Both teams getting 10 rounds on their own attacks, was it? And both of them just, in a way, like, it kind of said more to me about G2 and how they wanted to finish the game, where it felt like, and I've seen this before with other G2 games, they just kind of end up sitting on their hands for a little too long, and they just kind of think something's going to come to them that's favorable, and it just lets the opposing team dictate too much. If G2 want to take this game, they will. And what they're going to do is just be a little bit more aggressive. People like m0NESY are just going to be a little bit more forward-facing. People like Mobs are going to fight off of Catwalk a little bit stronger than he did in the past, and they're not going to just let themselves get hit by a Complexity team who is actually, once they get in position, pretty efficient with their nade executes. So if Complexity is just disrupted in the slightest, I feel like that's going to be the thread that's pulled, and then G2 will probably wrap this one up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of boils down to a couple different things. For Complexity to win this game, you know, obviously what they've been strong at on when they have played Dust 2 well, and they've beaten some pretty good teams on Dust 2 at this tournament, and had an overtime against G2, and again, big T side, so they're capable of it. It's just, they have really good fundamentals, and they just bring good pace, and they're very diverse. Like, that's the big thing about Dust 2. No one's reinventing the wheel, but it's about making sure that you're not pitching holing yourself, you know, that you're exploring the entire map, and just making sure that you're kind of keeping your opponent guessing with whether you're mid-being or cat splitting or whatever the case may be. I think it is going to be about individuals, though. Like, some of these guys did struggle last game, like they ran out of gas compared to the rest of the tournament. They're going to need to step up individually. I mean, I know it's kind of, you know, simple, but it is just the truth. Like, on a DM map, kind of like Dust 2, this is just the case. And then, look, if G2 want to close, just do what you've been doing well, right? They're a very explosive, death-volley team. They like to put Heavy God more in the pocket on this map as opposed to just being an extremity player, let him trade with Malbs. And then they have really good fakes. And so, again, we talk about G2 having two faces. It is sometimes they play a simplified game plan where they're very, you know, one track, and then sometimes they play a very diverse game. They are capable of playing a very diverse Dust 2. Just do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. I'll quickly ask about Complexity as well and their chances. Like, what would their key to victory look like, Maui?
Well, they have to have a much better CT side than last time, and well, they're starting on the T side as far as I know right now in this one. And I think if they switch to the CT side, they have 5 rounds. I would just say keep playing as aggressively as you have been, because they too also kind of got caught here and there by G2 last time around. I just want to see them swing for the fences, okay? Like, don't go out with a whimper here. If you've been playing a style that has gotten you the semifinals of a huge tournament, there's more prize money here in front of JT than he's ever won. Like, he already is at a point where even if he loses that 3rd place decider tomorrow, it's still with the club reward, with the prize money for individuals. Like, he's never even gotten this much. Just keep that style of calling that's made us so excited for Complexity, and give the people something to be proud of, even if you do lose this one.
I just think the anchors have to perform on this map defensively. I think we're going to get a decent T side, at least out of Complexity, but the anchor's going to have to perform. That's going to be Grim, and that's going to be Nikix, because, again, this is a map where G2 are very aggressive. You know, their mid-Bs are very strong, and it's all about reading the round and understanding, like, where the attack is coming from. And unfortunately, if you get the wrong read, then even more faith has to be put on your anchor. And right now, we did see, again, these individuals not shine the same that we've seen throughout the rest of this tournament. So I agree with Bowie. Keep playing the way you've been playing, like, still keep that same energy, because it's been working for you so well. But we're just gonna have to see some really good reads and some individuals step up and perform well in this game to keep it going.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. We're gonna go to a quick break before we get into the action. Complexity are up against it. Would be an incredible story if they could come back and make it to the final, but G2 might have something to say about that. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
فکر کنم این مپ پیک G2. الو جیگرو.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
اینم از پردیکتیوم.
Time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
سلام سبزی چاکریم. فدات بشم داداش، خوش اومدی عشق. کوچیکتم. سلام شبیر، چطوری؟ خب بسم الله.
Three years ago, when Monesi first slid on that G2 jersey, he went up against Complexity as his first ever Tier 1 team. And in his last tournament, wearing that G2 jersey, he plays against him in the semifinals, Jason. He's right now he's doing enough hard work to make sure that it's not the final game, though.
I was gonna say,
خب let's go chat. به نام خدا در خدمت شما هستیم با گزارش مپ دوم رقابت بین دو تیم G2 در برابر کامپلکسیتی. داست دو مپی که G2 سیتی سایدش رو انتخاب کرده. حمله بازیکن کامپلکسیتی به سمت بام سایت بی. هانتر اسنکس مانسی تموم شد راند.
Man, if you wreck a B rush on a pistol round like that, like no issues. Now Hunter gets a little bit lucky with his double kill over towards Carr, getting blinded while doing it, but man, that's a bad sign. It's a bad vibe when a B rush gets
آره
stopped like
مرتضی
that.
6:05 ساعت لایویم.
Blinded for the second kill, but you could see the rotation in from Monesi just man, that round was going to go nowhere.
چه
Now,
راند
the first time they played this map in the group stage,
فستی بود.
CT sides had a really bad
بریم
time.
بر راند
Both halves were
دوم
10-2 in favor of the offenses.
کامپلکسیتی
But the only reason
full
Complexity was able
force.
to make a comeback in the second half is
مالز
because Grim
خط
was
آندر رو
monster
نگه داشته. نفر اول اسپات میکنه کمی دمیج هم میزنه و موفق به گرفتن برگ نیست. برمیگرده عقب.
1v3, 60 got an ace in a 2v5, but outside of those rounds, really there wasn't a whole lot of production from the Complexity members outside of Grim. And from what we saw in Anubis, even that one-man army isn't going to be showing up today. And you could no longer have the luxury of a potential pistol round. So mid to B split is going to be the tempting. If JT on catwalk,
اسم خودش استفاده کنه و بذاره حواسا رو البته آپر تانل بکنه. ماکس تغییر پوزیشن به سمت وسط. اسموک رو هم بلاک میکنه. چه بلاک مشتی هم کرد. هرچند که داره میان داخل اسموک خطا رو باز میکنن. هانتر میاد برای بازی ریسکی. ماکس چه بد موقع رفت توی ریلود. اون بر هم بازی کنن از راه رسیدن. اسنکس هم شکار شد. کامپلکسیتی فرصت داره تا امتیاز نخست رو از آن خودش بکنه. بد بازی کرد G2 توی این راند. دو تا بازیکن لو اچ پی دارن G2. هنوز شانس اینو داره که این 2-3 رو برگردونه به سود خودش. هازک خط دورتانه رو نگه داشته. دمیج رو زد و دمیج خود هر دو تا بازیکن رو هم تگ کرد. و حالا بله با همین دو تا تگ بازیکن G2 تسلیم میشن و اجازه میدن کامپلکسیتی بازی رو 1-1 برابر بکنه. فدات بشم مرتضی عشق منی. همه مردن که.
Even shot Grim a little bit. What is that?
I was like, what the hell just happened? I was looking around the room, Jason.
Who's the Banshee?
Tied scoreline now, though. In terms of
سلام موین.
avoiding the
Welcome
disaster
back.
of going down and allowing G2 to win the pistol so convincingly, letting them build up another strong start after already winning the first map.
این راند سوم 1-1 نتیجه بازی برابر. این بار G2 full force.
Heavy God has a rifle to play with. Monesi on the scout is always deadly.
آخ این اینسیندیاری که نرف شده اگه نرف نمیشد قشنگ میگرفت پشت بولو رو. یک گوش اگریسیو. چه پوزیشنایی گرفتن بازیکنان کامپلکسیتی.
Grim out long in a lurk position, applying pressure. Very common for teams on these kinds of anti-low buy rounds.
من اسم این تیمایی که نوشتی یادم نمیاد. هانتر بیش از یک فرگ نصیبش نشد. کنترل بام سایت رو هم از دست دادن. اسنکس زیاد ریسک نمیکنه. مامس موفق آپگرید میکنه به AK 4 به 3.
60 tunnels fight.
And he's committed. He can't
سیکسی
fall back.
پس نگه داشته سعی داره فرق بگیره. هیوی گاد اجازه این کارو بهش نمیده. 4-2 JT و هانزرک بازی کنن که باقی موندن کامل کلیر کردن. بیرون در رو و این هم از یه دابل کی برای JT. هزه کارو تمام میکنه و باز هم کامپلکسیتی موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز.
Especially Halzerk with that triple, but clearing snacks outside the bomb site. Teammate over at Car, JT didn't have position to make the push
بیرون بمب
outside
سایت رو
the
کلیر
site, so Halzerk had to do
کردن
it all on his own.
ران جمع شد اصلا همونجا.
Alleviates that pressure so the two of them can focus up on Halls and Complexity get away with it. Now just USPs for G2. Money a problem. Modesty has saved enough for
I'll
the
do
off in
my
the next round,
best.
so no big deal there. And G2
سلام
will get it
آرش
over
خوش
with.
اومدی.
Good push.
2 in from JT. Grim's up next, and in terms of having quick rounds,
فقط سریع این ران تموم شد.
3-1. Complexity get rid of that round quickly, and we move into the buy again for G2.
Okay, but now we have the first glimpse of Monacy's op on CT side, Dust 2, where he's going to take that, how mobile and how damaging he can be, because on Anubis, he destroyed them.
Yeah.
Picked Complexity apart with every step they
حالا
wanted to take, every move they tried to
گان
open up
راند
around, which
G2.
Monacy was there to greet them.
And remember that stylish finish from Monacy on Dust 2 against Complexity just a few days ago. We know on the CT side, he was a devastating force for Complexity to have to deal with. So we'll keep eyes on that straight away.
هانزرک با یک نیت.
Halzerk's getting into middle. Grim to fight long.
سرعت نسبتا زیادی.
Smoke with the corners up so he can move out to the blue bin.
حتی وسط رو رد میکنه. آماده است برای پرتاب مولی. یک مولی دیپ. پشت بلو خط رو باز میکنن. هیویگاد موفق است توی ترید. گلوله نداره. گرین به دنبال شکار. مانسی از راه میرسه برای کمک. 3-4.
All this fight's been going on. He's moved through the middle doors.
Yeah, they might want to try and take advantage of this quick. Good shot from Monacy moving in. Halzerk kicks taken down at 60 and JT. They're out middle, but they don't really feel like they have room to work with. And 60's brought low, so they're going to reconvene.
Yeah, got to retreat, reposition up towards short. They've got 2 mollies to play with. They can heat up Monacy's position.
4-2 فرصت دارن تا کار رو تمام بکنم بازیکن G2 از 50 ثانیه زمان. هیچی روی این نیست؟ هیچی روی این نیست؟
And now utility coming into the bomb site from Catwalk. That's JT. Molly in. And
با
Molly down on
مولی
the 60
پیاپی به
prevent
سمت بام
rotation. So
سایت
G2 have to get
A.
together and work together to take middle. You know the position of one player, so you realize no matter where you choose to go, there can only be one Complexity player watching for it. But now you have a retake on
حالا
this A bomb
فلنتسی
site.
4
Smoke is up in the
اسموکی
choke
کراس رو
point.
هم پرتاب کردن. جی توی ذره کاری سخت شد. 4-2 هست ولی آمار J2 هم دارن روی بام سایت سرعت رو بیشتر میکنن بازیکنان G2. JT خطش رو نگه داشته. فلش اول نید. JT یه دابل کیل هم گرفت اما در نهایت موفق تر بازیکن G2. چرا مرتضی؟ نمیدونم تا شاید باگه. Don't know. تا قوله چطور یاجال که
Monacy still has his op. Weapons can be dropped over to teammates. And as soon as you get that op out, 2 kills. This one to secure long. This one to make sure Catwalk and Halzerk's aggressive lurk not going to be an issue during the mid to B split.
Smoked it long for him.
گریم پشت اسموک لانگ شانس خوش امتحان میکنه. تیم همراه نداره.
Oh, look at 60. He's already out middle.
He's loving this move at the moment.
اسموکی بحثت رو رد کرده 60.
early into the round, and no one from G2 has their gaze on it apart from Snacks, who's now just peeking intermittently towards him.
Complexity's actually got this real estate.
خوبی رو در دستان خودش قرار داده این بازیکن.
He's like every time we've kind of walked out middle, we've been able to get this sort of standing. So why not go for it again this time early? Halzerk's going to take a peek with the op once a chance.
هالزرک اوپنینگ فرگ رو هم گرفتن. از همین موقعیت استفاده کردن بازیکن کامپلکسیتی. فالزرک شکار شدن. تریپل کیل برای بازیکن. 4-5-2. 5-2. یک فرک هم نتونستم بگیرم بازیکن جی 2.
After saving his teammate's life and strayed too far out into the open, 3 kills for Holzerk with the op. The pick into the B bomb site.
مثل تیغ دولبه بود اون اسموکه، یعنی هم از این طرف مثلا یارشو نجات داد، هم به تیم روبرو گفتش که یارم اینجاست، منم اینجام. جفتشون هم با اسنایپ مردن. میذاریم انشالله مرتضی. سلام کربلایی.
Gets that peek into the tunnels now. Oh my god, that must have been ridiculous. He just appeared on his screen. The one tap comes
Snacks
in.
هم که مرد و
That's a massive find at the end too. You prevent that all going into Monesi's hands again.
It's good confidence kill as well.
سخت داره میشه برای جی 2.
So watch for those aggressive plays. Might be trying to make it more of them. Get himself stuck into a fight. He's the one who gained the space to allow Holzerk to follow up.
CS هم همین الان مثلا مانسی فکرم 18 سالشه، دانک 17 سالشه. آقا پلیر سمبالا زیاد داره.
A good mid push on the CT side.
Wasn't always able to make the most of it in the earlier series, but was getting those opportunities.
But what's crazy is we saw it against Furia. He pushed
این مرانده هفتم 2 امتیاز اختلاف. رو M4 در رسان هیوی گاد.
Eventually they're going to say this psychopath is pushing middle.
He's got the bomb on his back. Don't go through the mid. But don't. No, he's doing it with the bomb.
فیکسی خیلی راحت. دابل کیل. ساده تر از این نمیشد اصلا. فرک بزنه برای تیمش. بی هم که خالی همه چیز مهیاست. امتیاز پنجم رو هم کامپلکسیتی از آن خودش بکنه. گریم اما کان رو تاپ میده هیوی گاد. تمام میکنه میرم برای ریکاور کردن رایفل.
And now the mission for G2 is to bodyguard these 2 rifles and see if he can get them into the next. There should be no problems with that. No hunt from complexity being started yet. A strong start into Dust 2 from complexity. Really positive to see. You know, there's a world in which complexity just get blanked after that opening map, but they've come in with some fight, some attitude, and
نه از امتیاز پنجم اختلاف میرسه به 3 امتیاز تو اسکوربورد. راند بعدی شاهد گان راند جی 2 خواهیم بود.
So far, so good at this tournament.
I mean, yeah, it was a
کی بهترین الان
for sure, considering the inexperienced pieces
در
they brought
زوره.
in, and obviously the playing at the tier 2
خیلی
level,
مونده
not
از
the tier
سال.
1 level, but they've shown us enough comebacks, yeah, throughout this event. It's great G2 especially. Remember, Dust 2 was a 10-2 start for G2. They brought that all the way back.
درخواست اولین تاکتیکال تایم اوت برای سامورایی ها.
Resilience there for sure. Let's see if they've got it in the semifinals. 3-round lead. They've won 4 of the last 5.
Actually lost it 16-12. He went into
oh, that's right, 16-12. My bad. Apologies. The other maps were 13-10.
Yep, both other maps 13-10. Well, it's G2's time to do a little bit of hard work and get back into the map. Monesi with the sniper. And everybody else on the rifle. They saved that AK over, so Malb's going to be able to play with that.
این برای شروع راند هشتم.
He's got the good spawn. He's going to charge.
And they're playing long this round.
بازیکن کامپلکسی در حال حرکت به سمت لانگ. نگه داشتن فلش پیاپی بازیکن جی 2 خطو باز میکنه. گریم موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. یک بار دیگه در ابتدای راند کار سخت میشه برای جی 2. فدات بشم ماکیتا. سلامت باشی.
I think Monesi called him over to reaggress.
Oh, Malbs goes for the switch.
Oh!
That's daylight robbery. He just peeks in and out.
مالبز جلوی صورت بازیکن کامپلکسیتی پیک کرد، یه فرک هم زد. باز هم مالبز موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. تو ادامه کار 60 کارشو تموم میکنه و مجبور میشه مانسی هم پوزیشن خودش رو تغییر بده. یک فلش هانتر نتونست تبدیلش کنه به دابل کیل. مانسی 2 به 2 اسنکس و مانسی در برابر هالزرک و سیکسی. اسنکس سمت لانگ داره از راه میرسه، در انتظار فرصت. اسنکس نتونست کاری از پیش ببره و این هم از مانسی. امتیاز 6م در دستان بازیکن کامپلکسیتی. همین خیلی سوال الان سخته حقیقت، باید خیلی روش فکر کنم. آل-استار مثلا میشه چین، برای اینکه تیم ترکیب درستی بچینی باید روش فکر بشه. اسنایپر کیو بگیری، چه رایفلر کیو بگیری، لرکر کیو بگیری. میمراند نهم هیرو امپور در دستانه. باز هم هیویگاد. بقیه بازیکنان جی تو پیستول آرمور با یک فلش سدران اگریسیو بازیکن جی تو بیان برای گرفتن فرنگ. اسنکس وظیفه کنترل مامسایتی رو بر عهده داره که اسیر مولوتوف شد. هیویگاد موفق مانسی فرایدگر رو ترید میکنه اما کافی نیست. مانسی مسلح شده به AVP. به فردی برای این بازیکن حالا ادوانتیج داره. مانسی سرعت رو همین چاشنی کار قرار میده، داونگرید میکنه به AK. اسنایپ رو میده به هم تیمیش. گریم و نیکس خطا باز میکنه. گریم موفق ترید انجام میشه. نیکس تک به تک حالا با هانتر و باز هم موفق بازیکن کامپلکسیتی. زایوو مصطفی مثلا پلیر بخوام بذارم زایوو رو مثلا میذارم، نیکو رو میذارم، راپس رو میذارم. اینه مثل کریگان هم نیازه تا حدودی. یه IGL میخوایم، ایپکس، کریگان، الکسی بی، رولان هم خوب هرچند.
Long Grim has been able to get out a number of times. And then obviously mid, outside those double doors that's standing to execute the mid to B split, we found them in those positions plenty of times as well.
Messioso with nothing to say.
Elo پفک سیمپل خودش هم نمیدونه چه برسه به ما. دانگ هم میذاریم 5.
Blind shot misses the mark. Halzerk out towards long. A little bit late.
Halzerk یه لحظه هم شانس خودش رو امتحان کنه. مانسی این بار موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرنگ به سود جی تو. تغییر پوزیشن میده، خط شورت رو نگه داشته با یک فلش. حتی جا به جا میکنه. شات رو هم لند کرد، دمیج خوبی زده به هالزرک اما موفق نشد کارش رو تموم کنه. باز هم مانسی دابل کیل. خط 2 نفر جامپ زد فرار کرد. آمده دو بازیکن دیگر رو داره روی کت واک. جی تی موفق 3 به 4. هیویگات هم خیلی دور از بام سایت ای پوزیشن گرفته. مامز آماده است از نید خودش استفاده کنه. پرتاب میشه. دمیجی که باید رو نمیزنه این نید. بازیکن جی تو باید آماده بشن برای ریتیک. 4 به 3. دی به اسنکس پرت خودش کرده. هیویگاد از راه میرسه. گریم سعی داره بیشتر فرک بزنه. مامز از راه میرسه برای کمک. هالزرک تک به 3 نفر رو شکار میکنه. تک به 2. ببینیم میتونه دینایی بکنه که مامز اجازه این کار رو بهش نمیده. اما آیا فرصت هست برای دیفیوز یا خیر؟ و بله امتیاز سوم بالاخره
humanly possible
به
to
سود
get that shot clean on the
بازیکنان
diffuser.
G2.
Easy mop up from Mobs, but really it's Heavy God coming from long that provides the kill that gets the
Robs
whole retake
عالیه.
going. They needed him to get this frag.
میزان
Massive one onto JT.
الکسی بیاره خوب آخه کار میده واقعا.
HP Hulzerk 7-3. G2 right at the end of this half.
این مرانده 11م کماکان اختلاف زیاد هست. G2
Quick tunnel fight going down here. Hunter ready.
به گرفتن این راند هم نیاز داره. یک نیت خط رو باز میکنن و فرگ پیاپی هانتر خطشو برگردون. نیکس کماکان توی هانتر حضور داره، موفق میشه هانتر رو شکار کنه.
That pick on Hunter, but Snacks has moved through into tunnels, realizing how much presence was in mid. There's very likely an empty tunnels.
Yeah, 2 kills in lower tunnels usually means that upper push is going to be available to you.
باز هم کار بازیکن G2 سخت شده. اسنکس رو MP9
Fall back now and play from the site
به پوشش ادامه نداده. اسنکس برمیگرده عقب روی بام سایت.
Extended 3 versus 3 after the early action. Mid control for Hulzerk and Nyx. Grim backing off from long just now. He's been waiting for a push.
وایتلتی نه نیست بنیام.
Nyx has full utility.
کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان.
They could set up a walkout.
بازیکنان G2 با فاصله بسیار زیادی از هم پوزیشن گرفتن. اسنکس با MP9 روی بام سایت وی. سختی و پیش رو داره اسنکس. دو بازیکن دارن از راه میرسن.
He can't change position either at this stage.
Yeah, fighting against the odds. Snacks with the MP9 waits
صدای
behind the
یک نفر فکر کنم
site.
شنیده باشه. اسنکس حالا خطو باز میکنه. موفق اما نیکس تیج رو انجام میده. هیویگاد از راه رسید. تک به 2. نیکس در برابر هیویگاد و مانسی.
He'll use that straight away. Over to the tunnels, goes aggressive, takes the aggressive move.
یا داخل اسموک و هیویگاد به موقع واکنش نشون میده و امتیاز 4 در دستانه G2.
Molotov to delay any kind of a flank into the B bomb site push out through the smoke. It's the least expected thing. Monacy had no clue it was coming, but a good trade from Heavy God, and he picks up the ult for Monacy in the last round of the half. 7-5 in complexity with that loss are out of money. Losing bonus wasn't really all that strong, so it's going to be a pretty labored investment. Scout on Hulzerk, AKs on Nyx and Grim, utility on pistol players 60 and JT.
این راند 12م مانسی یه لحظه ریپیک هم کرد. ریپیک هرچی به همراه نداشت. چه نیدی پرتاب شد در نزدیکی سیکسی. درجه خوبی زد اون نید.
Up catwalk we go. Limited utility and limited weapons. Want to try and land a really strong hit into this bomb site. Mobs has spotted one.
چقدر ریسکی پوزیشن گرفته بود یه لحظه مابز. 5 بازیکن کامپلکسیتی حالا حمله خودشون رو آغاز میکنن. چه فلشی پرتاب شد توسط JT. کنترل بام سایت در اختیار کامپلکسیتی قرار گرفته. 5 بازیکن زنده. راند آخر هم از G2 باید اقدام کنه برای ریتیک. G2 هم با اجاره بدن. 2 تا MP9. هانتر عمیقاً رفت برای چک کردن خط. مانسی نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. هانتر دابلی که برای بازیکن هیویگاد هم از راه رسیده. 3-2 میکنه روند کار. فقط یک بازیکن به بام ساده است. هانتر موفق. تریپل کی برای بازیکن و چه ریتیکی میکنن بازیکن G2.
Right at the end. Yeah, that's a really nice retake. Really good job.
That's like
a very strong position for complexity to be in. 3 players on catwalk. The fight of chaos that Hunter comes out on top of. Triple kill in the round for him. Double for Heavy God. With an MP9 coming back from long and taking duels into the bomb site, he finds a couple of kills on the retake. 7-5. G2 got battered for a lot of that half, but right at the end, they put their foot down and run 3 straight. put Complexity on notice that it's not going to be as easy as they thought. So we switched sides, where Complexity had the same CT issues in the group stage, only 2 rounds to the 10 of G2. We'll have to have a much better defensive performance. Pistol round is going to come live.
بازی قبل فالکونز برد.
Not any kind of crazy implications considering the scoreboard. It's close enough that it's not just a straight win if you get this pistol. Grand finals tomorrow, 3rd, 4th place decider tomorrow. The grand final is going to be Falcons taking on the winner of this game, and obviously Falcons versus G2 with Monacy in the team is a tantalizing prospect.
Oh yeah.
میریم برای شروع اپیزود راند دوم. G2 موفق شد 5 امتیاز رو سمت سیتی سایدد مپ داستو از آن خودش بکنه و حالا میریم برای شروع نیمه دوم. اپیزود راند دوم ببینیم چه اتفاقی در خواهد خورد. نیکس اگریسیو داره میاد جلو. مالز موفق، نفر بعدی هم اسپات میکنه. بازیکن G2 یه فرک هم گرفت گریم، اما کافی نیست. آیتما رو پرتاب میکنن به سرعت. مونسی چه موومنت نمایشی رو دیدیم از این بازیکن. آیتم های پیاپی بازیکن G2 باعث میشه سرعت کامپلکسیتی کامل گرفته بشه. اسنکس فلنک رو نگه داشته. اسنکس چنده بازیکن در مقابلش فرک هم میگیره. 3-2 میکنه روند کار رو. هالزرک و سیکسی 2-3. این از هانتر و هالزرک تنها باقی مونده که کارشو تمام میکنن. G2 موفق توی گرفتن اپیزود راند دوم. علی ای اسپورتال مرسی واسه دونیت. ای اسپورتال دردسر زیاد داره چون حتی ایران هم توش نیست. حتی باید وریفای کنی، حتی با یک شماره خارجی باید وریفای کنی اکانت ای اسپورتال تو. اینا دردسرای ای اسپورتاله. به نظرم یه ویندوز عوض کن، فیسیت بازی کن.
Grim and 60 on the double MP9 combo, getting spotted as they
Snacks موفق.
Snacks seeing 2, but sees only 1 off.
ادوانتج در دستان G2 4-5.
Makes you feel much more comfortable in this round if you're G2 at this point. Hunter's clearing out lower, sees nobody. So Xbox smoke comes in, blocking Halzerk's vision.
سنتی هستی مرتضی.
He'll clear it. But doesn't gather much.
خدا قوت چاکرم. همون جواد دلار شد 84 تومن. اینقدر سقوط کرد دلار. یا اول فصل.
Nix is not coming down lower. In fact, he's going the long way around.
مصپداشون زویی، اکسرفای، استیل سریز، لاجیتک برنداش مختلفه. بام سایت بی در اختیار G2 میره برای پلانت C4 و فرصت که امتیاز رو توی اسکور بورد برابر بکنن.
Having not been able to really build off of the lead they were getting in that first half.
91 تومن 95 تومن
gap has been closed.
90 شده دلار.
At the end of that first half is really painful for Complexity considering how dominant they were through most of it. They let it slip right at the end. So 7-7.
این از امتیاز هفتم 7-7 نتیجه بازی برابر.
You've got the weaponry that's saved. So yeah, second round a little bit boring at the end. It's Snax's kill in the first 15 seconds that decides things. But Complexity have another chance at it here. Halzerk's in double digits, the only one for Complexity. He's at 11 kills. Over on the G2 side, it's Monacy at 12. Heavy Guy
نسبتا ضعیف داره کامپلکسیتی G2. شانس اینو داره که امتیاز 8 رو هم از آن خودش بکنه. اول سیو هم اصلا بازی کنه کامپلکسیتی. گانهایی که از راند پیش داشتن رو میارن برای راند 15 هم. هیوی گاد چه سنگینی میخوره از آیتم های بازیکنان کامپلکسیتی. مپ مورد علاقه اوورپس.
Still able to stand though. And he's going to be waiting long while the rest of his teammates currently apply pressure up through the catwalk.
Yeah, nice and simple though. 6 can't really do anything. No utility. Mac 10 drops
هانتر اومده توی سیتی اسپان از مولی خودش هم استفاده میکنه تا سرعت روتیشن بازیکن کامپلکسیتی رو کم کنه. 6 در نزدیکی بامساد اسنکس موفق تو گرفتن نخستین فرگ. باز هم اسنکس دوبل کیل. دو فرگ بسیار مهم و حیاتی. C4 هم پلنت میکنه بازیکن G2. یه لحظه شانس داشت کامپلکسیتی تا روند راند رو بچرخونه اما اتفاق نیفتاد. JT فرگ اول رو ترید میکنه. مانسی آماردار سمت لانگ. هیویگاد از راه میرسه کارسازی میکنه. 2-2 شد راند. هرچند که این هم از مانسی راند چقدر گرون داره تموم میشه برای بازیکن G2. هیویگاد هم فرار کرده. اصلا پا به فرار گذاشت.
I don't think he realizes. Oh yeah, he did. He got one right at the end, right as we switched away. Halzerk's picked up an AK-47. So 2 AKs.
4 تومن که اگه میشد که الان هممون داشتی بندری میرقصیدیم. اون کرده.
Third timeout used by G2. Very, very early in this second half.
هیویگاد خوابید.
Because Heavygod needs a nap.
Yeah. You think so? Heavygod was just like,
he's had enough.
Give me like.
I need a little break.
راست دیگه. G2 سومین تاکتیکال تایمات خودش رو گرفت. هیویگاد یه چرتی بزنه.
Just swinging long.
یارو شبیه وایکینگاست.
This is Halzerk.
اوه هالزرک
That's one way to do it.
شارون زده بوده.
Yeah, sweet round from Halsey. All right, double up setup on Halzerk and Nix.
سلام شاهین، خوش اومدی به استریم. فری مرسی واسه قربت برم. دستت پر حرکت باشه. خسته نباشی. سلامت باشی. فرچم خاک پاتم. مرسی داداش. باش به کلت. قربونت برم من. مرسی برای انرژی. فدا مدا جیگر میگرد. میریم برای راند 16 هم. چهار بازیکن کامپلکسیتی روی بام سایت A دارن بازی میکنن. چه استکی.
You don't know what's happening elsewhere on the map, but at least you're in the right position for the moment. All 5 players of G2 out long. This is always going to finish at long.
آنسی به دنبال شکار. هانتر بالای بوست. G2 منتظره تا کامپلکسیتی اشتباه کنه. یه کار هم پرتاب شد. هنوز هیچ کس رو اثبات نکردن. نیکس چه پوشی هم داد بقیه بازیکنان. G2 داره قدم میذاره تو استک بازیکن کامپلکسیتی. گریم شانس خوش رو امتحان میکنه. آیتم های پیاپی روی بام سایت. سعی دارن بام سایت کلیر بکنن. 6 دو فرگ پیاپی اسنکس اولین ترید رو انجام میده. ادوانتیج رو پس میگیره. حالا اسنکس سرویس میکنه. روند کار رو میاد روی بام سایت. نتونست شاتش رو لنز بکنه. هالزرک در حال پلنز کردن C4. اتفاقاتی داره میفته. نیکس هم موفق تو برم ستاپ کامپلکسیتی داره کارش سخت میکنه واسه این تیم. سنکس خط شورت نگه داشته موفق و حالا نیکس تک به 2. هیویگاد و اسنکس در مقابلش. هیویگاد کارو تمام میکنه. G2 موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز نهم. چه امتیازی رو گرفت G2. قدم گذاشتن تو استک کامپلکسیتی.
Great shooting from Snacks in this round. The kill on towards Grim. Up by the Gandalf box. I mean, just keeping the
G2 بره بالا میتونه فیلم جذابی بشه.
Even with this, double kill from 6 could have been just so deadly for this attack. But a brilliant recovery.
Oh. Not wanting to lose the opening pick to Monacy. They remember the sting of that
G2 کمی سرعت و چاشنی کار قرار داده. 6 یه لحظه شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه.
Complexity was up 7-2 at one point. This has been 7 rounds in a row for G2 to regain the lead. it's got to be feeling really painful for complexity, starting to get
مانسی
frustrated, and now you're
خطی رو نگه داشته بود مانسی موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ مامز یواش داره میاد رو هانتر چه خطی نگه داشته هانتر اما نیکس موفق تر توی فایت گریم حالا حرکت خودش رو آغاز میکنه دو بازیکن رو دارن بازیکن کامپلکسیتی روی بام سایت بی نیکس موفق فشار بیشتر میشه روی بازیکن جی تو نیکس باز هم فرش میزنه سنکس میاد برای چیس بچه امتیازی رو میگیرن بازیکن کامپلکسیتی دابل اپ ستاپ و 2 AK هم ریکاور میشه
MP9 does work and G2 gets stalled out. Finally, complexity put a stop to the run. Right back in this.
behind. Inshallah.
Oh, look at the money from G2.
اینو عوض کنم برای فیسیل و تنظیمات بایوس انجام بدم. یک نکنم ولی خب چیز خاصی هم نداره بایوس. آن 18 G2 ایکو هست ایکو هست نیکس اگرسیو هیوی گاد موفق بوم سایت بی خالی اسنایپ در دستان مانسی آیتما رو فرساد کنم بازی کنن G2 سعی دارم برم به سمت بام سایت JT تو اسموک سعی داره کارسازی بکنه یک بریک سیکسی موفق توی گرفتن ترید آیتم های پی مانسی موفق یک فرق دیگه وای ایلیا مانسی این چه شاتی بود 4 به 2 میکنه روند کار رو
blind fire into the smoke, and you're exactly right, giving it up over to Monesi. I'll tell you what, though, I think complexity completely misread the economic situation they were in. I think they expected a buy this round. I think Knicks certainly expected a buy this round. There's no way.
Otherwise, you wouldn't do that.
It all pushes up for that angle against Pistols. They just had the wrong call at the wrong time for the wrong buy from G2.
امتیاز دهم عجب امتیازی هم بود که در دستان G2 قرار گرفت. ایکوراند ایکود الان هدیار قربونت برم موین نت چی بگیرم شاتل
Yeah, but you're down one map already in the semi-final. You're letting rounds like that go against you, not getting the right read. So, first timeout.
درخواست اولین تاکتیکال تایم‌اوت برای کامپلکسیتی.
Well, they've got none left. They're in the opposite boat. The only timeouts are the one complexity calls, so it might be limiting to Taz later on if this game is as close as it was in the group stage.
Yeah. So here's the heavy guard pick. Is Knicks just offers it up, and you give the op to Monesi, and this. Dude, so stupid. Even in slow-mo, it's fast.
He did see, I mean, he saw the shadow of 60 entering that smoke as he got the first kill. So, I mean, there's some logic behind that spam, but obviously just a beautiful sequence.
اختلاف برمیگره به 2 امتیاز.
Tagged one on the cross. That's Knicks brought down to 27 HP.
تگ رو زد اسنکس دابل آپ ستاپ G2 تو تی سایدد داسو.
G2's utility now floods in. So
در گرفتن کنترل لانگ خیلی ریسک دابل اپ ستاپ خیلی ریسک دابل اپ ستاپ تی سایدد داستو شدت موبیلیتی رو میاره پایین او برل رو اسپات کرده اما مانسی یه بازیکن دیگر رو شکار کرد بر اسنکس از میشه از ران مانسی سیکسی چسبید به دیوار مانسی خط وسط رو نگه داشته باز هم مانسی یه فرق دیگه برای G2 گرین پشت اسموک میتونه بازی کنه G2 رو سورپرایز بکنه یا نه اتفاق نیفتاد 4 به تک
Monesi smells him as well. He knows his prey
مانسی به دنبال نفر آخر. ایلیا مانسی چه کرد تو این راند برای G2.
Gives like a questioning shrug as well. As why do they just keep walking out? Why do they just keep pushing into my crosshair? I'll take all those kills. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just sitting here waiting. And everything's easy.
چه نمایشی رو دیدیم از مانسی. تمام شاتاش چسبید. راند 20م G2 2 امتیاز دیگه میخواد تا صعود کنه به گرند فاینال. الزک نیمی از HP خودش رو از دست میده، خودش رو میرسونه به لور تانل. موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. سعی داره فرار بکنه، خط شد نگه داشته. مالسی نتونست شاتو لنز بکنه. هالزک چه ریسکی چه جوابی.
High risk, high reward for Holzerk at least to kick off round 20. So G2 take a pause.
بعد از تورنمنت ها اسکیپ میکنن تیما. سلام رضا، خوش اومدید داداش.
Going to shift two players back through T-spawn.
آره باید پرایم بشی به روز. خوش اومدی به استریو عزیزم.
Well, they've shown they're not shy about using flashbangs to get out long in the mid rounds.
Yep.
So those offangles
سخت شد برای G2. سوی لانگ هم
In fact, he's just going to peel away. He'll play further back on the A bomb site instead.
پرتاب شده 4-5.
Trusting in the
تو
smoke.
آگ بای کردن. آمریکایی دو تا آگ بای کردن. خیلی وقت بود آگ ندیده بودیم توی تورنمنت.
Going to be going quiet for this first step.
یه دونه آگ هم دیده بودیم توی همین مپ، ولی 2 تا آگ.
And Sixy's getting proactive on the map. He's cleared lower and upper, and he's confirmed the long play from
آماری داد
G2's
سیکسی برای تیمش. چه آماری گرفت سیکسی برای تیمش. جیتی در حال روتیت کردن توی اسموک. چه دمیجی هم میزنه به هیوی گاد. گریم به سرعت خودش رو میرسونه به گندال. فرضی اونجا حضور داره. گریم موفق تو ادامه کار. تازه مالی پرتاب شد. مانسی از راه میرسه برای کمک. نیکس خط بامسایت رو نگه داشته. باز هم مپ ترید انجام میشه توسط هالزرک. مانسی نتونه شاتو لند بکنه. هانتر به دنبال فرگ بعدی. خود هانتر دابل کیل برای بازیکن و امتیاز 12 و مچ پوینت در اختیار G2. کوچک خاندان کوچ چه امتیازی رو زنده کرد برای تیمش. گواهی نامه فکر نکنم، من ندیدم تا کسی گواهی نامه زده باشه، حداقل نشیدم. این مرانده 21م آیتم های پیاپی خطا رو باز میکنن. 2 فرگ به سود بازیکن کامپلکسیتی. 3 فرگ تنها باقی مونده. مالت امتیاز 9 رو خواهیم دید در اثر کامپلکسیتی. اوش دمیج هم زدن به مالت.
We'll take that, absolutely.
So they won't go down yet. They won't go down without a fight. One last attempt to breathe some life into
شانس‌هاشو امتحان میکنه. تیر همراه نداره. هنوز آمریکایی‌ها تسلیم نشدن.
No easy rounds at the end of this for complexity. It's going to have to be the hard way.
That's why they were willing to make such a committed play out of long. Throw everything you've got into it because they know that they have the fallback of all the cash they've got left over. So another really strong buy immediately coming out. So you mentioned the amount of rounds complexity need to win in a row. They've got to do it the hard way. He's still got to go against this.
راند 22 کماکان وضعیت مالی G2 اوکی. مانسی شانس خوش امتحان میکنه، موفق نیست.
Holzerk's going to be boosted to look into lower tunnels.
آیمینگی میخواد پیک کنه.
Grim. Look at this risk. He's got into the long smoke.
Playing a cheeky fade.
چه پوزیشن هایی گرفتن گریم و هیوی گاد. گریم برمیگرده عقب.
Drops another smoke down, so long shouldn't see
دوباره برگشت. خطرناکی نگه داشته. هالزرک موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. نید عالی. هانتر هم نیمی از HP خودش رو از دست داد.
Grim will be happy backing off as that second smoke is set to fade away.
I think he's mostly using that smoke to try and get information towards the back of Catwalk. Listen for any
هالزرک
footsteps so we can
تغییر
call out numbers.
Monesi still prowling in middle as we go under a minute on the clock. Halls are not wanting to overextend. It's a stalemate battle. They don't know it, but the two
45 ثانیه زمان برای
He got
G2.
picked off in the last round by sliding into this angle.
So he will have learned his lesson. JT going forward. Monesi dealing with some
مانسی چه فرصتی رو از دست داد مانسی. حالا شاتو لند میکنه. دو بازیکن دیگه در مقابلش هستن. استکس از راه میرسه برای کمک. سه میکنه روند کار و هویگارد موفق. مانسی روند کامل داره برمیگرده به سود G2 و هانونیکس تنها تک به 3 وظیفه نجات تیمشو بر عهده داره. خطو باز میکنه. استکس کارشو تمام میکنه و G2 موفق تو گرفتن آخرین امتیاز. صعود میکنه به گرند فاینال. سلام مجتبی. عجب راندی رو برگردون G2.
And that's just how it goes at PGL, guys. We just pray to all the right gods, and we get the finals we want. We get the narratives we want. It's been a great road for complexity, but what this sets up, of course, is they're going to be playing tomorrow as well. They're going to be playing FaZe. So a little bit of revenge for that, but now we must turn our attention to G2 Falcons, the Muncie Grand Final.
Well, we're just going to skip what just happened there, Rich. Is that what we're going with? We're immediately just disregarding what the complexity run and all that. I'm disappointed. I know a lot of people wanted the Falcons G2 Grand Final, and I get that that's the bigger picture narrative surrounding this, but my heart goes out to complexity.
مرسی واسه دانت. قربونت برم. دمت گرم. ازم خسته نباشی. سلامت باشی عزیزم. جیگر تو برم. مرسی. قربونت برم واسه انرژی خفنت.
And a good run for them. And I'm hoping that they can just build off
real, Dust.
چت 6 ساعت و ربع استریم امروز طول کشید. 6 ساعت و ربع. یا علی. بریم پیش پری. یه انرژی میزان اونجا بدید. بچه های تویچ البته فقط میتونن رید شن. رفتین اونجا یه انرژی مشی بدید. فالو بزنید. حمایت کنید. دمتون گرم. مواظب خودتون باشید. فردا ساعت 6:30 به بازار میبینمتون برای گرند فاینال. عشق من برم یه استراحتی میزان بکنم. میبینمتون. در پناه حق یا علی.